All right. We should be chilling now. Get this. Get this. All right, we're good. Everything sound good? Everything look good? Everything should be all right. Cat got him? Ain't no cat got me. He's actually off screen. He's laying on the desk right now, like sprawled out. Can't really see him. I can't really like move the camera to do anything. Yes, sir. Let's get down to business. That's right. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. It is hot as fuck in here. I don't think you guys understand how insanely nice it's gonna be to, and like, I guess it'll probably be it'd be in less than in less than a month from now. Honestly, probably like, I don't know, 3 weeks or something like that. In like 3 weeks time, I'll be in a place that has central air. Central air. Let's go TBOSA. Yeah, I heard they beat Australia today, didn't they? Thank you for the 2, man. Appreciate that. AC is king. It is. Central air is a godsend. You know, it's the things, it's the small things in life that you take for granted, and then when you don't have them, then you learn. you learn to appreciate what you had. Box behind you. Oh, you're talking about this thing? No, this is a printer. This thing is actually really like handy because I don't really need to print a lot of stuff very often. But this thing just like connects to my phone, and then it uses like the thermal paper or whatever, and it just, yeah, it's good. It's good. It does the job. That's all I need to do. I only ever, very rarely ever need to actually, like, you know, print anything out. So I miss Central Air. It's been over 15 years since I've had it. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had it myself, which it's rough. It's rough. The problem is that, like, with the apartment that I'm in, I tend to record in the afternoon. And the front side of my apartment where I record is well, facing the west. So during that time of day, this side of the house just gets absolutely baked, and me along with it. And I don't really want to have like AC running in the background because you can hear it on the microphone. So there's not really much of anything that I can do. I basically, anytime I have to record, when spring and summer and fall hits, essentially it's like that whole entire period, I have to turn the AC on, take a couple minutes, just kind of cool down for a minute, and then go back to recording again, and then like take breaks. Otherwise, I'll just like fall out. You don't realize how hot you end up getting when you talk as much as I do. When you talk as much as I do. I talk a lot. Pressure cooker, that's what it feels like. Is the driver software borderline malware for that sucker, or is it actually well done? Driver software. Are you talking about the printer? Printer's not even hooked up to my computer. I Bluetooth it to my phone and just print it off that way. It's real easy. Put ice cubes in my vent. I don't have vents, dog. I have 2 window AC units. 2 window AC units. World Cup's been amazing. Dude, the whole World Cup stuff has been crazy to me. Like, I mean, I used to play soccer for like basically my entire childhood up till, I don't even know when I stopped playing. I think like it was in high school. Anybody else ever have this happen where you know, you really enjoyed something in elementary and middle school, like a sport, and then when you got to high school and you went to go to like the first day of high school, all of a sudden it's like, wow, I suck. I can't be doing this shit. You see what all the other kids are doing, you're like, I can't do that. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, man. I threw in the towel right there. I joined the golf team instead. I came to my first day of high school soccer tryouts, and I was like, nah, I'm good. You can see that kid that does the tango with the ball. Well, so the problem is that, like, I come from a small area, right? Like, I like middle of nowhere, okay? Middle of nowhere out in the Midwest. So, what ends up happening is that, like, in elementary and middle school, everything's chilling because, you know, like, everybody's in their own small little schools, so your talent pool is not as crazy. But when everybody goes to high school, all of a sudden, all those kids that went to all those elementary and middle schools or whatever, they all then consolidate into, you know, only a couple of high schools that are in the area, which means that all of the best kids from all the schools that were in the area now all go to the same high school, which means that, you know, while you might have been middle of the pack before, or maybe just a little underneath, you are now in the basement. You're a bench warmer, and I just didn't want to have anything to do with that. I kind of, because it's like, when you play sport, like, I was never really good at sports. I like golf. Golf's a lot of fun. I'm good at bowling. Billiards? Does that count as a sport? But yeah. Rate France out of 10. There's not a scale that goes low enough for me to be able to rate France. The only redeemable thing that France has ever done is make Expedition 33. And I'm almost fully convinced that was a psyop, to be honest with you. I think that was actually orchestrated by the French government to try to improve their image. Yeah. They also invented surrendering? Did they? Did they? Oh, man. Hey, so I guess, well, before we get into it, before I, like, start popping off and shit like that, I don't know how much stuff I actually have, like, saved up over the week because I've been so busy with, like, sponsorships, videos, etc., etc. I have other shit that I'm, like, full transparency, okay? Full transparency. Parasocial moment. I'm busting my ass right now trying to make sure that I get all of my, like, all the things that I've already committed to done, as well as making sure that I'm taking care of the YouTube channel, while at the exact same time trying to like take care of the whole move situation, house situation, all that at the exact same time, and plan a move thousands of miles away from where I am right now. So I'm not as organized as I normally would be, and some things are slipping. So I actually have no idea how much stuff I've actually saved to be able to talk about today. I know there's a lot of stuff to talk about, but if for whatever reason you guys have some videos that you would really like me to watch, post those in the Discord, in the React section, because I might actually end up finding time for that stuff might end up finding time for some of that stuff today. Are you finally buying a house out of LA? I'm getting the fuck out of Los Angeles. I'm getting the fuck out of California. It's been fun. I've enjoyed the place. I really have. Like, I'm not gonna shit all over it. Okay, like, I've spent a good 5 years here, I think, or something like that, and it's good, man. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed myself. I've met a lot of really cool people. I've made a couple of friends. Friends are like the hard thing to deal with when you, like, maybe this is not a hot take. This is a fucking lukewarm milquetoast take. The best time for you to ever leave the state that you're from or the city that you're from is when you're young. Like, if you're gonna go, you need to go either like during college or immediately after college. Because I feel like if you go any time after that, you are going to have the most difficult time possible trying to actually make friends. Because you quickly come to realize that, like, the vast majority of people that you usually make friends with are either friends that you know from school or throughout your entire life, family members that you're friends with, or you know, if you're maybe work in some cases, but typically, you know, that's kind of back and forth. I've got a couple of people that I used to work with that are friends of mine. And then the last one is if you actually have like a hobby, right? So when I moved here, my hobby is video games. Newsflash. You don't meet a lot of people when you play video games, right? So that's why one of the reasons that, like, after like a year or so being out here, I got back into playing like trading card games. I started playing like Magic the Gathering and stuff like that. So then that way I could actually like push myself to go to social events and then meet people. But then the problem is that some of those people are also like the most antisocial people in the world as well. So it didn't really work that well. It just came to realize it's like, you know, I think especially for like kids that grow up in the Midwest, we tend to romanticize the idea of leaving home and like how great it's going to be. And it's this really interesting, like, I don't know, meeting with reality when you move to somewhere else and you don't really have any connections, right? I'm 37 and I have a lot of trouble making trustworthy friends, and that's kind of like that's like one of the things that I kind of came to realize, where it's just like there's like multiple layers to it. Like the older you get, the less trusting you are, right? Because you've seen a lot of shit, you've done a lot of shit, you've been a lot of places, and you don't have, at least for me, like I don't have like the I don't have the naivety or naivete that I used to have, where it's like, you know, you immediately can start smelling bullshit from a mile away. It's very, very easy when you're like, oh, you know, I see what this person's trying to do. I see what they want from me or whatever it might be, right? So then it you know, yeah, I get it's much more challenging. So I surrendered and said I need to go home. Plus, I'm like a family person anyway, so I that's where I need to be. The only reason I was ever out here was coincidentally because of work, so. How about those guitars behind you? Is that a hobby as well? How do I even talk about this? I am a okay. I'm not like professionally trained in music. I like playing guitar. I've always liked writing music. I couldn't tell you a fucking a G chord from a C chord. I'll be straight with you. Like I just never got myself like classically trained and stuff. I always kind of learned just by playing by ear and just playing around with the guitar and whatnot. And so if I play in a band or I want to join a band, it has to be a band that's all about just wanting to make original music. Which just so happens to be a magnet for a bunch of people that want to make a career out of being in a band. And I don't want to have anything to do with it. I mean, I guess I'm weird for that. Like, I'm totally, like, I am so chill with joining a band and just being a local act that goes and plays some shows here and there, like in the local area, maybe a couple, you know, cities away or something like that. At most, right? You know, an hour travel distance, something like that. But every single time I try to hook up with people to play music out here, there was like this one group that I had a really good time, like really, really good time. Super cool dudes, and like we fit together really well. But the minute that they were like, dude, you're in, like we had like a jam session and stuff like that. And like the minute that they were like, hey man, you're in, they like turned around and they're like, okay, so we need you to learn our last 2 albums worth of songs by this date, because we're getting ready to go on tour with this band. And I'm like looking at these guys and I'm like, you guys know I got a job at an oil refinery, right? And they're like, do you get like time off for that? Or because we know somebody, like we're probably going to get signed and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm good, dog. I'm good. They're like, what? And I'm like, I'm good. Chilling. And I'm like, I'm not about to just like throw away at the time. I'm not about to throw away my 6-figure job that I busted my fucking ass for to go and live with you fucking retards in a van. Like, I'm sorry. No, I've scraped my way through life being able to make up for the fact that I used to be you at one point, but I grew out of it. But here you got some guys that never did that still chase it. And like, part of me is kind of jealous of that in a little bit because like it's a lot of fun. Like, it's a lot of fun. It's you get so many memories, you meet so many people, and you make a lot of friends and stuff like that. But also at the exact same time, the crushing depression that comes with being broke is just something I would not want to deal with ever again. Something I would not. Did they ever sign anything? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. You work as an engineer? No. I worked with management. You have to really love metal to be a metal musician? I don't know. I mean, like, not really. I think that I think you just have to love music to want to be a musician. Period. Probably, right? You looked them up? Did they go big time? No, they did. They did in fact not go big time. Did in fact not go big time. Favorite band is Deer Hunter. Dude, I used to have friends that were like so into those guys. I like a couple of their songs. It's like them and then like, I don't know. There's some bands that I just couldn't get into back in the day. I don't really know why. There's bands that I couldn't get into back in the day, and then I got back into later. Glad Asman covered your video on Stop Killing Games today. Yeah, no. It was really nice to see him watch that. Yeah, it was really nice to see him watch that. I need to figure out exactly what his whole thing is that Asman is working on with his game show that he's doing. It's the first that I heard of it, right? Like, I don't watch the guy all the time, but I'd like to know what it is. I know before he was trying to plan to do like a Slop Awards or something like that, but that's not what this is going to be. This is actually him trying to this is him actually trying to do something genuine, which I'm down for. Game Awards, their game show? No, it's a game show. Yeah, it's like an indie react review kind of thing. You're going to have judges and panels and stuff like that. So he said to message him. Okay. The Roach Council. Indie game developers can submit their games to be shown on stream. That's cool. It's like the OTK game showcase. Is it going to be like that? Because I didn't know if he's actually doing like a full-on production or if he was just doing something a little bit like more chill. Did you play Mistfall? No, I did just get a key. Square Enix just sent me this. The Adventure of Elliot, the Millennium Tales. I really dig these like 2D, 3D aesthetics. I think they look really cool. Reviews are mixed though. I wonder why. Game locks itself to 40-ish FPS. Despite my enthusiasm for the game, I was disappointed for the several reasons. Repetitive levels. Okay, specifically wanted to know if my specs. Yeah, it's all specs. Currently, very annoying performance. Oh, it's performance-related stuff. I should be able to overpower that. I keep hearing the game is super easy. I mean, I not have to see, right? Like, I don't really care about games being super hard or super easy, right? Like, one of my favorite games that I played. Was it last year or the year before last year? Split Fiction? Like, Split Fiction is crazy easy, but the game is super fun. Like, a ton of fun to play. As somebody who's been a YouTube sub for you for just a handful of months, I appreciate how well thought out and articulate you are, and with all the right measure of seriousness and sarcasm. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Favorite gaming YouTube channel? Appreciate it, man. Yeah, the thing is that I think it's just because of like everything else that's going on right now. But it's also like, it's also just kind of like how I'm programmed. But like lately I've had like this really weird worry that like I'm not going deep enough. Like for whatever, I don't know, maybe I think I might just be gaslighting myself. But like part of me is just like, I feel like I would normally, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like one of the things that I've kind of like realized that I'm doing now is that lately I've been covering more. Like, how do I say this? So if there's like if there's a topic I'm talking about, can I use an example? What was, so I talked about like the Xbox stuff today, right? The Xbox video dropped today. So with the Xbox video, there was like some topics that were in there that I feel like I would how do I say what I'm doing? I'm covering more of the topic. So I'm like hitting all of the points rather than just grabbing a single one of them and then just dragging it all the way down the line, which is like something that I used to do. I think that's how I used to write before, where it was where I was much more fixated on like grabbing a singular point from it. So like just the idea of like, you know, when I was watching Asmongold's reaction to the video on his stream, like there was something that he grabbed onto and he's like, oh, I don't know if he's going to go deeper into this. And he was talking about how like just the idea of how these games continuing to be supported and stay alive, like brings customers back for future games and stuff like that. And it's like, that's normally a point that I would have made and I would have just jumped down that rabbit hole. Right. And I would have just like, and I would have just fixated on that for half the entire video. But like now lately I've noticed that I've kind of been like, I'm just going to cover the entire topic thoroughly, like all the points that are being made, not necessarily like expanding on all of it. First time catching a live. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. So more of an overview than a deep dive. Yeah, that's probably the better way to say it. I feel like I've been overviewing more than deep diving recently. And I don't know really what triggered that, but it's just something that I kind of noticed. Legendary deep dive coming at, yeah, well no, that's not necessarily it. It's just that I used to write like that, but then my writing kind of changed for whatever reason. I think it might just be likely just because of everything else that's been going on right now. Like why is this upside down? It fucking got me. It fucking got me. It wasn't until I saw the first word Australians watching their team go down 0-2 and I was like, wait, what? It's like delayed response. Fucking synapses connected there, and I was like, "Oh man, oh okay, never mind." all right, bro. Everything is on fire right now. What is this? Palworld Studios says gamers don't want AI in their games. Like, I don't really think that's kind of, I think these guys just like fundamentally miss the point when it comes to any of these AI discussions, right? Like, so like when I look at it, like this is a lot more complicated than people just don't want it. Okay. Like it's a lot more complicated than that. Like people have a disdain for it because it's spending a lot of money and it's basically raising the prices on everything else around them. And like people are just kind of being everybody is just catching AoE damage because of AI and like the rise of AI, right? Whether that's people losing their jobs, whether that's just the prices of like power or resources or whatever like that rising, whether it's the shortages with memory increasing the price of, you know, video game consoles and computing hardware and stuff like that. So like that's like a separate frustration from the actual like technology itself. The next step of that is that then there's like AI slop, like just absolute like brain rot garbage that you see on the internet, whatever, right? Like people can smell, they can sniff that inauthenticity from it or how generic or weird it ends up looking, and then people just don't want to have anything to do with it, right? Like it's just not good content, so people don't want to have anything to do with it. Then like those are just like the two things that I think probably irritate some people. But I think that largely, like if AI is used in the production of something, as long as it's not making that product worse, nobody's really going to give that much of a shit about it. At least that's what my perspective, that's what my perspective is, right? Like there's been multiple games that I have played over the past 2 years that 100% without a doubt had used AI at some point in time during their development process, whether that was them using like pre-generated assets as placeholders or whatever else. And there's probably 100 or 1,000 different ways that it was used that we didn't even know and would never even know, right? So I'm not going to say it's just like, oh, flat out, people just don't want to have anything to do with it. There's just a lot of, I don't know, man. There's a lot of moving parts to this. And then on top of that, there is this just like flat out, very journalist coded McDonald's hat wearing like virtue signal position of AI bad because creativity and, you know, it's fundamentally trained off of us. And it's just like, yeah, that's how we make things. That's how we all make things. Like, I understand that, like, I get where they're coming from. I do, like, to an extent, right? To an extent. I mean, like, the AI itself wouldn't have been able to be made without the, like, collective human knowledge built up to the point to be able to make that technology, right? So it's like, I mean, the same thing can be said for making anything at this point. So it's just like, but I get what they're talking about it from like a profit standpoint, right? Like using I was watching this video. I think it's probably way too long for me to actually watch on here because I think it's like an hour-long video. I really enjoy this dude's videos though. Drew Gooden. I was watching his video on how the music industry is broken, and one of the things that he brings up in it is how Spotify is promoting AI artists, and it's likely in-house AI artists. So they are essentially just limiting the payout pool for musicians that are posting their own like personal, like, you know, handcrafted music to Spotify. Because, like, okay, how do I explain this? Spotify does their payouts, like, essentially they have, like, a general pool of, like, this is how many people listened to ads, and this is how much the entire platform made. And then every artist gets, like, essentially a percentage based on, like, the total views they had in comparison to, like, what the actual platform it did during that period, or if it was, like, a month or whatever it is. So then what ends up happening is that these guys are going in and Spotify is like filling out these like basically like easy listening playlists, like what is it? Like elevator music, the stuff that you hear at Walmart, like those kind of playlists that are basically always getting played and get like hundreds of thousands of hours of playtime, like far more than any other radio station would get. And they're filling those playlists with these AI songs, and then they're basically, you know, just using that to kind of like bloat the numbers and bloat the like listen hours to make it where they're not paying out the actual artists as much as they used to. Does that make sense? Who cares that you can only make money on Spotify or in the top 5%? I care. I care because I do want musicians to make money. like the music industry as a whole has been like one of the worst monetized and heavily exploited industries in the entire world forever, basically since its existence. And it's just like I want artists to be able to make money, because if they make money, then you know we get more music. Like I'm all about that kind of shit. This is why I'm buying the actual songs. Yeah, that's why I try to do the exact same thing. Or I'm just like a slave to or I'm just a slave to like playlists that I make myself, right? Like I don't really do anything outside of that. SoundCloud is better for artists. Yeah, probably. Just buy their CDs. It's just what you have to keep in mind. So like the thing is that when we talk about stuff like that, that sounds like an easy solution when you say it out loud, because you're like, oh, well, if you really want to support them, then buy their music. Okay, but we all know that like the vast majority of the human population does not support that thing. So the idea is that you have things set up so that, you know, the most commercially used stuff is not also the most predatory towards the people that, you know, are supposed to be benefiting from it. Your average music listener just likes the radio. Yes, exactly. It's like that same kind of argument to be like, oh, well then, you know, gamers just need to buy physical games. Well, we all know that that's not going to happen. So the idea is that you try to put protections in place, or you try to advocate for, you know, better payouts or whatever it might be. It's very hard to make money in the arts. Used to be a lot worse. Yeah. Yeah. I think that like artists still today are like much more empowered than they ever have been before, largely because of the internet. But at the same time, now that these platforms have grown through the creativity of the artists and the creators that they brought onto these platforms, now what they're looking to do is they're trying to find ways to be able to make it where they don't need those people anymore. You've now brought the audiences to us. Now we just need to take the audiences away from you and make it where we're the only ones that are making the money. I think a really good example of this is like YouTube. YouTube like heavily promotes. Like for a while there, they were really heavily promoting like the use of AI on their platform, like pushing AI videos and stuff like that. Then they ended up like taking kind of like they slowed it down for whatever reason, but yeah. I think I missed a super chat. Hold on a second. Let me get this other one before I miss the other one. Congrats on the house, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for $2. Blake Rogers. We're going to cover the stop killing games bullshit. So pissed about that. Yeah, we're going to cover that here in a minute. Thank you for 5, brother. Appreciate that. Back and forth. Thank you for the 10. If people don't want AI being used in art and games, had the same energy towards luxury clothes, rare earth minerals, and sports stadiums, the world would be a much better place. Yeah, I could see that. I think that largely, if you're just talking about internet culture, people usually try to go for the easy wins and low-hanging fruit of something that they actually know that they can't stop or do anything about, but can complain about freely and still get plenty of like social media engagement for it, because it makes them look virtuous. They get the benefit of that. They get the engagement from it. They get that dopamine hit from being able to do it, but doesn't actually require anything from them. Is there bad news for Stop Killing Games? Yeah, sadly enough. Sadly enough. We'll get into that stuff now, actually. It's probably the better way to be able to do it. Oh, that's actually crazy. I didn't realize that GTA 5 and Black Flag came out in the same year. I like how they're like, take us back to where it all started. You know, I bet you guys would really like that, because you guys were probably in a much better position back in 2013 than in 2026. I'm going to tell you right now, both of these companies right here were doing pretty well financially back in 2013, and now only one of them is doing well financially in 2026. What was Ubisoft back then? Ubisoft... What's their stock price at? You guys, Jesus fucking Christ. I like how nothing they do brings, like, anybody back. You know what? I bet if Black Flag is good, they'll go back up to $2. Maybe I need to buy some Ubisoft stock. Maybe I need to buy some Ubisoft stock. It's penny stock at this point. 2013? Man, you guys must have just came onto the market. No, I mean, yeah, you guys are basically at the same point. Never mind. Well, at this time, you had a bright future. You had a bright future. I also think that the games industry at that time really didn't have that much money into it yet. Not a lot of people are really investing in games back then. Not like they are today. Started at the bottom, back at the bottom. True, true. They had just gone public. Yeah, just a couple years before that. It's crazy how inflated their stock was in 2018. You got to keep in mind that, like, that... I don't think it was really inflated. Like, they were making a shitload of money. Like, these guys were actually crushing it at that time. But COVID basically destroyed this entire industry. Like, 90% of the issues that these companies are suffering from is still, like, the retraction from COVID. So, how do I explain this? There's somebody that talked about it recently. I'd have to go. I think it was like Asha Sharma was the one that was, because I'd obviously gone through like a lot of her interviews and whatnot. And one of the things that she brought up that I found was really interesting was how she talked about essentially how demand was pushed forward because of COVID. So essentially what ended up happening is that you had, you know, typically year over year, these game companies will gain more and more players, right? More and more customers as time goes on. You have some kids that are getting older. You have more people that are entering into the hobby. So then that kind of ends up happening, right? Wasn't it temporary demand? Partially, but also no. So, like, the demand for purchasing games was higher, but the, like, concurrent play time and play count and players inside the games industry actually just stayed the same. So, or it exploded and then they stayed. So, like, a lot of these people that ended up picking up video games during COVID are still actually playing games right now. They're just not buying the games that these companies thought that they were going to buy. And they're not staying glued to the games that people thought they were going to stay glued to. That's essentially what ended up happening. So, like, and it caused this, like, weird situation where, like, players that likely would have, like, came into the games industry later came in already, which then slowed their player growth exponentially because they basically got this, like, massive boost of an audience way early before they had anything to give them. And also arguably in, like, the weakest point this industry has ever been in, right? Like, content wise, I think that the games industry is probably the weakest it's been in a long time. It's getting better. I think that looking at, like, the last showcases or, like, the looking at, like, the showcases that we've seen over the past, like, I don't know, the PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, and Summer Games Fest, all that stuff, like, it's hard not to feel like there's actually some good shit that's coming on the horizon. But it took a while for these guys to finally, like, self-correct. The same with anime? Yeah, I think that's something similar to that. Yeah. Where now that audience, after it exploded, it's kind of stagnated a little bit. But mixtape is game of a generation. You know what the funny thing is that, like, I actually have no criticism at all over that game being made or Annapurna doing what Annapurna does. No problem at all. That's exactly, like, the daughter of one of the richest people in the world that's running around funding these, like, dumb little indie games, even though they're likely never even going to sell, like, you know, 10,000 copies or whatever. I have no idea how many copies that game sold, but, like, you get what I'm talking about. Like, these games that you know are just not going to be, like, these massive, huge successes, but they're going around and they're just, like, investing in these little small gaming companies and these, like, little small projects that these guys normally wouldn't have been able to get a hold of that money. Those are the people that I want wasting money. Those are the people I want wasting money. My only issue that I had with that game was the fact that it was garbage and the games industry was trying to treat it like it was, like, fucking the greatest thing in the entire world. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Just as good as Elden Ring. Just as good. Just as good. What you got out of there, you'll get out of this and then some. Bro, I'm putting my fucking hair up. I can't deal with this shit. I have this like one strand that's just like doing this thing right now. Give me a second. We're gonna lock in here. We're gonna lock in. Woo! Solo coffee. Just go bald summer 2026. Why the fuck would I go bald? Actually, you know, that brings up something. There was this dude that was like crashing out in my fucking Twitter replies not long ago. I'd have to go back and actually find it. And like one of the insults that he tried to throw my way. One of the insults this guy tried to throw my way is that I need to get a haircut because I'm just trying to cover up for the fact that I'm bald. Or balding or something. And he like shared this picture like some fucking dude that has like one of those like wisps that he's like comb over. And I'm like, you don't. Who the fuck are you talking to? I'm like. I'm sitting there reading. I'm like, you know, I would be offended by this. Like, I think at first, like he had said something that like pissed me off. And I was like, motherfucker, you know. Because he was like arguing with me, and then he said that, and I was just like, oh, never mind. You're retarded. You don't watch me. You don't know me. That's very obvious because, yeah, hey, you can criticize a lot of things about me. My hairline's not one of them. My hairline is not one of them. Been raiding in D2 all day. The more I play the update, the more I'm mad at Sony. I've been so I just finished Lightfall. I still have to. I'm playing through all like the story stuff first, and I'm fucking slow because I got a lot of shit that's going on right now. I want to get caught up. I have Aztecross that has like messaged me like a few times already. It's just like, do you want to raid? Do you want to raid? Do you want to raid? And I'm like, I do, but I got a lot of shit going on. I got a lot of shit going on. I want to get into it. I don't think he's going anywhere. Just finished Lightfall. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It was pretty bad. You have to keep in mind that the last time that I played Destiny 2 was the fucking Witch Queen. So, like, I came off some heat. And it also took a lot of self-control for me to be like, oh, man, I just played literally one of the best expansions of the entire fucking series. And now I'm not going to play this game anymore because I don't like the actions of the company or the microtransactions or, you know, yada, 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 all the stuff, right? But I am so glad that I held off because holy shit was that goddamn garbage. I remember when I first seen and they had like teased it or whatever and I was like, this looks stupid. This looks done. This looks so dumb, dude. I don't have anything to do with this. God of War laundry. What is this? PlayStation CEO suggests that first-party single-player games will be exclusive on PlayStation consoles. For single-player games developed in-house, we will further refine the value of the gaming experience PlayStation can offer, he told Famitsu. So I guess PlayStation went through and they deleted anything that ever mentions PC, and basically it said that their position is that if it's a multiplayer game and we're going to be able to make more money for it being on PC, then that we're definitely going to be releasing that on other platforms. We're not just going to be keeping it to ours. So we get all of PlayStation's live service slop, and then all of the single player games are going to be going straight to PlayStation 5. Look, my thing is first party studios making their own games for their own platform. I get it. I understand it's their way to be able to compete. I understand it's their competitive edge. I think it's the weakest form of competition, personally. I feel like you should be competing on your services. I think you should be competing based on your reputation. I think you should be competing based on, your hardware and things like that, rather than just trying to basically strong arm players into playing on a single console. But I only have a problem, and this is like something that like I always, there's always people that are like crashing out in my YouTube Shorts comments because they like fully disagree with my position on exclusives. I need to be very clear about this. I don't have any problem with first party exclusives. If you make the game yourself, that's fine. I fully understand it. I still think it's a weaker form of competition, and I don't think it's a good deal for the actual customers. And while people will want to make the argument and say, oh, it makes games better because then they have to compete on those games, and it's just like, okay, when the fuck has that happened in the last, 15 years? I'd really like to know, because I haven't seen it. These platforms have just not been competing with one another. Xbox has not been multi-platform for the last 15 years. I'm going to tell you that right now. All these guys. Just absolutely, and while there were some good games here and there, you get what I'm talking about here. There was a higher level of competition before, and it just largely started to go away because these guys were so much more interested in exploiting their customers than they were actually trying to provide an actual service for them, right? But first-party titles, I give that to you. You made it yourself. You can put it on your platform, make your money. That's your way you want to compete. Go ahead. Third-party? That's a completely different story, and I will not hear anything else about it. Third-party exclusivity, where these studios are going out, or these publishers are going out, and they are buying exclusive distribution rights to a video game? Nah. Fuck that. It's bullshit. That is straight up just essentially walled garden, bringing up a walled garden around games that otherwise would have had access to everybody, but now only have access to one console or one ecosystem because the publisher says, we paid for the rights to do it. That doesn't provide any competition. That doesn't provide nothing. It provides bullshit. That's why I have such a problem with it when I look at something like Epic Games, right? Like the Epic Game Store. Like those guys, in a lot of cases, they just go out and buy publishing rights. It's funding, so these studios need it. And that's usually the other thing that probably should be really brought up in this conversation. I don't think people really understand this. Who do you guys think these game companies are targeting when they go out to buy these third-party exclusivity rights? Who do you guys think they're targeting? Do you think they're targeting the big players? The games everybody's going to want to play? The ones that can't afford to say no. Exactly. The ones that can't afford to say no. They target the ones that are struggling. They're targeting the ones that need the money. They're targeting the ones that likely aren't going to be able to, they might not be able to make it without it. You know what I mean? Or maybe there's some extra step that they want, or they just want like a little bit of extra breathing room. And while that's great that some of these studios are getting that level of security, that security is coming with a massive price tag, and that price tag just so happens to completely fuck their future. There's not a lot of really good examples outside of maybe, I would say, like From Software and probably a couple others. But for the most part, outside of that, any of these guys that are taking these third-party exclusivity deals for a lot of these platforms get absolutely boned because they're just not able to reach the audiences to the sizes they need for them to like retain any of their independence. I use my best example for this is looking at somebody like Remedy, right? Where like I understand that people have issues with Remedy and Remedy's games. I don't think anybody has a problem with Control. I think Control is a really good game that a lot of people really like. But for PC, that company has struggled to be able to find an audience on PC because all their games have been locked to Epic Game Store. And people just don't want to have anything to do with it. Not a damn thing. Nothing. And I don't think that that's necessarily fair to Remedy, but it's just the situation that they're in, and every single game they put out, they need to essentially go back to Daddy Epic and ask for more money and make their game exclusive again because they're just not getting that money that they need to make that game, you know, available on all platforms because they're not getting the money they need to be able to actually make the games at all. Like, keep in mind, I, at one point in time, will want to play and will play Alan Wake 2. I will. And I understand that there's some people that like don't like it for whatever reason. I was woke or whatever it is. I have no idea. I loved Alan Wake. The first one and American Nightmare. Those are like, I fucking love those games. Love those games. I don't know what the second one is like, but I know that I really like the first one and its expansion. So I would at one point in time really like to check it out. But yeah. Alan Wake 2 was a betrayal to quality. I waited so damn long for a sequel. I have no idea. Such a great OST. I heard a lot of people really like the music. I don't know. I hear different things from Alan Wake 2. I only hear good things. I hear all kinds of things. I hear all the things. I think Alan Wake is overpriced and poorly optimized. Well, you're talking about like 90% of video games today, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, with PlayStation going to do this, the thing is that like, oh fuck. The only reason my problem with PlayStation, I'm just gonna say it like this: my problem with PlayStation and the decision that they made to do this is the excuse that they used. I would have much rather these guys just been honest and said, we want to sell more PlayStations. If they would have said that, then I'd have been like, all right, cool. But this weird, dishonest reframing where apparently nobody wants to pay attention to the fact that every single every single PlayStation game that has come out on PC has come out like 1 to 2 or maybe even longer years later after that game releases. How do people just not recognize how much of an impact that has on your game's ability to push copies? It's old news. There's other games that came out. Your game's been fully spoiled online. Everybody's seen videos and clips and whatever else, and chances are they don't want to have anything to do with it, especially when most of your games, Sony, are narrative-driven games where like all the cutscenes and stuff like that are constantly going to be used in background footage or in whatever else. Like, you're going to find out everything about that game well before you ever get your hands on it. Well before you get your hands on it. Do you think PC gamers are just not interested in Sony? That's the thing. That's the shit that drives me up the fucking wall. I see people say that all over the place. Oh, well, PC players just don't want PlayStation games. No, they're releasing them like 3 years after they came out. It's old fucking news. It's old news. And especially when you have games like theirs that are narratively driven, that game is like fully spoiled. Nobody gives a fucking shit anymore. If Astro Bot came out day and date on PC and PlayStation, that motherfucker would have ripped. If God of War 2018 came out on both PlayStation and PC on the same date, it would have fucking shredded the charts. Shredded them. But PlayStation doesn't want that because if it was on day and date for PlayStation and PC, it would make it where PC players wouldn't want to buy a PlayStation 5. That's really all this is coming down to. This is not that, you know, PC players don't want their games. They do. But in most cases, people are just not really willing to wait. They're just not. They're not willing to wait around. And when they see that game come out, chances are 9 times out of 10, PlayStation goes and releases it, you know, a year or 2 years later for the same premium price tag that it was selling before. Ain't nobody trying to hear that noise. What do you mean you're releasing this 2-year-old game on PC finally and you're selling it for $70? What? This is a 2-year-old game. Just played Stellar Blade last month. Stellar Blade is a different story. Stellar Blade is a different story. And also keep in mind that Stellar Blade only had what, like was Stellar Blade on like a 6 month? It was 6 months, I think, right? Or was it a year? I think it was less than a year. It was a year? Okay. See, like, that's not as bad. Like, the one, but it's still not as good. It's still not as good. But also at the same time, like, you have to keep in mind that, like, when people, like, want to use, like, oh, well, what about Stellar Blade? You know, they showed up for that one. And it's just like, yeah. They showed up for Stellar Blade because Stellar Blade is a chud game. And we don't get a lot of chud games. I'm just going to fucking say it like that. So when players saw something like that, they were like, oh, shit. You better bet these guys are lining up to play that game. That was a target audience game. Like that game was an absolute like shot through the heart for a lot of people, and everybody was excited for it. Everybody couldn't wait to get their hands on it. Fuck, if I'm not mistaken, I ended up actually getting a play. No. I got a PlayStation 5 because I wanted to play Final Fantasy. And to be fair, I didn't actually get a PlayStation. I was gifted a PlayStation 5. It was for Christmas. I need to goon to Eve. Okay, bud, you need to just fucking calm down. Okay, calm down. You're in public, okay? This is a fucking Wendy's. You need to repent. I like that. You need to repent, sir. Sir, I'm gonna ask you to come over here. You need to fucking give a confession. Oh God, dude.
Yes, of course, it's difficult, of course, to have the technological solutions that there's no any way to circumvent or try to circumvent, of course, the rule.
Hold on. What the fuck is wrong with audio? Why can people never like post shit that actually is like?
But now, when we are setting the rules in place, of course, we have to also have ways how we are able to implement this. And now we don't have that kind of age verification tool at all, which is protecting the people's privacy. And
I love how absolutely mask off all this stuff is. It's like the most dystopian thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Just, so we can't do this whole age verification thing because we have this whole, like, protecting people's privacy thing, and that's just not going to work for us. Can't read the caption? Neither can I. I don't know what language this is. Is this French? Yeah, it is. This shit's fucking French. No wonder it's pissing me off so much. Look their name up and vote them out. I mean, I'm not in the EU, so.
at the same time, which is cyber secure and secure all the levels. So this is our solution for that. But of course, it's also important part of next steps also to look that it shouldn't be circumvented. And especially, of course, we are especially looking at that kind of high-risk services now. We just a few weeks ago, we published preliminary findings on against 4 porn platforms, and these, for example, are seen as a high-risk services that they have to have very strong age verification tool in the place that they can be sure that users under 18 years, they are not having access to these porn platforms.
Okay, hold on. Wait, what?
And now
I'm bringing up the closed captions here.
That kind of age verification tool at all, which is protecting the people's privacy, and in the same time, which is cyber secure and secure all the levels. So this is our solution for that. But of course, it's also important part of next steps also to look that it shouldn't be circumvented.
It shouldn't be circumvented. They're talking about VPNs. So they want to. They're going to essentially. The EU and the UK government is likely going to outlaw VPNs. I just want to tell you guys like how absolutely fucking disgusting I think all of this is. Because what they are essentially going to do is destroy an entire privacy industry so that they can pretend like they're actually doing something when they're really not doing anything at all. This is what I view as largely just performative politics. Coming up with policies that make it look like you're actually taking action, something that is largely, something that is almost for the EU and UK, 100% motivated by controlling their citizens. This has nothing to do with kids. That has nothing to do with adult sites. It has nothing to do with anything else other than making sure that you're not talking about them in the way that they don't want you to online. That you're not organizing in a way that they can't see online. They don't want to have anything to do with that. So what they would much rather do is be able to create a space in which they know exactly who you are, where you are, what you're talking about. And then what they can do is, you know, figure out the best way to be able to deal with you, right? Figure out the best way to deal with you. Not even China has banned VPNs. No. I'm actually going to be real with you, man. Like, I'm not really like super big into politics or anything like that, but like 90% of the stuff that I see that's coming from the EU and UK, these are like some of the most extreme people I have ever seen. And as an American, that shit worries the fuck out of me because they're an extension of us, at least in some way. Like, we are descendants of them. So usually whatever ends up happening over there in some way, shape, or form ends up happening here. And that shit is fucking frightening. That is frightening. The UK has arrested more people in Russia and China over internet posts. I know. I've seen some of that stuff. And again, I'm not really super involved in a lot of that kind of stuff. So like, I don't know how much of that is being like dressed up for social media, or how much of that is like how much those numbers are being pumped for social media. That one of the biggest problems social media has, and this is like, I mean, you can take it or leave it, see how you actually feel about it, but one of the things that social media does to people is it makes it feel like there is more immediate crisis than there actually is in a lot of cases. Because like when you go online, you're seeing something that's happening constantly. You're like, oh my God, look at this bad thing. This bad thing happened. Oh my God, this bad thing happened again, but it happened in this other place. And then the next day, this bad thing happened again, but it happened in this other place. And it ends up making you feel like whatever is happening is a much more like pronounced issue. It's happening all the time. It's happening all around you. But in reality, when you put your phone down and you walk outside, it's not there. Right? So it's like, sometimes when I look at stuff on, that's one of the reasons why I don't really involve myself with like a whole lot of politics, especially with the like day of the internet today. Like I can't, because like the thing is that like so much of this shit is just controlled by algorithms and is just like fed to you through them, and your biases and shit like that are like so well supported that it's just like it's pointless in a lot of cases. But this is like them pushing something to a law. I feel like it's, you know, safe for me to be able to actually like comment on something like this. Then I know it's something that both Europe and the UK have been pushing for a while, and it's scary, man. This is really scary. It really is. This is not good. Not good. It's like an episode of Black Mirror. Yeah. It's exactly what it is. Exactly what it is.
And especially, of course, we are especially looking at that kind of high-risk services now. We just...
Excuse me? Because especially we're looking at high-risk services now.
We just a few weeks ago, we published preliminary findings on against 4 porn platforms, and these, for example, are seen as a high-risk services that they have to have very strong age verification tool in the place that they can be sure that users under 18 years, they are not having access to these porn platforms, for example. So that's why that kind of privacy preserving solution.
If you were really worried about this kind of stuff, why wouldn't you just go after the adult websites themselves? That's kind of because these guys are like circumventing that, and they're not actually really going after that industry. And instead, what they're doing is they're hitting by auxiliary a privacy industry instead, which I think kind of goes to prove that these guys have actual they don't have any interest whatsoever in actually protecting children from content that they could see online. And also on top of that, the adult content that people see online is not even what the issue is. What kind of environment did you grow up in? What kind of closed household fucking, locked in the basement environment did you grow up in? Because I remember when I was a kid, and this is pretty much true that I think for the vast majority, once you hit preteens to teens, you're hunting for that shit and you're going to find it. Your fucking hormones are pumping so hard that you're a dowsing rod, right? You're gonna find it regardless. You're gonna snip. What's that? The amount of times that you're stealing magazines and shit like that, but yeah, it's you're not gonna stop. You're not gonna stop them, and it's not doing anything more than it would in the past. I mean, okay, so you want to go back down and evolution of humans, I'm sure there were before there was the internet, there was kids that were sneaking peeks at magazines. Before the magazines, there was kids that were sneaking peeks at people right, sneaking into bathrooms and shit. This is just what they do. So I if anything, if you're actually trying to do something worthwhile, I'd probably, I don't know, track predators better on the internet. I would actually put some of these people in jail. I would, honestly, you know what would actually fix a lot of these issues, and maybe this is a little bit more extreme. I would just make child predation laws more extreme. Zero jail time, straight to the pit. Straight to the pit. You increase the laws on something, you make something that much more threatening and life ruining, people tend to stay away from it. But I don't know what the fuck these guys are doing. They're psychopaths over there. Under the prison? No, more into the wood chipper. Ulterior motives. It's just these guys just want control. They want the added threat to their public, to the people that are to their citizens, that the whole reason they're doing this is for the psychological pressure that it puts on their citizens. That's essentially what this is. The entire idea behind it is that once we strip away your anonymity on the internet, even though you technically don't really have any to begin with, right? But at least we have some semblance of at least we can fake the idea that we have anonymity on the internet. Without it, well, now you're probably not going to say half the things you normally say on the internet. That's really all it is. They want you to, instead of them wanting you to believe that they know or think that they might know, they want you to know that they know. And that in itself has this chilling effect on conversation, on debate, on opinion, on everything. And that's what they're really looking for. I think by doing this, they believe that they're probably going to put themselves in a position where they're just largely not going to see any pushback anymore for things that they want to do. it's socialism. You know what the funny thing is that I don't actually think that it's actually anything that's... This might be a weird thing for me to say. It's not something that I think is actually like brought on by like genuine policy or actual political positions, and it's actually something that I think is like far more involved in like generational insecurity. I think that like previous generations like handled and accepted like friction with ideas, right? But like as we've gone on and like current generations add the internet on top of that, like people are just not used to any form of friction anymore at all. People are just not used to any form of confrontation at all anymore, right? And I think that like that has something to do with it. I feel like the world is full of a lot of pussies, just to be straight with you. And I feel like that's actually what ends up pushing a lot of this stuff. While there are some people that I'm sure that are absolutely like kind of bought in by some type of like political ideology, and there's definitely that behind this. It's obvious. We're talking about, this is a political situation that they're pushing right now. But I actually think that a lot of it just comes more from cowardice than it actually does come from any type of like genuine platform, if that makes any sense. So depressing. It is really depressing. Player counts for games that for some of the Xbox studios that have been shut down or affected by cuts. Double Fine worked with Anita Sarkeesian for Psychonauts 2. She's credited in the game. And then Compulsion Games that work with Sweet Baby Incorporated and South of Midnight. I mean, let's be honest with you. We'll just keep it straight. Anita Sarkeesian and Sweet Baby Incorporated did not have an impact on either one of those games. Those games were already what they were before any of this, before they got involved with any of these people. With that said, the thing that I will say is this. The games that... Okay. So these are the 4 studios that Xbox is looking to cut right now. And the one thing that I'll say about these games, or these studios, look at like Ninja Theory, Double Fine, Compulsion Games, Arcane. The problem is that Arcane, that's a whole different story. And by the way, that doesn't even count. I don't understand why they're showing Arcane... showing Redfall. That studio already got closed. That's not the same studio. The Arcane studio that they're looking to close is the one that's been working on the Blade game in the background, which a lot of people want. So I don't know if there's some problem with it in development or whatever they're going through over there. But yeah, Arcane Leon did not make Redfall. That was Arcane Austin, which has already been shut down. That was shut down soon after Redfall, if I remember correctly. So that's not that doesn't count on this list here. Compulsion Games, Double Fine, and Ninja Theory. Ninja Theory was effectively a tech demo studio, right? Like these guys just really didn't do much of anything. They were there just to mess around with tools and do some cool stuff. And that's on Xbox for investing that money and then not finding a proper use for it. I always had kind of thought that Ninja Theory was the company that would kind of help like guide some of the other people at the studio when it came to using like new development tools that came through Unreal Engine 6 or Unreal Engine 5 or whatever they're working on at the time, right? So, do you actually need that? Probably not. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Not really much to say there. Double Fine has been the same studio they have always been for like 2 decades. Nothing has changed there. It's the same people that have been there the entire time. Sure, there's been a couple people that have left and then a couple people that came in or whatever it might be, but the leadership there and the creatives there and the visionaries there have always been the same people. And they've all just been about making weird games. So, like, Microsoft and Xbox bought these guys based on that, knowing exactly what kind of games these guys were going to make and knowing that their games were likely not going to be some, like, massive crushing hit. It just wasn't going to happen. Compulsion Games, same story. Same story. So it's like, it's one of those things where like these studios aren't being shut down because they suck. These studios are being shut down because they don't belong with the organization. Do I like their games? No, not necessarily. Not really. I love Brutal Legend. I like Brutal Legend, yeah. And I also like the original Psychonauts too. I never played the second one. I don't really know why, but yeah. Double Fine has existed for 25 years. They made like 4 games. Yeah, sounds about right. These are just really bad investments. So like I don't really have like I've seen a lot of people have been trying to like spin up a narrative around this where it's just like let's celebrate these like studios going down. These are studios that from my perspective should have never been under Microsoft to begin with. I actually think that them going under Microsoft did these studios more harm than it actually did good. I think that these studios should have actually been out in the games industry fighting for their life, learning to test their limits, and if they were going to go out of business, they should have gone out of business in the free market rather than being on life support with Xbox Game Pass. There's a really good chance that one of these studios might have actually turned out to be pretty good if they stayed independent. Arcane is not a part of this conversation. Keep that in mind. Arcane should have not ever been a part of any of this stuff. If those guys were off on their own, they probably would have made some bangers and kept making bangers. Kind of like Lionhead, exactly like Lionhead. This is a lot of people don't know this story. So Lionhead Studios is the studio that made Fable. When they made Fable, and then Microsoft was like, make Fable 2. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they're like, okay, now you're going to make Fable 3. And they're like, okay, oh, okay. And then after that, they're like, we have this new thing that's coming out that's called the Kinect. You're making games for the Kinect now. And they just force those dudes to make Kinect games. Super talented studio, made really good games, should have never been under Microsoft. Should have never been anywhere near that company. They absolutely fucking annihilated that studio. Absolutely annihilated them. Yeah, that was messed up. I know it was. Fallen Order 66. Thank you for the $9.99. Am I screwed if I mostly play on the Series X, mainly play the console due to my friends having it? Would like to hold on to my games in the long term and have a huge library. Brother, the benefit is, if you ever wanted to go to PC is an Xbox. You can still play all the same games with your friends onto PC. You can, I mean, literally, there's a whole, like, I mean, literally, you just go Xbox. Bam. Xbox. Now my PC's an Xbox. It's just that easy. But will it stay? Oh, the games themselves? That's a completely different story. I have no idea. I have no idea. Steam will. Yeah, Steam will stick around. But even still, to be honest with you, the only place that I know of that's like safe for you to be able to like keep your games and know that you're going to hold on to them is GOG. That's the only one that I know of off the top of my head. Even Valve could go out of business somehow and Steam could get shut down and then you would not have access to your games. But GOG is the only one that I know of off the top of my head that would be able to actually, like, that's where you own your games. Like, you own those fully. Steam could go shit heel the moment that Gavin is out. I mean, we've had this discussion 100 times in the past. It's as I've tried to tell people before, I am of the mind that I have a really hard time believing that Gavin, after everything, and all the insanely like smart business decisions that guy has made in making the company that he has, that he somehow wouldn't have ever thought to have a successor ready. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Where it's just like, oh, he did all this great shit, but then the one thing that he forgot to do was make sure that the person that was going to take the business over after him wasn't this actual corporate evil monster that wants to take the company public. Right? Like, I have a really hard time with believing that. Gabe is already groomed a new CEO for Steam. Oh, I guarantee it. Yeah, I guarantee it. Or if anything, he would at least like reign control over to his kids or something like that. That would like carry on his legacy in some way, or make sure the company doesn't go in a bad direction. I have no idea. It's the guy that comes after the guy. Okay. Sure. We'll talk about that guy then. We'll talk about the guy that comes after the guy. That's not, and that's also not saying that if Gabe didn't get cloned, right? Like, it's a good chance. Good chance. Oh, I saw this. Pragmata is celebrating Father's Day by giving everybody the scribble suit. So if you log in, I think that's really cool, man. And also at the exact same time, now that I'm thinking about it, like, video games don't really celebrate Father's Day very often, do they? Warframe did? That's good. That's good. Oh, that's right, they did. They did it with the Stalker. Fuck his name is. Yeah, Jade Shadows, yeah. Soren, yes. Soren. New update is about his son. Yeah, I need to go back and play some soon. The dad gamers are underrepresented. Yeah, but they're also the ones that are spending the most, which I find ironic in that case. Epic Game Store will be getting a storefront redesign, patch notes, reviews, player profile avatars, universal controller support, and more. Roadmap detailed. So I saw this. Tim Sweeney trying to copy Steam so that he can compete with Steam. Holy shit. Whoa. I imagine he's like sitting there and he's just like, well, so I had an idea, and my idea is, what if we did all the things that that Steam does on Epic Game Store? And then the whole room stood up and cheered. They started like throwing flowers and like, you know, popping streamers. Yeah, under his breath. But worse. But worse. So like, okay, what is this? Storefront redesign. Bro, their store is just so fucking ugly, man. A personalized home for game recommendations, surfacing titles that actually match each player's interests and play style, quick access to categories, scrollable hero. What? Scrollable hero lets the players find what they want without leaving the page. Okay, I mean, that's actually kind of nice. A dynamic game page that allows for more static listing, connecting players to the community story or their own progression, tailored to each player. I guess I'm blocking it. Sorry. Tailored to each player. Okay, that's nice. What's this one here? 3D patch notes. So this is patch notes so that players can actually see like when a game gets changed and what all the actual changes are in it. How I said 3D. Oh, 3P. Yeah, what is 3P? Oh, patch, publish, players. I see. I thought you said 3D. I did say 3D. Okay. Try that again. 3P patch notes. Patch notes that will that will live natively on your game storefront presence. Players won't need to leave to find them. Publish them directly to your developer portal with rich text, images, and scheduled posts. Players will be notified on publish. Keep them immersed in your ecosystem. When did Steam introduce the ability for developers to leave patch notes for players? Steam first introduced its revamped events and announcements tools in September of 2019, which gave developers a dedicated platform to post their patch notes. However, the ability to effortlessly create and publish them was dramatically streamlined on, so they updated it. So they've had this since 2019. People were probably using it before because they actually had like an events tab for it. So at the very least, it's been there for 7 years. Yeah, 7 years ago. Has it really been that long? Epic Games Launcher was originally launched for a client for Unreal Engine and Fortnite. The Epic Games Store was 2018. So you're telling me that for the entire lifetime of your game store, this has been a feature on Steam. And you're just now doing it. you're just now doing it. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Fuck is this? I was like player profiles. The roadmap. Here we go. Priorities for the team over the next 12 months. Up first, Fortnite. Epic parties. 3P patch notes. Pre-registration for free-to-play games. Storefront re-architecture. Launcher for V2 private beta. Or version 2 private beta. Improved storefront navigation. Library management. Cross-region gifting. Okay. Storefront launcher and improvements. Up next, UX, player profiles, user written reviews. It just blows my mind that you've had your platform. Now I have to ask. Brother, a feature that Steam has had for over a decade. And you're just now adding it into your platform. "13 years. Steam did this 13 years ago. And these guys are like, hey, we found this really cool new thing that we're going to do. User written reviews." Not even. It's on their roadmap. Good point. It says within the next 12 months, right? Multi-platform store? Huh? Refer API, 3P data API, universal controller support, 3P communities. Oh, so they're probably going to do like a, I guess something similar to Steam Workshop, maybe? No, that's still not really even a part of this. I'm actually going to be real with you. I mean, this is really good. They're listening to feedback. It's taken them a really long time to do so, but they're listening to feedback. So, yeah, I mean, good for them. Good for them. Good job, Tim Sweeney. You're making your platform a lot more like Steam. The better platform. I do think just by like features alone, Steam just completely clears these guys, right? Like they completely clear Epic. Like it's not even close, and it's something that's like something just as. It seems so stupid, but it's like I would not want to go and use another storefront specifically because of Steam Workshop. Like the fact that I can go for any game that I'm playing, and I don't think you guys realize like how much I use mods. I use mods on games all the time, but I don't like having to have third-party software to be able to use mods, right? But like T-Mod Loader, I go to its workshop, and all I gotta do is go, oh, what's this goon bug? What the fuck are some of these mods? Also, why are Terraria players all fucking furries for whatever reason? I go to I was served up the Terraria subreddit the other day. Immediately, like Wolf Girl. I'm just like, brother, you guys need to like tag this shit or something like that. I have no idea. But all I gotta do is if there's something that I want in here, right? So like there's like a Calamity fancy UI. Ooh, how about that? And then all I gotta do is go subscribe, and now it's in my game. That's it. There's nothing else I have to do. It's already done. The game will just automatically load it in immediately when I go to fire up the game. It's already there and installed and ready to ride. Like, I don't understand. I don't think people understand how like absolutely like insanely convenient this is. Another really good example of this, if I go to where is how is it not in my favorites? I use this motherfucker all the time. There it is. Tabletop Simulator. Right? This thing, if you guys haven't seen this before, this is so good. It's crazy. This is like this thing is life-changing. I don't think you guys understand. Flip the table. That's right, baby. Tabletop Sim is great. It is so good. It is so good. So like you have the ability to like you can play Magic the Gathering, you can play what is this one? Some type of like Pokemon game. There's that new wasn't there an Elden Ring game? Yeah. You can play the Elden Ring board game because I think they put out like an Elden Ring board game. I think even there's a Divinity. It's not on here yet. Yeah, it is. Yeah. The Divinity Original Sin 2 board game is on here. And like people have like fully designed and this is all a mod. This is just a mod for you to play this board game. Great for D&D too. Oh, it's peak for D&D. Yeah, you can do D&D, you can do everything. Warhammer or whatever else. Play it all. But like again, all this is just like subscribe. Okay, now I can play it. Like, it's so seamless. It's so easy that it's just like, how would you, like, it's crazy, man. Clearly, Tabletop Sim needs enshittification and walled garden-based subscription tiers. No. I also like the fact that, like, since it's actually not, like, it's a really cool thing that can fully dodge out on any bullshit. It's also really funny because like I use it to play Magic the Gathering online, and it's actually my preferred way to play the game now, because it's so much more convenient, and you just load up a digital deck, right? Like, you just build a deck online and then just go ahead and load up and play it. It's fucking so good. It's so good. And also, it's not breaching any type of copyright or anything like that, because the game itself does not actually have the cards. All you're doing is just sourcing PNGs. 2035, what? MTG on tabletop is so fun. Yeah, I know. I really like it. At one point in time, I was trying to get some people into the Discord that were actually interested in playing Magic to hop in there, because I would actually play with some people in the community. I like playing Commander. I have a blast playing it. But you could be buying digital packs instead. True. True. I prefer Yu-Gi-Oh, to be honest. You're autistic. There's so much fucking text on those cards, and none of the rules make any fucking sense. I've watched people play it, and I'm like, what the fuck am I watching right now? And like, I play Magic the Gathering, which already has like a shitload of fucking rules and a bunch of us. He's like, but I am autistic. Yu-Gi-Oh cards are just a wall of text. I remember when I first started playing, like, I played Yu-Gi-Oh when it was like, I have like the OG set from Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, I was watching the TV show when they put the cards out in the US and was like, oh my god. So like, I have I'm so mad. Boys will be boys. I went home recently and I was like looking through my old cards to see like what condition some of my old cards are in, because I was like, man, what the fuck happened to that old tin and this old box that I used to keep all my cards in? And it's just like a very like an original from like the original set, original packs, Blue Eyes White Dragon that's just like faded to all shit, and I'm just like, bruh. No sleeves, fucking shoveling that shit dirty. I mean, keep in mind, like back in the day, like nobody was using sleeves back then. Nobody used protection. It's like the 70s, but for cards. Less Bush, though? Yeah. Yeah, we were going in that shit. MTG Raw. That's right. Oh, man. Sony removes mention of PC in its annual report. Yeah, I don't know. We already covered that. All right, let's go over some other shit. Hello? Okay. What is this? This blew my mind, okay? A brand new Roblox FPS inspired by Ready or Not had 4 million players in its first day of launch. Players have praised TTK's crazy graphics and satisfying gunplay. This apparently is Roblox now. Crazy, like now. Don't get me wrong. Okay, look, I fully understand everybody's aversion to the name Roblox, right? I fully understand everybody's aversion to the name Roblox. I fully get it. I don't like the company. I don't like what it represents. I don't like how they monetize things. I don't like the fact that they have predators on their platform that they seem to enable. But like, this is crazy. This is actually nuts, dude. So I have no idea how long these guys took to make this or how they made it or whatever they did, but now they're getting like full like FPS experiences and some high grade AAA slop. Yeah, but you're getting it for free. I'm sure like the monetization is absolutely garbage or something like that for this, but too much wobble. But yes, well, it's supposed to be more like Ready or Not. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to make it more like for realism. But it's crazy to see like the level of quality. The only problem is that like I just feel like it's I don't. So I have a very complicated opinion when it comes to this kind of stuff. I think that this Roblox stuff is really cool for developers that are cutting their teeth. I think this is really cool for the people that are like making their first games. They're doing it, you know, they're doing it for low cost. They're doing it for a hobby. They're doing it with probably one of the higher potentials for monetization that they have in the industry right now, right? Like they're much more empowered to be able to do this on their own on a platform like Roblox. My only hope is that what this does is then motivate them to want to bring their games to other platforms, to find a way to be able to bring their stuff to Steam, to bring their stuff to consoles, to bring their stuff to, you know, wherever else, right? Closer to one of the body cam shooters? Yeah, that's the kind of camera angle it has. It's child labor. I do not think that this game was made by children. If this game was made by children, that's crazy. If this game was made by child labor, then we need to hire more children. We need to put them kids to work. Because this is really impressive. This is really impressive that they're pulling this off on Roblox. It really is. They thirst for the mines? They do. They do. I like child labor if this was made by kids. Suddenly pro child labor. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, if this was kids that made this, that's not child labor. That's kids that just made a game as a hobby and put it up on the website or put it up on their platform, and now they're, you know, they're making money off it. So I think that's cool. I think that like platforms like that empowering kids to be able to learn how to like develop games and stuff is really cool, right? It's just like I don't have a problem with like Roblox as a platform. I have a problem with Roblox and its moderation and monetization. And also because the whole thing is just like algorithmic brain slop. That's all it really is. But shit like this goes to prove that they're like, oh, hey, here's some like actual video game experiences being put into the platform. I think that's pretty cool, man. I do. That actually kind of shows me like things moving in more of a positive direction for that platform more than anything else. Sick. Very sick. Microsoft gives devs 7 years to make games. Devs make games for non-Xbox audience. Artistic pushover gameplay. Spend billions. No game console sales. Polygon. Microsoft, you're actually the bad guy. So one of the... Oh my God. So games journalists are very upset over the fact that Microsoft is coming through and they're going to be cutting out all these studios. They're chopping them left and right. And it just so happens that the studios that they're cutting are studios that just have not made these guys a single red cent. Not a single dollar. They make them nothing. These games come out to an audience of no one, swing and a miss. Back onto the plate again, and these guys, they just keep giving them money and keep letting them swing for whatever reason. Well, now Xbox is done with it. They don't have anything to do with it anymore because they realize the best thing that they could have right now would just be them just trying to make AAA games because they're a AAA publisher, which kind of makes sense in this case. But you have games journalists that are like, why won't you just be a charity? Why won't you just fund our lifestyles? Why won't you just... Why won't you let us waste your money? Just let us waste your money. Like, guys, I'm going to keep it straight with you, man. Like, I think it's cool what some of these guys were able to do. But you also have to kind of recognize that if you're working at a company like this, if you're working under a massive corporation like Xbox and Microsoft, you had to have known that you were on borrowed time. Every time you put out a game and you'd been with the company for X amount of years and you're sitting there going, well, you know, our game only sold like 10,000 copies. You know, our game only sold like 100,000 copies. You think they're going to have a problem with that? Nah. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Like, this weird idea that, like, Polygon and Kotaku and a couple of these other, like, journalist outlets came up with was this idea that Xbox was, like, not letting these guys get to do whatever they wanted to. I think that it's very clear by looking at the games that these guys made. Xbox gave them the ultimate freedom to make whatever they wanted to, and some of these guys, and I don't use this language very often, just actually made, like, woke slop. Like, they really did. They made some of the most, like, heavy-handed virtue signaling garbage that ain't nobody want to fucking touch. Some of these guys have. Not all of them, but a couple of them did. The other ones just made games that nobody really gave that much of a shit about. They literally just made high art. And high art is great. I think high art is something that's totally worth it. I think that's something that definitely needs to exist in the games industry in some ways, but you also have to recognize that high art does not mean high profits. And if you're going to make games like that, you should be making those games with the assumption that you're not going to be making any of your money back. And I'm sure Xbox did that at first, liking the idea of having this massive library of games where, like, not only do they have their Call of Duty, their first person, you know, mass appeal competitive game, but then they also have their World of Warcraft, and then now they're going to have their Fable, and then they're going to have all these other games and all this massive library, and then we're also going to have these, like, just straight up, like, critic bait. Stuff that's for, like, Polygon and for IGN and for these other companies where, like, they know that the players aren't going to probably like it. They know that it's not going to sell any copies, but these journalists are going to go, this is the greatest game that I've ever played in my entire life. Now let me pontificate to you in this 450,000 page article that I wrote as the, you know, my dissertation for how this game properly tackles class dynamics and biases and animal culture. Like, they knew what they were doing. It's just it got to the point now with Xbox where these guys have been losing so much money for so long that the funny thing is and this is probably the one thing that I think a lot of these outlets and a lot of these journalists are probably just missing out on right now, is that actually these guys weren't the problem. They just can't afford to have games like this anymore. It's not that these guys were doing what they've always been doing. These guys have been fulfilling the purpose that they've always needed to fulfill, which was to make games for Game Pass and to make games that would maybe get an award. And then maybe if we get lucky, these guys end up stumbling onto something cool in their creativity and making something that ends up turning into this massive hit, right? That's what these guys have always been doing, what they're supposed to be doing and what Xbox ordered them to do. But Xbox is not a profitable company. And because they're not a profitable company, they cannot afford to have this kind of stuff anymore. They have to shrink down. They have to refocus. And doing that means that these guys can't be there. So, like, trying to make Xbox look like the bad guy when it comes to shutting down these studios just doesn't make a lot of sense. If you want to point out a bad guy in this situation, I'd probably point to the studios that make games for themselves rather than the audience. There's a lot of, like, really conflicting opinions when it comes to, like, how games should be made or who games should be made for, right? You have people that are like, I want devs to make games that they want to play. I want devs to make games for the gamers and listen to the audience. Those are two completely different things. It is a developer's job to be able to find the middle road in between that. Sometimes, if you're lucky, and this is like, I try to use this kind of comparison or this analogy when it comes to, like, content creation, because I think there's a through road with this. But, like, for YouTube, one of the things that I noticed, right? One of the reasons why I am so fucking blessed to have the audience that I have is because for whatever fuck off reason, I guess I'm just like the average Joe. I don't know, like the average Joe, but I might be really good at articulating my points in some cases, to the point of, you know, absolute obsession at some points. But with content creation, one of the things is that like one of the ways, if you're making opinion-based content, the only way your opinion-based commentary ever actually finds an audience and becomes popular is if your opinions are generally held. If you are a contrarian going against the grain of everybody else, that content doesn't get watched. You don't delve into any of the politics of it and more about the business, which is a unique way of looking at it. Well, yeah. Well, the reason why I choose business over the politics of any of this stuff or any of the social war stuff, like while I'll mention some of those things in passing, the reason why I stick to the business side is because it's the part that makes the most sense and it is the most like just like grounded in reality. It's just the ultimate truth of the entire thing, where it's just like money, no money, money, no money, right? You articulated to become a comfortable middle road, but push the boundaries way more than super normies like Luke and Mr. Matty Plays. Luke and Mr. Matty Plays are fucking phenomenal dudes. Phenomenal dudes. Everybody has their own road. Everybody has their own lane, right? It just so happens that like for the audience that I have, the reason why I am afforded the audience I have is just because I have just been so lucky enough to find out that a lot of people actually just have a similar opinion to me when it comes to a lot of this stuff, or come to similar. We all come to the same conclusion. We might just not get there the same way, if that makes any sense. I want games to innovate and try to be different. I'm tired of games playing for the same spot. I want unique stories and fun experiences. Right, but like you get what I'm saying, where like there's a lot of conflicting narratives when it comes to like what kind of games should actually be made, right? Because you're like, I want something unique, but okay, Kiln is unique. The game that Double Fine made, where you make pottery and then you fight your friends in a battle royale. That's unique. That's new. There's nothing else in the entire industry that exists like it. You're not playing it. Get what I'm saying? Where it's like there's a middle road where everything has to like intersect at some point. And the best way, the games that do the best in the entire games industry, and this is going back to like the analogy that I was trying to make with like YouTube content, right? Is that the people that find it naturally, where it just so happens that their unique brand of creativity and the things that they are really interested in just also so happen to completely and perfectly also intersect with a large section of the gaming audience, is how these games find success. Now you can try to force that, right? You can try to force your creativity, and you can try to force the audience interest. You can try to force the whatever you're trying to do. And like sometimes you might actually be able to make that work. I think you can't force the entire thing, but you might be able to like force one of those lanes to intersect just slightly. But it's the guys that are out there that are making games that just so happen to like effortlessly like intersect with everybody's interests while also being new and different and all these other things. It just ends up being it coalesces into this like perfect moment. And that's how you see those games that are just like, bam. Baldur's Gate 3 is a really good example of this, right? Where like, how do I, like these guys naturally went after that game. I don't know if you guys remember this, but during they had like a little mini documentary that they did for Baldur's Gate 3, and those guys had actually gone.
I really hope we're going to get it. I don't know if they're going to be open
So
to it,
stupid.
we can try, right? Yeah, we have a good pitch, so let's try it out. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sven. I'm from Larian Studios together with Gigi, and we're here to see Mike Mills.
Why don't you have a seat and I will email him.
Okay, thanks.
So this is obviously them like memeing on it, but this actually is like kind of somewhat close to like they're kind of like telling a story essentially with this like video that they had made. But Larian Studios had actually gone to they had gone to these guys and asked to make this like they were the ones that were like trying to make Baldur's Gate 3. They didn't want anybody else to get it. They wanted to be the ones to do it. And this is not something that everybody was asking for. This is not like the dream game that people had thought of, right? This isn't what this wasn't like, you know, when we say, you know, make players the games that they actually want. Like, this is not something that people even knew that they wanted. These guys just so happen to naturally fall into this, you know, very comfortable area where they were like, you know, their interests aligned with the public. Where it just so happened that their taste aligned with the public in the perfect moment, at the perfect time, with the perfect game that they made, right? And that's why that game did as well that it did, or did as well as it did. And that's not what these kind of studios ever had happen. And I think that's what like Microsoft was trying to gamble on. I think Microsoft was trying to gamble on this idea that like at one point in time, one of these studios were likely going to be able to hit that, but they never did. And Larian are masters of their craft. They're masters of their engine, and they are masters of the games that they make. That is for fucking sure. That is for fucking sure. Especially considering that like their next game is essentially like I mean we already know it's Divinity, right? And they're literally just going to be they're like it's kind of like a Divinity reboot, I think, because they're like I think they recognize that like this is going to be their future now because like they're not going to go back to make another Baldur's Gate. They don't want to have anything to do with that. They want to work with their own IP. So they're now like going to like reintroduce the audiences to Divinity now that they have reached this like much wider audience than they did before. That trailer was fucking wild. We're going to be hearing about that game very soon, by the way. Not saying I know anything. Because that would make me access media, right? Favorite game of all time, Terraria. I'd say Risk of Rain is probably like a close second. Baldur's Gate's in there as well. I think we did like a top list before. I don't like top lists though. But I just know that it's just like if somebody like gun to my head was like, you only get to play one game for the rest of your life, it'd be Terraria. Because like there's like infinite play there for me. Like I can play that game all the time. Access to the media versus access media. True, I like that. Jason Cryer would tell us. Oh, dude, that guy, he probably already fucking wrote an article about it. So I'd heard directly from Larian Studios that this is exactly what's happening right now, and this is what they're going to do. No. Those guys will be big. Well, I mean, here's the thing. You got to keep in mind. So we saw the trailer for Divinity at this year's Summer Games Fest, right? That was this year. Yeah. So come this Summer Games Fest, it'll have been 1 year since they did that. Keep in mind, There you go. There you go. So Larian Studios announced Baldur's Gate 3 on June 6th of 2019, and the game entered into early access in October 6th of 2020. So a little over a year later, they'd had the game in early access. Keep in mind, this studio was not the size that it is today. The studio is much bigger, much more experienced, much more stronger, much more well-funded, and likely able to produce something a little faster. So I would, and the other thing to keep in mind too is that I also remember from coverage that I did on them in the past that Larian was actually looking to try to speed up their development cycles, and they were looking to get out, like, I think they were talking about like trying to get to the point where they could develop games in like 3 years. Or something like that. I can't remember it exactly, but like I know that they wanted to like really like lower their development time. Yeah, I think it was like 3 to 4 years or something like that. I swear that Larian confirmed that they're targeting a 3 to 4 year development cycle for their next RPG, Divinity. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Wait until you hear about how much Gears of War E-Day was made with. Was that posted somewhere? They're reusing the engine? Yeah, it's theirs. They built it. They repurposed it. Sorry. If I remember correctly, like, yeah. It's theirs. $400 million apparently. Already confirmed 400 million. Shut the fuck up. There's no way. By who? Jez Corden claims Gears of War E-Day did not cost $400 million. Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming says Gears of War E-Day has a $400+ billion budget. Why Tom Henderson so salty about Gears of War E-Day being exclusive? Fuck. Let me guess. It's just console war stupid shit. Debunked rumor. These rumors are false. Gears of War E-Day, Clockwork. No, that's the exclusive part. Why didn't I just pull them up? Oh, there they are. Did they take the post down? Looks like they might have. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Happy Friday. Yeah, thank you. LD, every AAA exclusive has a budget of 350 to 400 million. Source, trust me, bro. That's actually not just, that's not even a source, trust me, bro. That's just the average. That like genuinely is the average. 300 million is the average, actually. $300 million is basically the average for most of these AAA games, and it has been for a while now. That number isn't a trust me, bro. That is a number that has been derived from us finding out the budgets of like half of these AAA games. So if you're seeing that like half of the AAA games coming out have a budget of like 300 to 400 million, that would lead you to believe that chances are the rest of these games are likely also in that same range. Sure, you're going to have a couple outliers. It might be a little bit cheaper or a little bit more expensive, but typically everything's going to be within that range. I would probably say on average most of these games are like 250 to 300 million in most cases, but like the problem is that like marketing budgets throw that shit all out of whack. Marketing budgets really fuck that all up because marketing is usually anywhere from 50 to 75% of what the current budget is, or like 25 to 75% or something like that. Some companies will actually spend the full development budget on marketing as well. They'll quite literally double the game's price to try to market the game, which is crazy. Crazy. The one thing that I will actually give some respect for, so I guess we'll cover it so that I actually get like a nice little tasty YouTube short from it or something like that, right? Let's see. Oh my fucking god. Oh, we're gonna come back to that one. We'll crash out about that in a second here. Yeah, there you go. Xbox has revealed Ninja Theory Senua's Saga. They'd showcased it in hope that their investors that were out there that might be interested in purchasing the studio before it shut down. So, if you guys haven't heard for some odd reason or haven't already watched the video that I had made, Xbox is preparing to lay off and sorry. Siren in the background took me out for a second. Xbox is preparing to lay off staff and shut down more studios. Something that we kind of already knew is going to end up happening once again. It's already happened multiple times in the past. All these companies have been doing it. They all grew way too big, and now they're shrinking themselves down. And in Xbox's case, what's really going on with these guys is the fact that, well, their games suck. And their games have sucked for a while. Forza, awesome game. And there's been a couple other games that they put out that have been relatively solid. But for a company that is as big as Xbox is, they simply cannot afford to keep doing what they've been doing, which is absolutely failing basically every release. What I mean by that is, and I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you why Xbox is laying off staff. And it's something that I think everybody refuses to talk about. Nobody has brought up. I haven't seen it in a single one of these articles that I have read. Every single games journalist wants to sit around and start crying about how all these studios are getting laid off, but none of these guys want to actually look at the reality of the situation that Microsoft and Xbox are in right now. So I'm going to do it because I'm the one doing real journalism, okay? So let me do this. Bring this over here. Bring over to bring up this. Here you go. Top 20 most recent first-party Xbox releases. One is not on this list, and that is Forza Horizon, which we already know did absolutely fantastic. Completely banger game. We don't really need to fully trust their Steam DB stuff on this, but we'll kind of bring up some of that stuff if we need to. So top 20 most recent first-party Xbox releases, minus Forza. Avowed. 19,000 players was its peak concurrent player count. These are all numbers for Steam. I will preface this by saying that while there likely always will be more players on Game Pass, kind of, it's not always the best rule of thumb to use because, at least from where I'm standing, if a game is popular, it's going to be popular on every platform it's on, not just the one that's on the subscription service. And we already know that's the case because some of the biggest games that have come out of Xbox that were on Game Pass or were partnered with Game Pass or whatever else were absolutely massive on Steam. And the best examples that I can use for that is one, Starfield, right? Starfield, though absolutely garbage, still launched to 330,000 players. Another great example of this, another game that also launched day one on Game Pass, Palworld. 2.1 million players on Steam. 2.1 million players on Steam. Expedition 33, also day one on Game Pass, if I remember correctly. 80,000 players, 145,000 players. Isn't that crazy how that works? Now, if a game is not popular on Steam, chances are it's not popular on Game Pass. So we're not going to pretend like there's this imaginary Game Pass audience. It's the one that's the only ones that are all playing it. They're all just, everybody on Game Pass is just playing it all at the exact same time. And also, I'm not going to have that argument regardless because we already know that's the case, or we already know that's not the case, because Xbox wouldn't be shutting down these studios or talking about how they are suffering so much financially and how the company has not been profitable. So there's no argument to be made there. Zero argument to be made. So when I say that, hey, if this game is not popular on Steam, that means it is not popular anywhere, at least when it comes to Xbox. So, with that in mind, Towerborn, 223 concurrent players. That's their peak. 223. Indiana Jones, 17,000. Black Ops does not count. This is 300,000, which is the all-time peak for when it first came to Steam, which is on its first day that it came to Steam, which I think was, I believe that was Modern Warfare 2018, if I'm not mistaken. The peak player count that they had seen for the last release of Call of Duty was like 60 or 70,000 players. Maybe 80,000 at most. Absolute dog shit numbers. Like the worst they've ever seen. Diablo 4, highest peak it ever hit, 45,000 players. Which, I mean, to be fair with Diablo is one of the outliers where I can definitely say this game did not do well on Steam because everybody just used the Blizzard launcher. Like most people always have historically for Blizzard games to begin with. Like everybody has a Blizzard account. Everybody's played WoW at some point in time in their life, right? So, like, and this is also a game that we know for a fact sold a shitload of copies because we also know how many copies it sold in its first month that it came out. Like, the OG Diablo 4 Diablo 4 before all the updates and expansions and stuff sold like a metric ton of copies, even though it didn't deserve it. Still a shit game. Sold a lot of copies, though. Didn't know Diablo 4 was on Steam. It didn't come to Steam until, I believe, after they had came to Xbox. I think it was like a year after as well, or 6 months or something like that. I don't think it was day and date on Steam, if I remember correctly. Starfield, Shattered Space. Nobody gives a fuck. That's a DLC. Ara, History Untold. 3,900 players. Age of Mythology, 32,000 players. Doom plus Doom 2 Remastered, 4,100 players. Senua Saga, Hellblade 2, 3,900 players. Sea of Thieves, 66,000 players. But that's kind of been around for a while, so I don't really think, like, Sea of Thieves came out way longer than that, right? Sea of Thieves didn't come out 2 years ago. Came out way before that, didn't it? Yeah. So this is like a re-release later or something like that. People are already on whatever platforms that they had, maybe. I have no idea. Grounded, 32,000 players. Call of Duty Warzone Mobile, that doesn't even count. Pentiment, 1,300 players. Hi-Fi Rush, 6,100 players. Forza Motorsport, not the good one. Horizon's the good one. 4,800 players. Starfield, 330,000 players. Age of Empires, 73,000 players. Minecraft Legends, 5,300 players. Redfall, 6,100 players. This is also not including, we're missing some games here. What are we missing? We're missing South of Midnight. Peaked at 1,400 players. Kiln came out recently. Peaked at 193 players. Outer Worlds 2 is another one that was missing off the list. Outer Worlds 2 peaked at 18,000 players. Xbox has not been able to release a single out of the 20 games that we listed there, and then we could still go in with another probably 5 or 10 more if we really wanted to. Xbox has not released a single successful first-party title outside of Forza Horizon. And that's it. That's it. Starfield? I'm going to be on... Okay. Nobody has said this, and nobody's talked about it. I would be willing to bet money that Starfield did not meet financial expectations for Microsoft or Xbox or Bethesda. While Starfield sold a lot of copies out the door, that game in like the cultural mind space vanished within an instant. Yeah, compare Starfield to Skyrim. I would almost guarantee that Xbox, Microsoft, and Bethesda all likely had some similar idea, believing that it would somehow probably most likely be in the range of previous Bethesda games. But that game was nowhere near it. While they had a strong launch initially, that game just fell off a cliff, and then nobody talks about it anymore, other than just, judging it, right? And I think a really good indicator for this, by the way, sharded space. So when they sharded space, they only saw a return of like 3,800 players. I guess that's that. I don't know if that actually counts. Let's look at updates. I think that update maybe brought them to like 20,000 players. Because I believe that was a few months after launch. I think that was this right here, 20,000 players it brought them up to. So that tells you that the game had really bad retention, So that tells you that the game had really bad retention, but it also tells you that there was likely not very many people that went out and bought Starfield after the fact either. It's not just the fact that players just stopped playing the game entirely, like basically within a few weeks of the game coming out, but also on top of that, because the game had such a bad reputation, other people didn't go out and buy it. You have to keep in mind that it's not just day one sales that these companies are betting on. They're also betting on the lifetime sales that come with these games. And I'm going to guarantee you right now, Starfield was a game that they were probably expecting long-term sales from, and looking at their numbers, they probably sold 5 to 7 million copies in their first year. Because we know that Resident Evil 9 sold 5 million copies. Actually, they probably sold less than that. No. Did Starfield also release... Was Starfield just Xbox and PC, or was Starfield at launch... No, Starfield came out later for PlayStation 5. That's right. They brought it to PlayStation 5 later. It only sold like 400K on PlayStation, on the PlayStation release. Oh yeah, it's cooked then. No. Chances are the game only had sold probably like, yeah, it probably sold less than that then. So the game probably sold like 3 to 4 million copies. Maybe it sold 5 million by the end of its first year. I guarantee that this game, without a fucking doubt, did not meet their financial expectations and ended up being a loss. So with that in mind, that means that Xbox has largely recorded failures with every single game that they have produced for the last like 25 releases they've had. maybe Doom the Dark Ages, but like keep in mind Doom the Dark Ages, for how like well people kept talking about like how this game just didn't hit. I'm sorry, 31,000 players ain't it. Doom the Dark Ages flopped. This game flopped. And I know that's the case because Doom Eternal had more than 3 times the players. Yeah, I think they really fucked up by getting rid of like the high pace like movement shit, and then plus on top of that, they also like they kind of like confuse the identity of the game a lot, not only with the narrative but also with like making it's like, oh, you can make your own difficulty. I don't want to make my own difficulty. And the weird thing is that like by you giving me the option to do so, I feel like you've already made the game easier than it should be. Mixed music was a huge deal. That was also a part of it as well, right? Nerfing glory kills as well. Oh, yeah, that's right. They got rid of glory kills. Yeah, that actually, now that I remember, now I'm thinking about that, that totally turned me off of the game. It just made it a lot less cool, and also just like a lot less, it also like fucked up the pace of the game too. And also, if you guys remember, like, they also like shit talked glory kills. We're like, oh, you know, people just don't really want to see that. Blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, this is Doom, not daycare. What the fuck are you guys doing? Ugh. The mech mission also sucked. Yeah, that was Rock'em Sock'em Robots. 2-button Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Yeah, no. This is what it felt like to play the Doom. This is what it felt like to play the Doom.
I can be any kid on the block. Oh yeah, yeah.
They're slugging it out. A left to the jaw, and...
Oh, my block is knocked off.
But you can press it right back on. It's Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Press this lever. He throws a right, the other a left. Knock his block off. You're the winner.
Wait till next time.
You can Rock'em Sock'em with the Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
That's what it was. That's what it felt like. The robot mission in that game felt like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I remember those commercials. I'm old. Yeah, me too. We all are. I had one, but it was Batman and Joker. Oh, yeah, I forgot that they used to do that. Yeah. Games are for geezers now. Fuck. So yeah. So when these games journalists are going around and they're crying about how these studios are being shut down, right? That's the reason why this is happening. This is a company that they cannot afford. Simply cannot afford. Like, can Microsoft? Absolutely. Microsoft has infinite money to play with. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It doesn't matter to them. But that's not how you run a business. You don't run a business by running a charity. So these guys are looking at it and saying, sorry, man, we can't do it anymore. We can't justify it. I actually think part of this is probably coming down to the idea. So, let me see if I can find it. Microsoft is considered spinning off Xbox, the information reports. So apparently, Microsoft is now dancing with the idea of spinning off Microsoft into its own business, meaning that it would no longer be a part of Microsoft. It would either be a subsidiary or It might just get its own IPO. Microsoft takes, majority shares, and then they let the rest go out to private investors and to public investors. And then Microsoft and, they'll still have their voice in the room, but Xbox will largely just be this business that is sitting there trying to fight for its own, survival in this case. And I think that a lot of these layoffs that they're making, the trimming the fat that they're doing, getting rid of some of these smaller studios that they simply just cannot support anymore because it just doesn't make not only financial sense, but also just like sense as a platform, I think is actually part of that. I think it's actually part of this idea of them moving towards this. I don't think this is them dancing with the idea. I think that they've already made the decision and it's going to be happening. It's just not going to be happening immediately, but you're going to watch the company trim down and try to make themselves look more attractive to investors. Microsoft wanting to sell Xbox. That does not mean they would sell Xbox. No, what they would do if, I would imagine this is probably what they'd end up doing. They would spin Xbox off into its own IPO. It would be its own standalone business, though Microsoft is the majority owner. They're not selling it. They're just selling pieces. So people can have a piece of the pie, but they can't have the whole entire thing. And they'll probably also have some limitations on like how many shares people can buy because they don't want people to just rush in and somebody to like immediately try to become a majority shareholder or a shareholder that could be majority if Xbox ever sold any more shares in the future. Rambling, thank you for the $5. Dark Ages had a mandatory ray tracing, which limited the player base. The game could only run 10 on a 1060 at 60 FPS. Halo Infinite, what is a fumble? Halo Infinite was garbage. Yeah, that was really bad. How long before it's Steam's fault? I have no idea. I know Ninja Theory DMC was garbage. I'm a huge DMC fan. I fucking love Devil May Cry. I played that game for like 2 minutes and was like, I'm good. I'm good. This is the DMC I know. Tencent licking their lips. Tencent would 100% invest in them. 100%. They buy as many shares as they possibly could. Chances are they'll probably limit people to like, I don't know, 10% ownership at most. Probably even less than that, to be honest with you. They probably don't even want somebody owning that much. I'll be honest. If I had to actually give you guys my opinion on this, like would I think it's actually a good thing for Xbox to do it? I do. I think it'd actually be probably the best thing for the company at this point. Outside of them just spinning off the studios entirely and like letting more like any of these guys that can go independent go back to being independent, and these guys just skinning down to like essentially Microsoft Studios and or like the core Microsoft Studios, which would be like Coalition and I guess Halo Studios for whatever fuck off reason, Playground Games, and then you have Activision and you have ZeniMax Bethesda, right? Like that's what I would pretty much keep it to. But like they can't afford to have any of these other studios that they've been holding on to. It just doesn't make sense for them to have them. They don't make enough money for them. They don't make enough to be able to justify anything. And the only reason that a lot of these studios even came under Microsoft's control was specifically because these guys were just trying to do their absolute best to fill out Game Pass. And Mojang, yeah, obviously you're not going to get rid of Minecraft. So Xbox becoming Chinese, they're not going to become Chinese by selling 4% stock to Tencent. Tencent equals CCP, basically every company. Tencent has like ownership in basically every single video game company that you buy video games from right now. So like while I fully understand people not wanting to have like China's influence in your video games, and maybe you don't like the way that Tencent does business, the fact of the matter is damn near every single game that you touch and every single game that you like has a little bit of Tencent up in there. Doesn't Trump want to ban Tencent? He ain't doing shit. He ain't going to do shit to them. They invest way too much money into the U.S. Pulling that money out would fuck things up way too much. It do more harm than help. I'll tell you that right now. Larian, Grinding Gear Games, Digital Extremes all have a degree of Tencent ownership. Yeah, they do. Tencent isn't the problem in my opinion. They just invest. They only involve themselves when the investment goes wrong. Yeah, for the most part, they're hands off. I think I talked about it a little bit last stream. I've talked to Tencent's people. I've had dinner with them before at an event, and that's basically. These guys are like, they are cold business cats. They're like, they are very black and white. They go, is your game making money? Are you making games that sell? Okay, then we don't want to have any, we don't need to talk to you at all. They just like let their, go ahead and do your thing. We give you funding, you give us money back. That's pretty much how this entire thing works. And then after that, they, if it's any of the companies that are actually having problems, those are the ones that they get in and start messing things around with. So Tencent invested into you. Yes, I am actually completely bought out by the CCP. Yeah. Yep. I am a double agent for the Chinese government. True. How do I sell myself for 10 cents? I have no idea. I don't know. Next stream, you'll be doing them in Mandarin. Being chilling. Being chilling. Being chilling. Most of the time that they buy studios have exclusive rights to do whatever they want with their game in a China publisher. What is this? Most times they buy studios to have exclusive rights to do what they want with this game in China as a publisher. In most cases, yes. Yeah, Tencent usually will if I'm not mistaken, most of these guys, because it's not just Tencent, there's another company that's out there as well that does something similar, but usually they're buying it and they're making the investment so then they can, get a secondary version made. NetEase is another one, yeah. They'll make like a secondary version for the game when it actually drops into China. In a lot of cases, it's them trying to secure games to sell in China because they know that the Chinese market for video games is they can make a crazy amount of money over there. So what they try to do is they try to secure publishing rights in China because that's the only way that you're going to get it over there. That's the one thing. That's the one thing that's man. These guys, a lot of these video game companies could make so much more money if it wasn't for the fact that the Chinese were just so fucking off their rocker when it comes to all the hoops that these guys need to jump through to be able to sell their games over there. It's absolutely absurd. It's absolutely absurd. They make it so you have to get sponsored by a company, because they don't want you just to come here and just sell your products there. No, they want you to come in and invest into their country, which is just next to impossible for some of these companies to make. It's next to impossible for some of these companies to do. It's absolutely fucking nutty. China basically only wants Chud-approved games. The Chinese market wants Chud-approved games. The people that buy games in China want Chud-approved games. And obviously it seems like their government really doesn't have much problem with that, so they let that stuff through. Chud games sell? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm not saying they don't. They obviously do. I'm just saying that's what their people over there want. It's the only thing that they're going to buy. They're not going to buy any of this some of this slop that we've seen some of these companies shovel out over the past couple of years. It's also part of the reason why a company like Xbox really, really has a hard time, because if you actually go through and you look at their library of games, none of these games are appealing to Chinese audiences. And I think one of the biggest like misses that a lot of these companies are having right now, one of the biggest issues that a lot of these companies are running into, is that they are not tapping into the Eastern market whatsoever, and it's absolutely crushing them. They want to talk about how, like, oh, well, it's so expensive to make games. It's so blah, 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 blah. You know who's not bitching about that right now? Capcom. Forza is pretty big in China. It is. It is. Yeah. I wonder if that makes a difference in their player counts. Huh. Interesting. Interesting how that works. You have to keep in mind, if you actually look at the library of games that Xbox has put out over the past couple of years, they are very, very much leaning towards, like, they're not just Western game studios. They are Western game studios making Western games for Western audiences, or in some cases, modern audiences. The modern audience stuff, it will never cross the seas. It will never cross the seas. It'll never cross over there. Nobody's going to want to buy any of that stuff. I never knew racing games were that popular. Never really my thing. Like I've always enjoyed racing games. It's just not a thing that I've chased that much. You know what I mean? And it's also because I liked more of the arcadey stuff, the burnouts and whatnot like that, right? But it's strangely addicting, and it's kind of also just like a vibe. So the other night I sat down and I was just trying to get like a little bit of footage of both like Gears of War and Forza to be able to like splice the two of them together for some background footage for the video that I was putting together. And I played Gears for like a good 45 minutes. I mean, I played Gears 1's campaign a lot of times. a lot of times. And not even just on like also highest difficulty and stuff like that, right? So like I play a lot of Gears, but I played it for like 30, 45 minutes. I lost track of time playing Forza the other night. I looked up and I was like, fuck, I've been recording 2 hours of Forza footage. Jesus Christ. I gotta stop. Let me just finish this race real quick. It's fun. It's fun, man. I love the new Forza. It's great. It is. It's a really good game. It's a very, very good game. If you like racing games or you just like something that's kind of like a vibe, you know what it kind of reminds me of? I guess it reminds me of. It gives me the similar feeling. Death Stranding 2, where it's kind of just this like kick back and just kind of play game. I don't know how to say it any better than that. Can't believe Legendary Drops is racist. Always have been. Always have been. Didn't you see the ad for the last video? But did you not see? Did you? Did you? Do you not understand it? Do you not respect? That's right, brother. That's right, brother. Let him know. America. Tomorrow is Eagle Day. Well, I'm going to wear my shirt tomorrow then. Wear my shirt tomorrow. So what is this here? Xbox CEO Asha Sharma hints that they are planning on moving away from having customers buy consoles and instead going to a monthly rental or subscription program. She says it's hard to imagine people continuing to spend thousands of dollars on future console generations. This is a code. This is code for you will own nothing, and we will charge you a monthly fee for a product forever. What is this guy? What is this guy showing? Oh, he's breaking this down.
I think we've reached a point where it will be hard to imagine that mass audiences can afford thousands of dollars to spend on a console generation. I think we will start to see radically different business models that we never expected start to come into orbit later this year. We will continue to look at new business models, I think, is what is needed for console, rather than just the most premium, high-performance console in the world.
There's a lot of speculation that you're no longer going to be able to own an Xbox, and Microsoft is going to move towards a monthly subscription model to get the console and the games. And there is some evidence for this because Microsoft has already introduced monthly financing plans for new console days. They did this in 2020. This is when everyone started talking about no longer owning anything. And if you look at this, it's actually a pretty decent deal, but you don't own the hardware anymore. You just pay monthly and you get the console bundled with Game Pass. So this is moving away from owning a console and instead just renting it. You will own nothing.
Yeah. So I'm going to show you guys something really quick. Okay. So there's a trick, and they teach you this in communications classes. It's part of this is a business school thing. It has always been. It's typically either like marketing or like business communications classes and stuff like that. And it's the use of veiled language so that you can signal to your customers that change is happening without scaring them too much and using the exact words. And I'm going to show you exactly how this works, okay? So
I think we've reached a point where it will be hard to imagine that mass audiences can afford thousands of dollars to spend on a console generation. I think we will start to see radically different business models that we never expected start to come into orbit later this year.
I think we can expect to see radically different business models come into orbit later this year. That makes it sound like it's not them doing anything, but we could definitely see some changes in the industry, except for it's not actually changes that are happening in the industry. No, it's changes that they themselves are making, they themselves are doing right now. The best way to be able to show that is buy now, pay later, Xbox. Buy now, pay later option appears on Xbox's back end. This happened June 15th, which was directly following this interview. Directly following this interview. The buy now, pay later option for the Xbox backend was discovered by somebody on Twitter, and it appears that players will be able to use this new feature via PayPal and Klarna. The description explains that this new feature will allow people to spread their payments out across weeks or months, bringing more flexible payment options. For PayPal, players would have the option to pay in 4 interest-free bi-weekly payments or spread payments out over 24 months. With Klarna, players will have the option to split their purchases into 3 payments, the first 3 due at purchase and the next 2 due over 30 days. Readers should be aware that Xbox has not officially announced the buy now, pay later. Readers should be aware that Xbox has not yet officially announced buy now, pay later.
Thousands of dollars to spend on a console generation. I think we will start to see radically different business models that we never expected start to come into orbit later this year.
But they did. You just weren't listening. This shit is so dark, dude. This sucks so bad. It sucks so bad. The other thing is as well is that does she bring it up here?
We will.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't. This is the Fortune interview.
So I want to.
I believe it was. I think it was in this interview. Let me find it real quick.
In order to create more flexible offerings to meet last year, and we were on the path to seeing a decay in subscribers, and so it had just simply become too unaffordable, and so we adjusted the price for players and the offering as we went through with that, and we're starting to see a return to growth. We're starting to see more subscribers. We're starting to see, more importantly, better retention.
Let's see here.
You've previously said you can't raise prices through the crisis, but you also have memory storage shortages to contend with, and they are driving up prices across the industry. How do you think about balancing that? And does that limit growth potential for consoles?
Yeah, look, it's going to, in all of these spaces, there are no silver bullets. So we will have patience, and we will execute in days, but expect that it will take a while to show up on the scoreboard. Look, on hardware, we are in a crisis right now. The entire industry is. There's a shortage of memory and storage, and the costs are exponential. They are usually at this point in the generation about 50% of the cost, and we're seeing they're up 2.75x. They're up 50% since I started. They're going to be up effectively 7.5x. And so, yes, pricing is a lever, of course, but we must think about other options as well. We must think about other ways to think about the cost construction of the console. We must think about how we create different plans so more people can participate in the console. We must think about partnerships that will allow us to have better distribution and reach. And we must think about the experience.
She literally just brought up that's quite literally. We have to think about different plans so that people can have more options to get into a console. We need to think about different partnerships to maybe bridge the gap between some of these people. That's literally her saying buy now, pay later, and that's her also talking about their partnership with PayPal and Klarna.
Experiences that we're creating outside of that as well to reach new audiences.
What are some things you're considering that you would never imagined would be the case 5 years ago? Or that Xbox would have never imagined would be the case 5 years ago?
Hard to tell because I wasn't there, but I think that we will, continue to look at new business models, I think is what is needed for console rather than just the most premium high performance console in the world. I think we've reached a point where it will be hard to imagine that mass audiences can afford thousands of dollars to spend on a console generation. And so
hold on, I'm gonna play that one more time because I want to see if you guys can hear what this one is. I've already taught you the other two. Can you figure this one out?
Participate in the console. We must think about partnerships that will allow us to have better distribution and reach, and we must think about the experiences that we're creating outside of that as well to reach new audiences.
What are some things you're considering that you would never imagined would be the case 5 years ago? Or that Xbox would have never imagined would be the case 5 years ago?
Hard to tell because I wasn't there, but I think that we will, continue to look at new business models, I think is what is needed for console rather than just the most premium high performance console in the world. I think we've reached a
We need to look at different business models rather than just the most high-end premium console in the world. What that means is that is cloud gaming. That is them saying that there's going to likely be multiple tiers. These guys, I don't think that the games industry, I think that these businesses are smart enough to recognize that you're not going to be able to jump in the pool without dipping your toe in first. And they know that if they went full digital, right? If they just said, okay, you know what, we're gonna go ahead. The next Xbox is actually just gonna be straight up cloud, right? It's just gonna be a cloud device. They know that it wouldn't work. They know that it would fail in the face of like more powerful hardware. of people actually having physical hardware inside their house, right? They know that that would happen. So instead, what they're going to do is they're going to use the same strategy that they used with the Xbox Series S and X. But this time around, you're going to have the premium console that's going to have all the hardware right there. Everything's there for you. But there might be an option with it that you could maybe not have any storage on it. You don't actually save anything to the console itself, but instead you would, well, save your stuff to the cloud, including the game itself. So you would download or buy access to the game, and then that game would be stored on Microsoft's cloud servers, which they have tons of, and there's even more that are coming out soon, right? And then that opens up different areas for them to be able to monetize Xbox and their games and their ecosystem, something that Satya Nadella had brought up in his interview, saying that they don't monetize their system or their ecosystem enough, which what I mean by that is that if you go, okay, well, guess what? You have all the hardware, you have everything here, but the thing is that you're going to be saving all of your storage to the cloud. Then they have tiered access to the cloud, right? Like, how much save space do you actually have on the cloud? You got like a terabyte? Well, if you want any more than that, you're going to have to pay a little bit more. If there's going to be less than that, maybe that'll be a little bit cheaper. Then what they'll do is they'll have the Xbox Series S, or whatever it's going to be in this case, the Helix S or something like that, right? Which is going to be like the more low to the ground frame. And for that one, it is going to just straight up have some features or some pieces of equipment completely gutted from the actual like console itself. That console is going to be much more closer to a Google Stadia, where some tasks are going to be able to be handled on the console itself, but a lot of that stuff is going to be forwarded to their data centers, where they have plenty of graphics cards and they have plenty of memory and they have plenty of chips and everything else, and all that stuff can be handled on their back end, which is all technology that already exists and they already have in full abundance because they have xCloud, which has existed for quite a while now. They also have their partnership with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has NVIDIA Now, or NVIDIA or whatever it is, GeForce Now, right? So like they already know how to do those things. They already know how to run a setup like that. And then that will put players into payment plans where they will actually, have a monthly service fee that they'll pay that, it's like, oh, well, I don't have to spend $1,200 for the new console. I can instead spend $600, but half of the features are going to be on the cloud or in their servers, but then there's going to be like an extra fee on top of it depending on like what quality of gaming I want to play on this console, which overall my initial fee is not going to be as high as it would be with the other people, but over time they're probably going to hit you with chip damage, especially as those prices will increase over the course of that console's lifespan, which if you keep in mind, basically every single subscription service under the sun when it comes to media and entertainment increases their prices every single year, or every other year in most cases. Using Netflix as an example, Netflix has increased their prices 6 times over the last 9 years or something like that. So it's not every year. Sometimes it's every other year. Sometimes it can be twice in the same year. Maybe it's actually more than that. I actually think it was like 9 times. And how many times? In the last, we'll say 5. We want a console. In the last 7 years, how many times has Netflix increased their prices? 5 times. They've increased their prices 5 times in the last 7 years. 2019, 2020, 2022, 2025, and then more recently in 2026. So it's not every single year that it happens, but by the time that you actually get around to it being a full console, chances are you have likely already paid more than you would have if you actually bought the full console outright and weren't actually renting any space or using any of these online features. My PS5 Pro cost $1,200 and they are $1,400 now a few months later. Yeah, like obviously other price increases will come along with it as well. The main problem that I actually have with a lot of this is that much of these problems that we're talking about right now, especially when it comes to costs, these are cost realities that they're dealing with right now. And the thing that probably frustrates me the most about all of this is the white lie that's not being discussed, which is that all of this should be temporary. Because at one point in time, The data centers get built. The AI gets made. There's going to be a plateau where the demand for all of these chips, the demand for all of this memory is going to eventually plateau, and things will regulate, and we'll actually have some of that stuff go back into the industry, right? You should see a lot of that stuff go back over to the consumer side. Not all of it, obviously. In some cases, some of these companies are going to stick to the business side and the business-to-business sales because they're going to still need to do upkeep and maintenance and replacements and stuff like that for a lot of these companies. But for the most part, you're going to reach a plateau moment where we're not going to be in such a supply crisis. But these guys are talking about permanent solutions to what I view as temporary problems. And the reason why they're doing that and they're saying that is because anytime these prices climb, notice they never come back down. Even when the problem eventually gets solved and the demand isn't nearly as high as it was before, they still want to do their best to be able to keep these prices as high as they want. And they also want to keep whatever control that they were vying for that they were able to get because of the pressure that was already on the market. This is the future that Microsoft wants. This is what they've wanted since the very beginning. Microsoft, Xbox do not want you to own, they want you to own hardware because they want you to give them their money, but they want more control over the ecosystem and more ability to be able to monetize it. So the more of that they can actually have on their servers, on their storage, in their cloud, the more ability they have to be able to increase prices and monetize things however they want to. They want this hybrid rule. They want something where people are using both services. And the best way to get people to do that is by forcing it into the ecosystem and using the excuse of hardware prices to do it. This is why I said before, Xbox isn't changing. This is not a new direction. This is still the exact same "this is an Xbox" campaign. The idea is to separate you from the hardware. It's not even to separate you from the hardware. It's to... I think what Microsoft realized is that people are not ready to separate from hardware. So they came to the conclusion, we need to do it slowly. Because what they want you to be dependent on services. Because services are so much easier to monetize. That's why they pushed Game Pass. That's why they tried to push Xbox Cloud. That's why they originally had tried to do everything as an Xbox, but they realized that was them overextending too far. Now they've retracted, and now what they're going to do instead is say, well, you're still getting your hardware, but maybe part of it's on the cloud. Maybe part of it is streamed. Here's your console, but it doesn't have a GPU. We run the GPUs out of our servers. Now you're dependent on an internet connection. Now you're dependent on their services. Now you're dependent on their storage to be able to access your games. That is a much, much better position for Microsoft and Xbox to be in rather than you having everything isolated on your own. They absolutely got their shit kicked in with the OG Xbox One, and now they're looking for round 2. I don't know. I think this widely depends on how much there is how much pressure there is on the market and how desperate average consumers are to be able to get into hardware or to be able to get into their games. I think it's going to work partially. I don't think it's going to work in the long run. The reason why I don't think it's going to work in the long run is because I actually think that PlayStation and Nintendo will kind of eat their lunch over this. For a couple different reasons. The first reason being is that Microsoft and Nintendo do not have the kind of infrastructure that Microsoft has, right? Or sorry, PlayStation and Nintendo do not have the kind of infrastructure that Microsoft has. So they don't have the same goals that Microsoft has, which means they'll likely stick to traditional consoles and traditional solutions to their problems. So people that are looking for a more traditional experience will go towards PlayStation and go towards Nintendo, just as they've already been for quite a while now, right? Along with that, if the market does shift and the demand actually starts to drop, but Xbox is basically this place that has it where you just don't really actually own your experience, it's just going to make them a lot less attractive to begin with. Add on top of that, the differences in games. Like, Xbox's biggest problem, like, across the board, like, they would totally, very easily be able to get away with murder right now when it comes to their hardware and their prices and their services and all this stuff, if it wasn't for the fact that their games are just not any good and that people just aren't really interested in them. Well, there are a couple that stand out and a couple that are really good. Like I said before, I've been playing a ton of Forza. I think Forza is awesome. But that's like one out of a sea of games that these guys have dropped into the ocean, and it's just like they're all not very good. There's nothing that is driving you to say, I want to play an Xbox game right now. And that's not because of your ecosystem. It's not because of your pricing. It's not because of anything other than the fact that the games that they're making are just fundamentally not that interesting. Or just at first glance, you can immediately see and say, this game is not made for me. If they don't solve that, no matter what they do, nothing is ever going to end in success for these guys, because it's all about your games. Your reputation as a company is all about your games. It's either your games or your service. And when your service is the games, you're kind of cooked, right? True, so many Xbox games at first glance, I'm like, pass hard. Yeah. That's most of their games. PoE 2 later tonight. Yeah, I probably will do PoE 2. I'm doing like mapping and shit like that, just kind of vibing. I do want to kind of like get closer to finishing it. I should probably do the other league mechanics at some point, but right now I think I'm trying to I'm building up currency so I can like finish my build. Just got PoE 2 yesterday. It's hella fun. PoE 2 is like a fucking incredible investment. Saw you in Asmon's chat today, hoping you get that guest judge spot on the Roach Council. Yeah, I don't want to go through like whatever that other bullshit that he was showing off. Like there was like a thing for like, you know, people could apply to be a judge or something. I don't want to do anything like that. I ain't got time for that shit. That shit looked really involved. I want to be involved. I'd love to help in any way that I possibly could. If it's like a guest appearance or something like that, sure, that's cool. That sounds like a good time. Sounds like a good time to me. You want to map together in PoE? Are you asking me on a fucking date? No, I'm playing on my own. How does co-op mapping actually work? It does increase your drops, right? I think you do actually get increased loot if I understand correctly. But like, I don't think but we don't share loot, or no, we share loot. Not, you don't get individual drops. You don't get like shit that's meant for you. I think that might be one of the reasons why I never do it, is because like that's one of the things I always loved about Diablo, is that Diablo was all about like, you know, you have your own loot that spawns, not somebody else's. You get individual loot sometimes? That kind of sounds lame. Oh, you said it in party settings? Okay, that might be what it is. But anyway, yeah, I wanted to show you guys that. I just thought that was really funny. Yeah, so if they spin off the company, I think that'd actually probably be the best thing that these guys could do. Because if they did... So I have this other theory, and I brought it up slightly in the video that I just put out recently. But one of the things that I've kind of come to realize is is that when I look at the studios that Microsoft is shutting down, right? If I look at the studios that are out there, it's like, what is this? I was genuinely surprised that Ninja Theory wasn't shut down with Hellblade 2's launch. And once State of Decay 3 launches, I think Undead Labs will probably be shut down as well. Yeah, he's probably right in this case. Absolutely. The one thing that I'll say is this. So, like, looking at the list of games that they have, I actually have come to the belief that I actually think that Game Pass might actually be the most destructive part of Xbox. I think it's the one thing that's dealing the most damage to the company. And the reason why I say that is because I think it dilutes their image of like what the target audience is or who their audience is. Xbox went out and they bought all these studios. Originally, so when you look at like the bigger franchises, it makes sense why they got those, because they wanted some blockbuster hits. They wanted some games that are going to be able to push copies, that are going to be able to push, you know, into the dialogue. It's going to get people talking about these games, get people excited and all that good stuff. You get your Elder Scrolls and your Fallout and your Call of Duty and all that stuff. They wanted that kind of stuff. They wanted some money makers. But if you go and look, what studios does Xbox own? Okay. So, if you go and look at their studios, Compulsion Games, Double Fine, The Initiative, In Exile, Mojang, not Mojang, so In Exile, Ninja Theory, Obsidian, Rare, Undead Labs, World's Edge, not really, Arcane, id, Machine Games. Those studios are all studios that are there to be able to fill out Game Pass. They're not studios that they have any expectations for on a AAA level. They're not studios that they have any expectations for on like a blockbuster level. They're studios that they have the expectation that these guys are making games for Game Pass. Think about how much that messes up your entire perspective when it comes to who you're actually making your games for. It goes from and the thing is that same mentality then bleeds over to the actual core studios that they have. It bleeds over to Halo. It bleeds over to Bethesda. It bleeds over to probably like the Coalition and guys like that, where rewind, who was Xbox making games for with the Xbox 360 era? Because I think it was pretty obvious. While they still tried to do some experimental shit with the Kinect because they were trying to trend chase. Well, actually, no. I take that back. Xbox 360 era Xbox was targeting like 13 to 17-year-old boys. Or like 13 to 18-year-old boys. That's it. Like they had they weren't trying to do nothing else. They were like, do you guys like military shooters? Do you guys like sci-fi? Do you guys like gun games? Do you guys like sports? Do you guys like racing? Do you guys like this? Right? Like fantasy? Swords and dragons and magic? And then that's all they did. They didn't do anything else. They just fixated and focused on that core audience, and they never touched anything else. Then, with the Xbox One, they opened that up. All of a sudden, that changed. The next thing you know, it goes, well, now we have the Kinect. And who was the Kinect targeting? The Kinect was targeting the Wii audience, right? That's who they were going for. They were going for the moms and the dads and the grandma and grandpas that they saw. Everybody and their mother was playing the Wii. Everybody's playing Wii Sports. Everybody's getting into Wii Sports, right? That's what they started going towards. So they started, doing the fruit cutting game, Fruit Ninja and stuff like that, right? They put all those games onto the Kinect, and they were trying to bring that audience in, and Just Dance and all that kind of stuff. And then they started broadening themselves. They kind of started pulling away a little bit from the audience that they had created with the Xbox One and Xbox 360 and started going in a more wider audience direction. And then all of a sudden, Xbox Game Pass comes in. But originally, Xbox Game Pass wasn't really the focus of the platform. It really wasn't anything that they were really trying to push that hard. It was something that, I don't know if a lot of you guys remember this, but it used to be something that was free that just came along with your already existing Xbox Live service. So if you had Xbox Live Gold, you were already chilling. It was right there. You could use, play games and get some of these games day one, and you wouldn't have to worry about anything. You got access to a bunch of indie games and a bunch of other stuff that you probably wouldn't have played otherwise, than now that you could. And that was pretty great. But then all of a sudden the Xbox Series came. And then it went from, and it wasn't even the Xbox Series. It was like the end of the Xbox One into the Xbox Series, where like Xbox Game Pass became the major focal point for the entire company. And when they did that, the next thing you know, their audience that they had in mind was no longer 13 to 18-year-old boys. No, now it's everybody. It's everybody. Because they tried to treat the games industry like Netflix. We're just going to have a tile for everything, for every mood, for anything you could possibly be interested in, right? Oh, you don't like reality TV? Oh, you don't like live action movies? Oh, you like anime? Well, we have a whole category for anime. We have a whole category for this. We have a whole category for that. We have a whole category for this. It's not actually being made with a direct audience in mind. It's being made as a library of a ton of different things that people can click on and play and be interested in. They quite literally went from, we're making games for these people, to we're trying to make games for everybody. And the minute that you go to do that, I think you just like fundamentally lose your ability to like do anything anymore. You have no real focus. You don't have an actual goal. Your goal is just money and coverage. And I think if you look across their entire games library, that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. And like, I'm going to say, and when I say, the reason why I'm making the comparison to Netflix is because Xbox's internal games, their first party games, more and more start to remind me of like Netflix original movies. Modern audience games. Modern audience TV shows, where it's this blend of like, nobody should be offended, nobody should be too interested, nobody should, like, you see it. Because like, that's how, when you're trying to make something for like the broadest audience possible, you have to make, they don't approach that from like, we need to make a game that is just so fun that nobody can stop playing it. No, they come at it from the attack angle of, we need to make a game that nobody feels offended by. We need to make a game that everybody can identify with. It's never about the actual experience. It's just about getting the coverage. And you see that in Netflix original shows. You see that with Hulu original shows. You see that with all of this like very like blanket style media. And we saw that exact same thing happen with inside of Xbox games. And I think a really good example of this, and like maybe like, where is it at? Let me find this. Netflix original. One of the biggest call signs, this is not a culture war point I'm trying to bring up. It just kind of goes to show like how unimaginative a lot of these like video game studios and a lot of these like creative people really are when it comes to this stuff, is that when they go to actively try to make something more diverse, they always end up landing in the exact same place. undefined race, potentially black, maybe Hispanic person. They do it every single fucking time. And it is the most noticeable thing you've ever, like, once you see the pattern, you can't unsee it. You're like, oh, I see what you're doing. It's brown person that could be any brown person. It is tokenism. It is so deeply patronizing. And it's like, and by the way, this is a game that has fucking Coltrane, okay? This is a game whose second main character is Dominic Santiago. This is a game whose your first sergeant is Sergeant Kim, is an Asian guy. This game has always had a very diverse cast of characters from all kinds of different backgrounds. It's the entire world embroiled in a fight. But it's very obvious when you go with undefined woman, but also very masculine woman, undefined, like, this stuff is just so readable, dude. Like, I see this stuff a mile away and I'm like, Thai as well. Yeah, Thai is he Hawaiian? I think he's an island man. I know that. But, like, it's just, and here's the thing. By the way, the media itself is what trained me to see this. Whether that's actually what's going on here, and maybe this is actually just a fantastic character and I just don't know it yet. What does that say about, like, how the media has kind of trained people to see this stuff? And that's, like, your initial reaction when you see that. But, like, that kind of design is something that I've seen, like, pop up in more and more places. More and more places. And that kind of design, you see fall into this whole fucking list. You see fall into this whole fucking list. Even into their racing games, right? Like, looking at Forza, I love Forza. Forza's fantastic. Why is it that you can only make absolutely fucking hideous monstrosity, like, player characters? And why is all the language between the characters so, like, safe and culture and, like, perfectly cultured to be that way? And this is where I go to that conversation where, like, this is the thing I'm trying to bring up. A lot of people have come to the expectation, a lot of people have come to the conclusion that all of this stuff is political, that all of this stuff is ideological. But I'm telling you right now, it's not. While maybe that's, like, the motivation of the developer, or maybe that's the motivation of, like, some within the entire loop. What it really comes down to is this is their, like, harebrained way of how these games end up getting greenlit for these guys trying to make games for, like, as wide an audience as possible. That's where all this stuff is coming from. It's not actually there's no, like, there might be, like, hints of it between, like, some developers and some of the creatives or something like that, but the actual open door that you're seeing that's leading to a lot of this design, and it's something that you can see across Xbox's almost Xbox's entire library, is most of it is just coming from the fact that they're trying to make these games as, like, bland as possible. Flavorless. They're removing the flavor from games because they want games, they think that flavor makes you turn away and not want to play something. I mean, we know devs are making political statements. They have Blue Sky. We see their posts. They're not hiding it. It's not every single developer, though. That's kind of the point. Don't conflate everything with a few developers' comments that you see online. Though I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't exist. A really good example of that is something like Obsidian, right? Like, Obsidian's art director quite literally went on the internet and said that they put pronouns in their games to piss off Elon Musk, right? So, like, that shit's pretty obvious, okay? That shit's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious. If I say it like this, they're taking out all the seasoning. They are taking out all the seasoning. They are. Flavor might scare people away. Oh, we should talk about this. So I had posted about this already. So it was posted that today the EU Commission has replied to the European Citizens Initiative, Stop Destroying Video Games. New legislation will not be proposed, but changes will be initiated with consumers and the industry to improve the management of video games' end of life. So this is them effectively saying that there will be no new legislation that will create any laws to stop these companies from destroying games or taking away products that players own, but they will look to work with the industry to figure that out. Stop Killing Games, they made a response to this where they said, this decision is not unexpected, but we are prepared. Hence, we are pushing forward with the European Parliament, amending Stop Killing Games to the Digital Fairness Act. We can move without the commission and their non-decision, and as Accursed Farms had mentioned before, So I guess they had said here, we're in a position to pass legislation on this even without the commission's blessing. EU legislation should be going through either way. We're in a better position than ever to win this. We should be thanking the EU Commission for making sure that we didn't rest on our laurels. So effectively what they're saying is that they're just going to try to circumvent the EU Commission by making, what they were trying to do is they were trying to get their own law made, which is good. Like, that's what you want to do, because that's how you get something that's as clearly written as possible. Now, what they're going to be doing is trying to get an amendment made through the Digital Fairness Act to make it basically a part of that law, like a rule inside of that, rather than it being something that is on its own. Making a new law is a lot harder than amending an existing one, right? Personally, I don't know how that's going to work out. I don't know how that's. I hope that it ends up working out. I hope that it goes in the right direction. The only problem is that, like, I am of the mind that I do feel like a law needed to be made, because you need to be as specific as possible when it comes to this. And I'm not really a huge fan of stuff like this getting buried under existing laws, because things that are harder to it's much more difficult to make a law go away than it is to amend an existing law. Just as easy as it is to, get something added, it's just as easy to get something out. So, yeah. I don't know where this is going to go. I really don't. I saw this. I had responded to it. And I had said, all because members of all because the EU members met with lobbyists and Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot behind closed doors and likely had their hands greased. Pathetic, embarrassing, corrupt behavior from institutions meant to protect the people and instead are choosing to protect corporate interests. And that's exactly what this is. Like I talked about this last week, they were meeting with Yves Guillemot and a bunch of these other CEOs, as well as some of these other lobbyists, which are paid lawyers by a lot of these corporations. And all these guys went in there with the intent to talk these guys out of letting this become a law, and it worked. It worked. So, looks like their money is well spent. I'll tell you that. They spent money that they didn't really have. They spent money that they really didn't have, but these games never sold. So, okay, I have something to add to that. Give me a second, though, real quick. Let me use the bathroom real fast. Okay. So, here's the deal. What do I actually think is going what do I think is going on here? Here's the deal. Where's the music at? Lost the background jams. I actually do not think that it's just their lobbyists, and I don't think it's just the CEOs of video game companies. I actually think that there's probably more involvement from digital industries as a whole, because if there is legislation that is made against, or for digital rights ownership in the games industry, it is something that would ultimately impact everything else down the line. Because once you set a precedent for the video game, then also wouldn't you set a precedent for music, for movies, for Adobe, for, you know, any other application that you could download either on your phone or also onto your computer. So I don't think that this is something that is just contained. I don't think the money being spent also is just contained to just the video game industry. While they are the ones that are the target and the focus at the moment, I think what's actually going on is that you're seeing a lot of influence from companies much bigger than some in the video game industry that are putting pressure on these, you know, politicians and some of these other people because, well, it's everybody's bottom line, not just theirs. It would set a precedent for sure. I have a buddy who bought the whole season of King of the Hill on Amazon, and then it just disappeared because Amazon lost the license. Yeah, exactly. I don't buy digital movies because those stores can shut down and then my movies are gone. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the point that I'm bringing up here. And you actually have seen, there's a precedent for this. We've already seen this happen. There's people that have had complete libraries of movies that they had bought digitally on Amazon, and it says buy movie, and then they bought it, and then they're like, oh, we don't have the license for that. You can't watch it anymore. And you know, the one thing that I like, if we do not win on any of this, the law that I think does need to have happen, or the law that should be made, is that the language of purchasing needs to change. It has to. You should no longer be able to use the term pre-sale or pre-order or buy. Just as these video game companies can't use the language sell. Because you are fundamentally not doing those things. Those terms are permanent. There's permanence there. I am buying something. You don't buy a subscription service. You pay for a subscription service. It would be lease. Yeah, in some cases, lease, rent, etc. License. It's much, but they don't want that to happen because it's much less attractive language. It also works against like our like pre-programmed notion of like how we make purchases, and it would ultimately like give people pause when they go to buy something or go to spend their money. Is probably the better way for me to say it. It's a bear. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. The Game Corps probably agreed to give the EU governments back doors to all their games and platforms to stop killing games. They're going to agree to do that regardless. Yeah, if I buy something, I want to keep it. Otherwise, it's just a rental, and the verbiage should change to be that. Granted, if they did that, the people would raise an eyebrow and get upset. Exactly. And language is very powerful. Words are very powerful. And I don't think people understand just how powerful those words are. I don't think you guys realize that if these guys were forced to change the language that they use, like pre-order, pre-sale, buy, all that stuff, you don't understand like how much of an impact that will actually have on people's buying habits. Spending habits. Sorry. It would absolutely decimate these companies in some ways. Yeah, buy now means absolutely nothing in this because you're not actually buying anything now. You're paying for a license, but you don't buy the license because if you bought a license, that would mean that you own that license, which you don't, right? That's the thing that they're trying to make very clear with the language that they're using or with what they're trying to fight against. Buying a product for $60 feels a lot more different than renting a product for $60. Correct. I don't know about you guys, but there are very few things that I would spend $60 to rent. Piracy is true ownership. I do believe that if none of this actually works, I think as time goes on, I think people are going to find pirating a lot more attractive. I think that we're going to see a massive rise in pirating. And the reason why is because I would believe that with piracy, you're probably going to have a lot more permanence than you would with most of these games nowadays, right? Like, if these guys are going to cut service, if they're going to turn off servers, if they're going to do whatever else, if they're going to delist games, there's tons of games that have been delisted that you can find pirated. And if you pirated that game before that game was delisted anyway, well, which version of the game is more permanent now? I would imagine it would be the one that you still have. I'm just gonna say I don't condone pirating. If you can't afford a luxury, focus on something. Don't hate on me. Focus on something else. That's not the point that we're trying to make here. I'll just be straight up with you. Like pirating. I don't really think anybody should necessarily, like, any consumer should have any like opinion on anybody else pirating. Like, if that's what they do, that's what they do. People have their own reasons to do something, right? Like, there's I'm not down with this belief that if you can't afford something, I don't know, man. Like, part of me does and part of me doesn't, where it's just like, if you can't, like, the problem is that people will dishonestly misinterpret this when I say this. But it's like the idea that if you can't afford something, that it's not something that you should have, or not something you should be allowed to have, right? Because then people are like, oh, well, then should you steal a car? Should you steal that? Like, they'll immediately go to, like, misrepresent what I'm trying to say with this, right? Like, if it's a luxury and gaming is a luxury, I get what you're saying. But I'm not really down with, like, the whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Or, sorry. I'm not really down with the whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps, man. Fuck, cock-sucking bitch, can't talk. I'm not down with the pull yourself up by the bootstraps mentality of, if you can't afford luxury, you need to live a life of pain. I think that's a really easy position to take when you yourself can actually afford things. Owning a car is technically a luxury. Having a bed to sleep in is technically a luxury, right? I completely agree. I have the means to say what I just did. Yeah, and, like, by the way, like, everybody's welcome to have whatever opinion they want. But the point that I'm trying to make is that, man, I've been poor. I've been poor where I had to pirate shit because it's just like, oh, hey, because you've had an unfortunate life and maybe you made some mistakes. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just bad spawn RNG. You should just be staring at walls and waiting for paint to dry and making sure that you're working, fucking 16, 18 hours a day until you can get yourself out of that position and be able to afford stuff, right? Like, it's just like, fuck, man. Like, there's just not a way for anybody else to live. It's unfortunate that's the way that it ends up having to be for a lot of people, but at the exact same time, when we're talking about something that I think is, like, as low to the ground as video games, like, fuck, let's let some people have some luxury in life. Luckily, there are things like there are things like free to play, but then, like, look at how predatory the industry is built around that stuff, right? Like, think about this. Like, let's take let me give you a different perspective on this. So with the perspective that you're taking of, like, oh, hey, you know, if you can't afford something, you don't deserve the luxury. True. But people can play free-to-play games. How are those free-to-play games built? Are they built for the people that, you know, don't have a lot in life and they're, you know, there to help them kind of get through their day? No, they're built to take advantage of them. They're built to exploit them, to reprogram their minds, to make them like to nickel and dime those people and capture as much low income money as they possibly can and make. And they're also realizing, and this is just a case when it comes to a lot of people that end up being broke. When you're broke, not everybody's like this, but a lot of people are. You're also really bad with money in a lot of cases. And you're probably not very like financially educated. So they're taking advantage of that as well. That's the reason why a lot of these free-to-play games are built to be as predatory as they are, because they are very much built to take advantage of people that do not have the income to be playing games. That's why they're free, to get them in the door, because they realize they can't pay for that, but they know that they're probably not good with money, so they're going to probably be somewhat, you know, impulsive with how they spend it, right? So it's a shit situation. Am I sitting here like, I'm not going to tell anybody they can't have anything? Not within reason, obviously. Piracy is unfortunately necessary. I think for some people it is. And like, keep in mind the other thing, like this goes another step as well, because like, I think the whole piracy issue, I think, is something that is like multi-layered, and it has a lot of different things. There's a lot of different shit going on in there, right? Like a really good example of this is like games in South America. Okay. So in certain countries, some of these games are just not actually priced to the local economy. And they are just completely unaffordable, even though the people that are living there have like a decent life, right? Like they're making a decent wage or a decent living wage, and they're living relatively comfortably. But the problem is that the games that are there are not actually having their prices having their prices adjusted towards the local currency. So as such, these guys will just go out and pirate the shit because, like, why would they want to spend $500 worth of their money buying a video game? Why would they want to spend an entire month's rent buying a video game? They're not going to do that. And the hardware is even worse in some cases as well. So, like, it's not even like, oh, you're too poor, you can't afford this, therefore you shouldn't have this luxury. No, like, it's quite literally priced out of their reach without any real purpose. That's why if you look at like South America, Brazil is a really good example of this. I know I have a lot of Brazilian viewers that have like popped up and talked about it before. And they're like, if these games were actually like priced based on our actual economy, we'd have no problem buying these games. But the problem is that they're trying to sell them for USD, right? They're trying to sell them for $70 USD, which in their money is like fucking an absurd amount of money. Doesn't make any sense. No, we're just going to pirate it. Or in some cases, you have games that are just completely blocked from some countries where you're just not able to access it whatsoever, right? And then their only option to access that media is to pirate that media. A really good example of this that we've seen in the past, like look at like PlayStation. PlayStation blocked like 180 countries from being able to buy anything or being able to play Helldivers 2, right? So what if you're from one of those other countries? How are you going to be able to get it? How are you going to be able to get access to it? You have to find a way. If it's a game that you want to play, you're going to find a way. That's the other thing as well, right? Where like you can, I think that we can probably like, we can talk about whether something is right or wrong, but at the end of the day, the real point that you need to make is like whether, like, what is human nature? And human nature is going to be when you want something, you're going to find a way. And maybe that way is going to be the right way or the pure way where people are spending their money or people are working to save up and do whatever they need to do, or they're going to steal it. So you just kind of have to navigate that space the best that you can, right? What's your view on modding older consoles like the PSP? What the fuck? Do whatever you want with it. My old PSP was modded. Bro, my PSP had fucking homebrew on it on like the first week that I had it. What are you talking? I was playing I was playing Super Mario Brothers and a bunch of other like Nintendo games like the minute that I got my PSP. Fuck, I think I probably played more games from Nintendo on my PSP than I ever did from PlayStation. Though, I tell you what, one of my favorite games on that motherfucker. What was the name of it? Yeah, I think this is it. My favorite game on PSP. Hell yeah. Kingdom of Paradise. This game was fire. Oh, dude, this game was so good. I don't know if other people thought it was good. I thought it was good. I thought it was good. Key of Heaven, right? That's what it's called? Key of Heaven. I guess it had a different name. Never heard of it. It's like an Eastern so it's like an Eastern setting RPG kung fu sword game. I wonder if it shows like the combat. Show me combat.
Build the clan.
Yeah. Not the clan.
This fight's just beginning. It's just beginning. This fight's just beginning.
I love how garbage hitboxes were back in the day. And targeting.
Here goes Chi Arts Blind Dragon.
Big damage situation.
This fight's just beginning.
This fight's just, and also all of the like repetitive lines. This fight's just beginning. This fight's just beginning. Yeah, Key of Heaven. Well, I think it was also called. I thought it was Kingdom of Heaven. Well, I guess it has multiple names.
You must be a top disciple.
I remember it as Kingdom of Paradise. Maybe I had like an untranslated version or something. I'm not really too sure. No, yeah, it was Kingdom of Paradise. Maybe that's what it means. The actual like Japanese name of it. I'm not really too sure. I never heard it called that before. Kingdom of Paradise, absolute banger game. Absolute banger game. Looks like Dynasty Warriors. It's not like Dynasty Warriors. Sony made this? I think it was a Sony game. Developers, Climax Entertainment, Sony Interactive, Implicit Conversations. Who is this? Closed down, and it was a small studio with just 20 staff in 1996. Intimate Conversations, or Implicit Conversations. Do they still exist? We helped bring 100 games to modern consoles. Were they like porters, maybe? Yeah, I think they were like a porting company, it looks like. Oh, these guys made Shining Force. Not really related, but no. Wikipedia mentions that they were dissolved with some members going to the forming a company named Matrix Software. These guys probably got filtered out of the industry at some point. Anyway, all right. Is there anything that I commented on this week that's interesting? I did find it really funny that these guys just announced that Hellblade game and then shut it down the next week. So funny to me, man. Oh, this is really cool. I like this. A dad says that Valve has made a customer for life after the company sent him a free replacement Steam Deck case. He reached out to Steam support after his baby had thrown up on his original case and asked if he could buy a new one. Instead, Valve told him that they had already ordered a replacement and it would be sent free of charge. Valve has made a customer for life. I had reached out asking if I could buy a replacement case after my newborn got sick all over mine, and they just sent me a free one. I know it's a small thing, but this is the kind of customer service that means a lot. It really is that easy for this guy. How does he keep getting away with it? He can't, man. He can't keep getting away with this. You know what this reminds me of? This level of customer service that you often see from Steam. It reminds me of like what customer service used to be like in the 90s. Like late 90s, early 2000s. Companies would bend over backwards to do anything to keep you as their customer. They would go way out of their way to do some stuff that you're just like, you don't have to go that far. They're like, oh, no, we'll take care of you. We'll take care of you. I remember like even Nintendo at one point was like that same way. Like, I don't know if you guys remember this, but like if I remember correctly, one of the Xbox, I think the NES, like one like set of the NES that had gone out had like a lifetime warranty on it. They said that they would always replace the unit, fix it, whatever it is. And I remember I had called Nintendo and I had like my console stopped working. And this is like years later. I think at the time I was playing like PS2 games at the time, right? Like I've been way past this already. But I saw the sticker on the back and I'd called up Nintendo. And I was like, I have an NES and it stopped working. And they're like, okay, give us your address. We'll send you a replacement. And no shit, they sent me the like top loader, not the front loader, the old, because that's the front loader was the one that stopped working. But Nintendo just straight up shipped me a top loader with a brand new controller, 2 brand new controllers, the like dog bone ones that they had when they came out with like that like the remake version of it or whatever it was. Bro called Miyamoto. Yeah, it was probably just him answering the phone at the time. It's probably just him. Yeah. I was a kid, so I had no idea what I was doing. I was just like, I'm just gonna call this number. So I think this is like 1999 or like 2000 that I had called these guys. So they probably got this call from like a little kid, and they're like, "We'll send you another one. What's your address?" Crazy, man. Crazy. It's crazy how things used to be. Customers used to be appreciated. It's nice to see that there are still companies that still do that kind of stuff. It is. It's really nice to see that there are some people that still understand and still know what that old school stuff is. Where the juice used to be when it came to how to treat your customers and how to run a good business. That's really cool, man. It's really heartwarming to see something like this. I also had said, funny thing about Valve that I found recently, they're not listed as members of the ESA or Video Games Europe, the two lobbying groups that are trying to stop killing games. I looked through all the list of members on both. Valve's name ain't on there. You want to know whose name is on there? Epic Games. On both, by the way. Not only on the European one, as well as the one here stateside. But Valve is like, what is this? Lobbying? No. No, we'll handle our own business. We'll handle our own business. Dude, I also saw this. This dude right here. I don't want to get into this too much because this guy might be a little bit off. He is off his rocker. This says Steam fanboys love doing mental gymnastics to come up with fun new ways to suck Steam's cock. So I sent him a test. Gave him a little quiz. You know what I mean? Did he take it? No, I don't think he did. Because I later realized that in the replies, this dude started going off on like every single person in here. And one of the things that he did was he started sending video. He started sending video replies to every single person that was disagreeing with him. Like talking about how he wants to like punch them in the face and how he's going to knock them out and how stupid they are and all this like Reddit mod behavior. No, it's just weird, dude. I'm going to be real. Like that's some odd behavior for somebody on the internet. That's just some weird shit to do. Imagine posting videos of yourself online. RGB in the video. Where is it at? Because I had like sent a clip to somebody of it because I thought it was so funny. But the whole thing just reminds me. Is this the actual one? The whole thing just reminds me of this. Where like bro is just like crashing the fuck out while his RGB is just blaring in his face the whole time. Dude even says there's 100 videos of me responding to people live in this thread. Like that's not something to be proud of, my guy. That's not like you you've been going, you had a rough day or something like that. There's one of these ones that was like really funny that I was gonna find, but I don't know. I don't think I would be able to find it. I don't know. I'm not gonna go looking that deep into it. I just found this all to be really funny. But like the whole time, all I could think of was this fucking this right here, because like the dude's just like crashing out the whole time. All you see is just his RGB lights going off in the background, like hitting his face and changing every 5 seconds. And it's just like brother sitting here fucking tripping out while his fucking iBuyPower PC is just fucking fuck, I love the internet sometimes, man. Twitter is such a weird place. It is. It is. Oh man. Let's see here. Is there anything else interesting? Oh God. This.
Xbox is losing money hand over fist. They are not doing well. That's my problem. And that's your problem, Paris, is that we're fucking smart.
Anytime you hear somebody start off their point with, we're fucking smart, you know it's about to be the dumbest shit you ever heard.
You took any of us and gave us control of Xbox, we would walk into Satya Nadella and be like, we're not getting rid of any of these fucking studios. What we're doing is stopping fucking hardware. You fucked up the world. You fucked up the entire industry by wanting to go after this AI shit, and now no one can buy components. So it doesn't matter if I get Gears as an exclusive as an Xbox. You can't buy a new Xbox because it's too fucking expensive. We can't make new Xboxes because the components are too expensive. The thing that would be the shot in the fucking arm right now would be, hey, we have a brand new spanking console called Helix. That motherfucker's too expensive. So Satya and Nadella, eat a big bag of shit, you son of a bitch. You fucked this into the ground. So now we're gonna save the Xbox brand the only way we know how, and that's appealing to the gamers.
It's just like there's an argument to be made, okay? Yes, 100%. The reason why the consoles and the hardware is so expensive is because, yes, Satya Nadella, like every other tech CEO right now, is heavily investing into AI, because they're all heavily investing into AI. It's all happening right now. But like there's a criticism to make, but I like how they start off with, we're smart. This is what we would do. We're going to keep all these studios and we're going to do all this stuff, but we're just not going to do hardware anymore. And Satya Nadella, you're just a big poo-poo face. It's just like lowbrow, I'm going to insult. There's no actual real argument happening. Have you guys noticed how much conversation or how much discussion when people don't actually have a point just gets kind of boiled down to just personal insults more than anything else? The better question to ask in this situation would to instead say, if Microsoft is procuring all of this hardware, all of this memory, well, then that means that they have contracts with these companies to get that memory made. So if that's the case, why are you not allocating some of that towards Xbox? Why is it only being allocated towards your data centers? You have other businesses to worry about, and your heavy investment into AI is negatively impacting your other businesses. That's something that Microsoft needs to fix. That's something that Microsoft has to take care of, but they're not. They're just forcing Xbox to try to swim on its own regardless of whatever Microsoft does. And that's not how you run an effective business. That's the conversation that you should have, instead of just being like, eat a big bag of shit, I hate you so much, Satya Nadella. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Keeping all of these studios, letting them make cool art, and we're gonna fucking publish it everywhere.
How has that worked? I love how their plan to fix Xbox and how we're gonna be so smart and we could take control and we do a better job is to effectively just continue to do the same thing that Xbox has already been doing. And that's to run a bunch of studios that make games that nobody buys, nobody's interested in, and then sell them on every single platform that's out there, that's actually going to make a difference for any of them, and then just be like, because it's cool art. And then you run out of money and the company goes out of business, and then you're wondering who's there next to give you a paycheck. They'd keep losing $30 million a game. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that with some of these projects, it's likely over $30 million. A few of those studios that they're talking about are based out here in California. And even with their current development teams, and I'm sure that their budgets are relatively low, with some of these guys, some of these homies have been making games. It's 7 years it's taken them to put something out. That's not costing you $30 million. I'm sure that's going to be a couple of the projects, but the $30 million, even if it was $30 million, when you have 10 studios that are doing that, that's $300 million. And then the costs then probably bleed over past that because you have marketing costs, a bunch of other stuff as well. I guarantee Xbox is spending a lot of money on some of these auxiliary studios that are just not necessary and ultimately are just distracting them from serving audiences that they should be, which is the audience that they used to serve.
Why the fuck are we talking about exclusives right now? What goddamn reality are you living in right now?
This part I absolutely agree with, though.
Xbox leadership that we're thinking exclusives are what's going to bring people back to this platform. Get out of the fucking hardware. Double Fine. We need an awesome, fun game in 9 months to put on Game Pass. I'm going over and I'm saying, Outer Worlds devs,
9 months? We need an awesome, fun game to put on Game Pass in 9 months. How long has this dude been in this industry? Is this real? This man has never spoken to anyone in the industry. That says everything right there. The other thing, brother, what are you talking about? They just put out a game on Game Pass. Double Fine already put out a quirky, cool game on Game Pass. And they also put it out to the rest of the industry. There's 7 people playing it right now. Greg has been in the industry for like 20 plus years.
You're making Fallout New Vegas 2. Those kids who made the fucking Fallout London mod, I'm giving them money and we're fucking making a thing out of that too. Like,
where's the money coming from? I love the premise that he starts this off with, you know, coming in and saying, you know, screw you, Satya Nadella. This is what we're doing. And it's just like, okay, with what money? The company hasn't been profitable. They're sitting at a 3% profit margin right now. You make more on a savings account at your local bank. Like, come on, man. Be real. Like, oh, I'm going to go get these random modders and get them to make a video game, even though they're, like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely a very common pipeline from modder to game developer, but like, what? What are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, I agree on the New Vegas 2 part, but also at the same time, then you have to, like, what are you talking about? Obsidian, you're making Fallout New Vegas 2. The problem is that, like, one, Obsidian hasn't been able to make a game that actually resonates with players in a decade outside of Grounded. And that's a completely different vibe. Their RPGs have just not hit at all. Avowed, not good enough. Outer Worlds 2, not good enough. Why would you think that they would actually be worth investing in a Fallout New Vegas 2, a game you would likely put far larger of a budget into than you did their previous games? If anything, my question is, why are they keeping Obsidian? That's another one that I would have cut too. Fuck it.
I'm here right now and I'm talking to Satya Nadella while he's this giant fucking bag of shit because fuck this guy.
Again, no actual real solution or argument or anything, just personal insults. Like,
you are not going anywhere with this brand if we don't have a vision for what it is.
You don't either. Everything you brought up was literally just throwing random shit at the wall. That's so goofy, man. Like, it's such a weird thing to say. They have no vision. I think that Xbox does have a vision. Their vision is one that I'm not necessarily a fan of, and I honestly don't think that they're headed in the right direction at all, to be honest with you. But I will say the best first steps that they could possibly take is skinning up the business. They need to cut a bunch of these studios off. They need to go back to just their core franchises and their core companies, and they need to focus on making the best possible games they can. And that doesn't mean spending more money on them, Xbox. You know what needs to happen? I need to talk to Asha Sharma. Fuck it, I'll do it myself. Fuck it, I'll do it myself. I like at this point, like let me talk some fucking sense into some people, man. Let me talk a little bit of sense into some people. I
don't know how you cannot look at the failure of the announcement and generation that was the Xbox One and not go, we will never do that again. We will never step foot on a stage and not have a message we believe in. Nobody believes.
What are you talking about? They did have a message. Their message is that they reignited the console war. that they are going to commit themselves back to their players and creating an ecosystem that people want to exist in. They had a strong message. They did. I think that the message itself is strong. It's just the problem is that like my issue that I take with them is that I think that Xbox just fundamentally doesn't have a good image of like who the audience is and who they're going to make games for and like what they're trying to do. Right now, as Xbox exists, they've spread themselves too thin and they're trying to make too many games for too many people. Instead, what they need to do is they need to laser focus back on the audience that built their platform. And by the way, that's not, oh, you need to start making games for fucking 35 to 38-year-old men. No, I'm talking about like you guys used to be able to target like all of these like looks maxing chuds. I blame Xbox for it. If Halo was good, these kids would be inside fucking chugging Mountain Dew, eating Cheetos, and playing Halo and getting Hayabusa armor. Tell me I'm wrong. Instead, they're getting brain rotted by Fortnite and fucking Roblox and thinking that they need to bash their face in with a fucking hammer so they can find a girlfriend. You did this, Xbox.
Believes in any of this except the fucking money. I hope all these studios can get out and go have successful lives, and that's not possible, and I hate that. Nobody believes in any of this except the fucking money.
This is so performative, and you can see it on his face. Watch this. Watch this. Zero actual emotion. Zero actual excitement.
Except the fucking money.
Nothing. Just glass. Nobody cares about anything except the fucking money. Well, you still need the money to be able to pay the studios, and the studios have to make money to be able to survive. And I love how he admits here.
I hope all these studios can get out and go have successful lives, and that's not possible, and I hate that.
You're saying that because you should probably recognize that none of these studios, if they weren't under Microsoft, would be able to make money on their own anyway. You know, one of the problems that I have is that, like, for all the people that are, like, hardcore virtue signaling over some of these studios that have been closed, this wouldn't have happened if those studios actually made games that people were interested in playing, but they didn't. These are studios that I think that what should have actually happened is instead of having this false sense of security, the security blanket that was Game Pass, this golden ticket that was there for these guys to essentially just go out and do whatever the fuck they wanted to, if that wasn't there, these guys would have been out in the free market competing with every other developer on very open terms of how many copies of a game you can sell. And if that was actually happening, there's a really good chance that these companies would have been testing their limits. They would have been finding out what players like. They would have had a much clearer line of communication with the actual audience, much clearer numbers on how many people are actually interested in playing their game and why they're playing their game. People that are actually invested in their games. They'd be able to test the limits of how much money they can spend, how many developers they can have, what kind of direction they can go in, all these kind of things. And also, they would arguably have been forced into the direction of what are players interested in playing right now, rather than make whatever you want. One is actually trying to make a game for a customer. The other is trying to make a game for themselves. And when you're making a game for yourself, the only way that game is going to find success, the only way that game is going to, you know, be profitable in any way, is if you are just so lucky to have made a game and what you wanted is also exactly what everybody else wanted to. But that doesn't happen. Not very often. Because many developers today just simply do not share the same interest as the audience. They don't think the same way. They don't like the same things. They don't have the same politics. They don't have the same beliefs. They don't have the same background. They don't have the same nothing. They are polar opposites of one another. And because of that, every single time these guys go out and put out a game, nobody's there to buy it because we're just not interested in the same things. That's something that would be filtered out by this industry if these guys were out there competing with everybody else like they should. Most of these studios likely, let's say Xbox never got involved with Double Fine. They'd likely just be out of business, which for all we know could end up being better for those people, because that likely means that those guys went to go work at other studios and found other teams to work with, people that had better direction and better ideas, and then their talent actually got put to, put to use in the right way. Or maybe they don't fail, and maybe these companies like Compulsion or Arcane or whoever else ended up landing on ideas that really resonated with other people, and they took in data and took in the opinions of players and saw what people are interested in and kind of, curbed their decisions towards that direction and made something that everybody wanted to play rather than whatever they wanted to do. That actually almost happened. They had a Patreon. If I'm not mistaken, I think that Double Fine, like outside of maybe Brutal Legend, didn't those guys have to fund like every single game themselves? Like to keep their doors open. These guys were like always on the brink. Like they've always been a fuck around studio. I like the guys. I do. I really like I like their studio head. I really do. I think he's super cool. I think the studio is super cool. While I don't necessarily like their games that much or anything like that, like I still respect it. I want people to be creative. I want people to have creative freedom. I want these guys to do whatever the fuck they want to do. I think that sounds great, but I also live in reality. So. I always hope they iterated on Brutal Legend, which never made a lot of sense why they didn't. So I had seen part of this. I didn't actually watch the entire thing, but I'd said, somebody is gonna, when somebody opens with "we're fucking smart," it's about to be the dumbest thing you've ever heard. AI bad rant. Let's kill hardware. Keep all the studios. Let's make cool art. If this guy was running Xbox, they'd be making more award-winning games that nobody actually fucking buys. That's like one of the things that I had seen paraded around by a lot of writers was award-winning studio shut down. One of the best games on Xbox Game Pass is from a studio that Microsoft is potentially shutting down. Xbox Studio Apocalypse. Every studio closure rumored. Ahead of the Xbox bloodbath. Yeah, look at this. Look at Polygon. One of the best games on Xbox Game Pass is from a studio that Microsoft is potentially shutting down. South of Midnight is a Peabody winner that you shouldn't overlook. What is a Peabody? Some pretentious fucking award. An honor described as the most powerful, enlightening, and invigorating. Oh, no. Okay, well, what is it? What is the Peabody Award? The Peabody Award is an annual, highly prestigious American award honoring excellence and impactful storytelling in television, radio, podcasting, and digital media. Oh. It's like, okay, cool. You won an award. You didn't sell any copies, and nobody played your game, and nobody was interested in it. While I still think that stuff like that should still exist, and I think that I don't have a I know that there's a lot of people that had a fucking hard on for South of Midnight. I honestly don't give a fuck. I don't care, man. I saw everybody posted about it. Oh, DEI game, blah blah. Like, no, these guys just they just made the game that they made. Like games like that are allowed to exist. They're allowed to make that shit, but you also have to make that stuff with the knowledge and the forethought that it's likely not going to make a lot of money. You can still make these games. You just can't this is a standalone game. These guys made it. This is not some IP or even a studio that everybody liked. Okay, this is not some like shit that like, oh, these guys are taking a different path and they're going away from the players or whatever it is. No, that's not what this is. This is their own studio making their own game, doing their own thing, and this is what they chose to do with it. And that's fine. I ain't got no problem with that. I have a single problem with that. I welcome it. I celebrate it. But you have to make those games with the understanding that you're just likely not going to reach a wide audience with it, because it's a niche game. It's just not going to reach a lot of people. This is just not what a lot of people are looking for. South of Midnight is Sweet Baby consulted. Again, okay, sure, go ahead. If you want to use consultants, you want to use Sweet Baby, you want to bring in Anna Sarkeesian, you can make those games. They can exist. Just don't do it with my existing franchises. And don't do it with my studios. Don't do it with the people that have historically been making games for, male audiences and me and everybody else. I'm selfish. I want these games all made for me. So outside of that, if these guys want to go do their own thing and go do it, go ahead. I don't have a problem with that. Why does that bother me? It doesn't bother me at all. Don't do it with our government money either. Oh, that's actually fucking true. Yeah, don't be giving fucking government spending or anything like that. That shit's so stupid. Don't be wasting my money. Don't be wasting my money. Is there anything else that I counted? I don't know. This is some stupid shit. Oh my God. I thought that the marathon delusion would end. I really did. Because when you go and you look to see what's going on between Marathon and Destiny, right? Like Destiny 2 right now, still at over 100,000 players. Everybody's kicking it. Everybody's having a good time. Fuck, I've been playing it. I've been having a really good time. I need to play more of it. I think once I finish my PoE 2 league, it's probably going to become my daily driver. Like legit, I think I'm going to actually like run through all the rest of the story content for Destiny 2. And then I'm going to do some endgame shit. And then I'm going to do raids. And I want to do all the dungeons. And like, I want to do all the content. There's a ton of stuff that I missed out on. And playing Destiny is just so fun, man. The game just feels so good. And it looks good. And it's a good game. It always has been a good game. It's just been a misled game is the problem. But Destiny, too, absolutely crushing it. Over 100,000 players. And these numbers are going to fall. Of course they will, because there's not any content that's coming. But I would actually suffice to guess there's probably a really good chance that these numbers are going to stay a lot higher than I think people are thinking they're going to. And then Marathon. Right back to where we were. You guys tried to give this game out for free. You tried to add content to it. You're right back to where you were. And it only took 2 weeks. But remember, this is the game they're shutting down. This is the game they're not working on anymore. This is the team they're laying off. Right. Right. Good job, Sony. Excellent business decision. Excellent business decision. Incredible. I think these guys, you know what it is? Sony is so galaxy brained that we cannot fathom. We cannot begin to fathom their intellect. They're seeing so far into the future that they see when Marathon is dominating. It's bigger than Fortnite. It's huge. Nobody can even touch it. People quit their jobs just to play it, but then have to get jobs anyway because they still need to pay them microtransactions. Maybe the game's doing better on Steam or off Steam. No, 70% of the fucking 70% of the sales were on Steam. So it's even worse, to be honest with you. But anyway, the marathon delusion has not ended. I saw this post. Where was all this support over the last 4 years? Y'all are so performative. The numbers are going to plummet in a few days, within 1 to 2 weeks, and be right back to under 20,000. And this isn't me hating. I just know that how all y'all gamers work nowadays, and it's sad. To which I respond, I don't think I've ever seen a more delusional fan base than Marathon. People stop playing because nobody in their right mind would financially support a game that's content is under-supported and just not good. Destiny's numbers will plummet. Bro, your game never left the basement. The reason I say, bro, your game never left the basement is because anytime I see a post like this, I know it's coming from a Marathon fan. I know it's coming from a Marathon fan because that's the only other place it would be coming from. Anytime I see somebody post some of the dumbest shit that I have ever seen, it is always a Marathon fan. And this isn't all of them. There are plenty of them that are out there that are just enjoying their game and doing their thing. But then there's these ones that want to come through and they want to poke the tires of Destiny, believing that for some odd reason that the death of that game is going to lead to the life of theirs. And I'm like, and the only way I see stuff like this is when I see somebody that is at peak delusion. And that must be a Marathon fan. That must be a Marathon fan. One of the biggest criticisms that I've seen recently is all these people that have been talking about how they're like, oh, where was all this support for Destiny? Destiny just wasn't good, man. It just wasn't good. The content that they put out for the game wasn't good. The players said as much. The raids were weaker. The content was weaker. The seasons were weaker. The loot was weaker. The loop was weaker. The writing was weaker. All of it just wasn't very good. And the future of Destiny wasn't clear. And that took an even harder hit over the past 2 years because what was Bungie doing over the past 2 years? They were working on Marathon. And month after month, they were rolling over more and more people from Destiny to Marathon. And then once Marathon launched and it didn't do that well, then they rolled over even more people. And tried to revive a game that was already cut in half, essentially. So the support for Destiny just got weaker and weaker as Marathon got closer and closer to launch, and then even weaker after its launch. So, like, no shit, people stopped playing it. Because nobody's going to sit around and be like, God, this game sucks. Oh, God, I'm going to keep giving you money hoping that you guys make the game better. What are you, a World of Warcraft player? Are you missing your frontal lobe? Nobody's going to do that. Of course the game was suffering. Just because people weren't playing the game doesn't mean they don't want to see the game successful. It just means that the game just isn't good enough to play. It doesn't mean players just don't want it to exist. And the expectation that you need to sit around and play a failed game, you need to sit around and play a garbage game to be able to really truly call yourself a fan or a supporter, that is some absolute slop dick eating shit that I'm just not down with. I'm not down with that. That's consumer mentality. I have to continue supporting this thing that is bad. Otherwise, if I don't, then everybody can tell me that I'm not a real supporter. I'm not a real fan. No, you know what a real fan does? A real fan quits playing a game to send the message that it needs to get better. An addict is the one that continues to play a game, even when it's worse. So, am I right? Of course I am. We don't just have a Marathon player. We have a Marathon content creator. Post it on Twitter. No. I. How does does marathon content actually do any good? No, it doesn't. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys ever how much? You know what, man? I take it back. I get it. I'd be out there trying to fight on the front lines too if I went out and I spent over $200 on Concord 3. I'd be out there trying to resuscitate that motherfucker like crazy. I'd be like, no. Stay with me. Stay with me, motherfucker. Stay with me. Good Lord. What do you get? A box? Art books? A statue? Statue doesn't even really look all that good. Oh, it's like a lamp. That's actually kind of cool. So $170 for a lamp? I don't know, man. And then probably some in-game shit, right? Yeah, digital products. You get an emblem, a background. Oh, that's all. You don't even get fucking skins? You don't even get skins? Bro, what the fuck? Actually, I do feel bad for this dude now. I feel bad for gamers across the world. What the fuck happened to what happened to collector's editions? Now they just send you a fucking lamp, or they just send you a figurine. That's it. You're not getting some cool skins. You're not getting some exclusive in-game stuff. You're not even getting the fucking game, dude. No game included. No game code. Why not? Dude spent $170 on a fucking piece of plastic. They just send you a lamp. Bro, look at this. Look at this. I got this statue, Marcus Phoenix. I got the game, Gears of War 3. I got an art book, an actual art book, a book. I got a cog, a metal cog award that you could and also a pair of cog tags that you could wear. It's like a necklace, but then also an award thing as well. in-game skins and DLC, and it also came with the season pass. So I had all the future maps already paid for and unlocked. I got a dope ass statue. What happened? What happened? How much was that too? How much was the Gears of War 3 collector edition when it came out? Epic edition. And I spent less. $150. $150. Unreal. Yeah, $149.99 figurine plus freebies plus game, yeah. No need to include the game with this new breed of gamers. They don't even play it. That's so true, especially in the case of Marathon. That's so true. Yeah, 210. So yeah, you'd spend $210 with the game. Chances are, though, I'll be real with you though, I would almost guarantee that if you're spending $170 on the collector's edition, on the physical collector's edition, chances are you probably bought the Marathon Digital Deluxe Edition for $59.99. Right? There's no shot you buy the physical collector's edition of the game that doesn't actually have the game, and then you go buy the standard edition of the game. No. You bought the Digital Deluxe to get all the free DLC goodies, the skins and all that stuff. So $230 on Marathon. Yeah. Crazy. I understand why people are committed. They're financially invested. You just have to keep in mind that the players that are invested into Destiny are far more invested with both time and money. And your game wouldn't exist without them. So trying to go by and try to, throw rocks at these guys while they're trying to do their thing. Look, and I've said this before as well, that I actually don't have a problem with Marathon. I hope that the game actually sticks around. I hope the game actually, holds on to some player base and it doesn't get shut down, but I just recognize the reality of the situation and see that game is just it's not going to hold on to an audience. It's just not going to happen. There's just not enough people that are playing it, and eventually Sony's going to come to the crossroads and say, sorry, enough is enough. We can't have you guys continue to waste money on this. You need to be working on the next thing or whatever it's going to be. Maybe they put it on maintenance mode or something like that. I have no idea. Maybe they make a small team that just kind of experiments and dicks around with it. But for the most part, chances are they're going to cut their losses pretty soon. I would say by the end of the year. They'll cut their losses by the end of the year at the very least. I think they're kind of desperate not to give up on it just yet because of obviously PlayStation can't keep shutting down all these fucking live service games and having all these problems with their games. They need to build some confidence with their investors, but I hope that the game holds on somehow. I hope it recovers somehow and ends up being good for the people that really like it. I genuinely do. But also at the exact same time, I don't know why these motherfuckers are running around trying to talk shit. You ain't got the room to be talking right now. Ain't got the room to be talking. I've made it a point all the time to do my best to say, hey, I want their game to stick around. I want people to keep their game. I don't like it. I think it's garbage. The gunplay feels good and the movement is all right, I guess. But visually, I can't stand looking at that game. They're going to go free to play for sure. That'll be the last step. That'll be the last move. You have to keep in mind, PlayStation does not want to do free to play. This is actually a conversation that had came out at one point. I can't remember exactly when it was, but PlayStation does not want to do free to play because free to play is not premium, and PlayStation is a premium platform, so they can't give games away for free because that doesn't fit with their brand. If they do that, that'll be the very last step they take. And I would actually go to say that there's probably a really good chance that, no, I don't think they would. I don't think they would go free to play. Because like, look at Concord, right? Like they had nothing to lose there. They'd already lost everything, but they didn't try to do free to play with that game. They immediately just shut it down. Why isn't this conversation finished yet? Don't worry, I got you. I got you. Peace. How was this conversation not finished yet? Shut the fuck up. All right. Is there anything else in here that I wanted to talk about? I don't know. Was there anything else that happened recently? Was there like a big thing that happened recently? There's like a big... No, right? Probably a marathon player. See, you're catching on. You're catching on. That's what I would, that honestly, I think that's you should probably, when you see somebody acting up, just be like, I bet you play marathon. And then watch them get all fucked up. Not many of those, exactly. Notice how we don't have very many shit talkers in chat. How's your PoE league been? It's been really good. It's been really good. All right, so Grand Theft Auto 6. It's official. It's coming. It's real. It's not getting delayed, or at least so far we think. I mean, from what I understand, if these guys give an actual hard release date and also are putting out marketing and also are putting out pre-orders, I can't imagine that they'd be trying to push the date. But they finally have come through, and they're going to be releasing Grand Theft Auto 6. The nuke is about to be dropped. I like it. Short, simple, sweet, right to the point. I also like that riff. I also really like that riff. And demonetized. I don't think I can get demonetized for this. I think it's only for like their original stuff. Bisexual lighting. I actually like, this is 33 seconds, but that was the 33 gayest seconds of my entire life. Oh man, no doubt, no doubt. So it is coming out. Pre-orders start June 25th. So we're gonna know the price of Grand Theft Auto in 6 days. So that means these guys are actually going to fuck me. That is bisexual lighting. I'm getting fucked by this game. I need to put out a video. Like, what do you mean? You're going to do it on the 25th, which means that, like, I can't put a video together talking about the fact that you guys are going to increase the base price of video games to $150. So how am I going to fucking pull that off? I can't preemptively make a video being mad about the price and then pivot later. Troon colors slowly sweeping in Veilguard style. I've actually seen a bunch of people that have been commenting on the color scheme for, you know, Grand Theft Auto 6. I think I saw I don't think I saved it. I think this dude did it again. I'm not gonna look for it. I think Smash JT made another video talking about bisexual lighting and saying, "Did you think I wouldn't notice Rockstar?" or something like that. DEI purple, the whole kind of thing again. Did anybody ever actually play Vice City? So is like Vice City also like bisexual lighting? Was Vice City, was the Ballad of Gay Tony fucking DEI propaganda back in fucking 2000 and something? Vice City has Concord colors done right. Yeah, but we're only seeing like the opening stuff, and like, what the fuck are people talking about? People, yes, Vice City is as gay as you can get. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting Grand Theft Auto to quite literally change my sexuality. Yeah. Either that or just be filled with hot Latinas. Judging by the cover art, yeah, I mean, yeah. Judging by the cover art, it looks like they're trying to hit me with hot Latinas and fat, big fat black dudes. I guess. I mean, hey, that's not necessarily a bad taste, right? What you don't understand is that they specifically and strategically position the two characters on the left and right side to signify the fact that you are going to be torn between both man and woman the rest of your life, regardless of what your gender is. And also, if you look up and down, your other options, if you're not going to go in the bisexual direction, your other options are either I guess a threesome with a couple, or being shot. However, if you can navigate these waters, if you can escape these options, if you are somebody that lives outside of the matrix of up, down, left, and right, do you guys not realize there's political symmetry here? There's subliminal messaging that you're not even reading. This goes past bi lighting. No. If you can live in the diagonal, if you can live outside of the matrix, what do you get? Look at the four corners. You get success. You get helicopters, motorcycles, nice cars, boats, flamingos. LD, I'm not high enough to understand you right now. That's fine. Yeah. I can still, to this day, tap into the sheer amount of weed that I smoked in my teenage years. Just fucking flip it on like a switch. Like that THC was all just like stored in my amygdala. Oblongata. Taps into reserves. Yes. Entering into deep space. Somebody else. I am high enough. Oh, man. He's beginning to believe. I'm excited, man. You guys have to understand. Like, I understand. So there's multiple camps when it comes to, okay. There are multiple camps of people when it comes to Grand Theft Auto. You got the group of people that are just like, I don't like Grand Theft Auto, which is fine. I actually think that's completely fine. If it's just actually not a series that you've ever been into and you've never had any interest in, get it. You got another section of people. I don't like Grand Theft Auto because mainstream gaming. Where like, they liked it before, but now they're pretending like they don't like it and they're trying to be a contrarian. There's plenty of those people. Then you got the people that are like, I love Grand Theft Auto. They're just like throat goating the shit out of it because it's the only thing and it's basically their personality. We don't like those people. Then you got guys like me. Bro, I actually did not play Grand Theft Auto 5 until much later. It was actually basically up until just like last year or something like that I finally played GTA 5. I skipped it. I don't know. Like I don't know why I didn't play it. I was into other shit. I got really big into RPGs and a bunch of other stuff, and I took a long break from playing those kind of games, and it's just not what I was into, and I just didn't play it. But I played every single other Grand Theft Auto, including even the top-down shooter one from before that. Like, I have followed this series from the very beginning, and I played every single one of them, and I used to play hours and hours of Vice City. I mean, I played the fucking wheels off of that game. Vice City specifically. I really like GTA 3 as well, but Vice City was the game that like I really dumped a lot of hours into. I played a lot of San Andreas as well, but like San Andreas was the game that like I more or less kind of let my brother kind of take over and play more of than I actually was playing a lot of. Because I was the older brother, so like when Vice City was out, he was too young to play that shit. So he would just watch me do stuff. And then when San Andreas came out, he was old enough to play, so, I let him play most of the time, right? This is like a callback to the Vice City, right? Like, that's what this is. They're going back to Miami, which is like, there's a little bit of nostalgia there for sure, but after playing Grand Theft Auto 5, bro, I had such a blast. I still have such a blast playing that game. Sometimes I just throw it on because I was like, this would be actually really good, like, background footage for, while I'm making this next video or whatever. And it's just a fun game to just hop in and just do a bunch of dumb shit and then hop out. I don't know what else to say. Like Grand Theft Auto is fun. It's like one of those very few games where you can just pick up the controller and just immediately start having fun once you start playing it. Because it's not only that like the controls are really simple, but it's just like all you have to do is like immediately picking it up. You could just go punch a fucking civilian. You could go steal a car. You do all this other stuff. And I think there's not a lot of games that have that like immediacy when you pick it up and start playing it. Ready for the Vice City music? It's going to be really good. Well, I'm going to be really interested because now it's going to be like up-to-date tracks to like today, right? Because this is not a game that's taking place in the past. This is a game that's taking place in the present. There better be a fucking metalcore radio station. That's all I got to say. But it's just fun overall. A very good game. Yeah, like Grand Theft Auto games are always a lot of fun. I understand like a lot of people are really worried about the game, and I think that's fair. I think it's fair. I like seeing that the direction that the games industry has gone over the past couple of years, and or honestly, probably like past 5 years or so. Like, I totally understand why people would be a little wary of it, and probably a little bit worried that, probably a little bit worried that I don't know, like worried that there's going to be some like messaging or worse writing. Obviously, there's people that have left the team and stuff like that. Do you prefer the GTA 5 cover, babe? I like the new one. I like the new one. I like Latinas. I like Latinas Sonic. Putting it out there. So I saw some people that were like, she's black, not Latina. Brother, that girl is probably, I would imagine she's Cuban, actually. That is not a black girl. I'll tell you that right now. And no fucking shot. That's a Latina. I have an eye for these things. Cuban or Colombian? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, yeah. So as I was saying, I totally understand why people would be like wary just because of the direction that games have gone for a while, right? But I'm just gonna keep it straight with you. I think that the CEO over at Take-Two fucking knows his business and does his shit, and I think he keeps his nose clean, and I think he knows how to keep his studio's nose clean too. I just have a feeling. I don't know, man. Anytime I've ever listened to Strauss Zelnick ever talk about stuff, he is one of the very few CEOs that I see that does not spin the corporate web, but instead just says exactly how it is. And while I don't necessarily agree with all the decisions that Take-Two has made over the years and their monetization and a bunch of other shit, Strauss, motherfucker, he's about as straight and narrow as it gets. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd be surprised if they were to fall into the trap. I think that it's going to have some of that modern influence regardless, but I also feel like it's going to be something that is not going to I don't know, actually. I have no idea. There's also a really good chance that these guys just like meme the fuck out of it. And they're going to meme the fuck out of everybody. Fuck, they're probably going to meme the fuck out of us. There'll probably be a mission in the game making fun of fucking online chuds talking about video games like like they're trying to take over the government or something like that. Like there's gonna be all kinds of stuff. These dudes are gonna be all over the place. We already know for a fact that like streaming in general, streaming and YouTubing and content creation is definitely gonna be a big part of the narrative in some way or shape or form, or like of the gameplay in some way, because like, let's be real, it's a big part of society now, but yeah. And people will mauled if they make fun of internet chuds. I mean, yeah, some people probably will. But, I don't know, like, you have to be able to take a joke. The problem is, and like, this is what like really pisses people off, is that when they don't see that door swing both ways. That's the shit that gets under people's nerves. Or, sorry, that's the shit that gets under people's skin. If they don't see the door swing both ways. Now, sometimes you're gonna have some people that are just gonna ignore the door actually swinging in the other direction. But like, I'm all for equal punches. That's why like something like fucking like Saturday Night Live sucks now, right? Like Saturday Night Live's been so like ideologically captured that they only swing one direction, and it just kind of fucking sucks otherwise. So it's just like when you're so like hyper fixated on like attacking your political enemy, you know, what else are you doing? There's nothing else is really going on. I can take a joke though, can they? No, chances are. Keep in mind, that is actually something you're making a really good point. Like if they do swing in both directions, they make fun of like, I mean, like they have to, because that's just what Grand Theft Auto is known for. Grand Theft Auto has always been known for swinging both ways. The bisexual lighting. He cracked it. I cracked the fucking code, man. I cracked the fucking code. Steam has become Capcom's biggest source of revenue, according to the according to the company's financial report. According to the company's latest financial report, revenue from Steam increased 61.1% over the past year and made up 31% of Capcom's total revenue. Good fucking Lord. I think I missed a super chat earlier. Did I? No, I got the GTA one. Oh, Bender the Offender had a membership, brother. Appreciate that. And Slipnuts, thank you for the 3. Appreciate that. No one will trust Sony after giving Destiny the shaft. No, you're absolutely right. Nobody's gonna fucking trust those assholes. I also missed. Oh, I did cover that one. I didn't see this one. T-Rex. Thank you for the 5. My first Metal Gear Solid game was Peace Walker on the PSP after I modded it. Any thoughts on the game? Fucking Peace Walker was dope as shit. You also have to keep in mind, like, when the PSP came out, that was also when I was like the most Metal Gear Solid pilled. Like, that game was my entire personality. Hideo Kojima was a fucking god. Like, I was like this. My mind had been blown, and the government was never to be trusted again after that. I took that game as Bible. I was like, this is happening. This is real. Gaming with the... it doesn't let me... Actually, gaming with spoons. Gaming with spoons. Thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. The purple scheme is a pattern that many have realized The purple scheme is a pattern that many realized gritty and edgy franchises have begun to use. People notice it is likely watered down to its true gritty nature. JT had a terrible take. So like the thing is though, is that like in this case, you got to keep in mind that like the one, like I guess like the point that I'll bring up in this case when it comes to like the whole like lighting thing or that whole discussion. I don't think that there's actually any subliminal connotation behind it. I think that it's just how do I explain this properly? A lot of game developers share a lot of the same interests. Game developers oftentimes are people that play video games as well. And anytime there is anything that is ever popular within media, a lot of these guys are they're gonna gravitate towards it, and they're gonna copy a lot of similar stuff. The color schemes that we're seeing in games is something that we've largely seen popularized in other ways throughout the years, right? So sometimes it's the colors, sometimes it's the way characters are dressed, sometimes a really good example of this. Isekai protagonists in anime. What are they trying to tell us here? What's the pattern? Get what I'm saying? A lot of guys will just end up taking a lot of inspiration from other games, and you'll see some design philosophies get kind of copy and pasted throughout the industry. I think the best thing that I could actually say with this though, and the one thing that would build some credence to at least what's leading people to believe it's one thing rather than the other. And it's the fact that the games that seem to have the least amount of imagination, the games that have the least amount of creativity, the games that have the least amount of actual focus towards an audience that actually is going to want to play a game, those are the games that tend to have the most outside inspiration rather than inside inspiration and internal creativity. So the most generic games tend to be the games that we're seeing with a lot of that color, a lot of that lighting, a lot of that bullshit, right? So the God of War Lafe, Dragon Age the Veilguard, Avowed, shit like that, right? Where it's just the fucking lower tier shit. I mean, God of War might actually end up being pretty good, but I mean, who really knows? But yeah. So the pattern recognition is right, but they're recognizing. They're not attributing the pattern to the right fault, if that makes any sense. And with a game like Grand Theft Auto is not sending you any messages. It's just Vice City. Like, this is like the colors that they've used since the very beginning. So it's, yeah. Correlation, not causation, correct. Yeah. It's important to kind of like separate the two. Dude, Capcom has been on a generational run. It's actually absurd how much, like, how popular these guys have become and just how much these guys have been able to accomplish. And, like, they just keep winning. Would I be right to say that I think that Capcom is the most successful publisher of the last decade? Like, they're our new king. You remember, like, we used to have publishers back in the day. Like, go back in time, and you have people who are like, dude, like, back when, like, Xbox was like God. Like, these guys, all they did was just drop heat, right? And like I would probably put like From Software kind of into this discussion, but From Software really has like one lane and one kind of game. Capcom, on the other hand, like, they got Monster Hunter, they got Resident Evil, they have Street Fighter, they have Pragmata, they have Dragon's Dogma 2, they have they have Devil May Cry. Like, these guys have a very diversified portfolio. They have a lot of games that are branching off into all kinds of different directions. Though, it does seem like they have a very specific target audience. Is that interesting? Is that interesting how that works? Notice that they have a lot of different experiences, but every single one of those experiences target the exact same group of people. Gooners? Who goons the most? Caught? You? I know. No. Dudes, yes. Dudes. They very much just target dudes. They make the most dude games out there. Like, they that's what they do. They make dude games. They make games for dudes. And they nail that shit every single time. Women and their smut. Well, you got a good point, but still, you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, they just make dude games. Like, I'm Monster Hunter, where my entire game is me like fighting giant monsters and making fucking weapons and armor out of their skin. Dude game. Resident Evil, where I play as a fucking secret agent that is here to shut down a underground secret society of scientists that want to create a virus to take over the world. Dude game. Fighting dude game. Oh, I play as an edgelord that wears a trench coat and my name is Dante, and I have a sword, and I get like the gauntlets of like Cerberus. Dude game. They're all dude games. Capcom makes dude games, and they fucking crush it every single time. What mic do you use? The same mic everybody uses, of Shure SM7B. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's not the mic, it's the man. Oh, damn, found you on YouTube. Didn't know you were here. So you're just going to walk in and then just self-report that you never fully watch every single video. That's what you're going to do? The first time you show up in my chat, the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to come in here and you are going to announce to everyone publicly that you've never finished a single video? Unfucking believable. Watch me bring up an entire compilation of me at the end of every single video saying, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. I'll catch you in the next one. Every single time. I'm a beast of habit, okay? My ads will always be at the very beginning. And then my personal plugs will always be at the end. Because I don't get paid for those. Anyway, welcome to the stream. You have a Discord? No. Shut that shit down. Motherfuckers need to stop going in there and trying to talk about politics. It's like every single time I talk about the Discord and like 30 people join and then a bunch of them start trying to post fucking Trump shit in there. It's just like, fuck off. This is a place for fucking purity. This is a place for video games. This is a place to make friends. Take that shit to Asmongold's Discord. Actually, I don't even think they allow it over there either. We're here to bitch about games. We're here to bitch about games. Let's make a secret Discord. Oh my god. Yeah, so with this Capcom stuff, okay, I totally got distracted. According to the company's latest financial report, revenue from Steam increased by 61% over the past year and made up 31.1% of Capcom's total revenue. Steam also generated more revenue for Capcom than PlayStation, whose share fell below 10% of their total revenue. The company has previously said it wants PC to become its main platform and aims for PC sales to account for 80% of its sales in the future. Based Capcom. Ultimately based Capcom. This is a smart decision for these guys to make, and the reason why is because it is more difficult for them to target PC hardware. And if you target PC hardware and you optimize your game the best you possibly can, it's ultimately going to run better on consoles as a result of that. PC has a lot more variation, right? So if they're focusing their efforts on PC, developing those games, or porting those games to the console is going to be a hell of a lot easier. So it's just the smarter thing for them to do to put their focus there. And plus, on top of that, as we've seen growing year over year, more and more PC has been kind of taking over the market. A lot of the money in the games industry has been coming from PC. So this is just a good move for these guys to make. It is. Plus, the other thing is, too, is that, like, I'm going to be real with you, man. With consoles getting to the prices that they are, I think people are going to find an easier way justifying a PC. Because at least with a PC, you have the options to be able to save money in certain spaces, right? Like, I don't have to buy, like they're going to try to give you options with consoles where you can, you know, save money by getting like less memory or whatever it is. But like, I don't know, man. Like, that, and the other thing is too, is like, if you're somebody with a PC, like, you're kind of already in the position where you're like, if I need to make an upgrade, it's only one upgrade at a time. I don't need to build an entirely new PC to play games. And if anything, you can just continue to play older games as well. If I had to like reveal what I think the best strategy is right now for any video game company, it would be to target like 30 series or even 20 series cards as like your main driver. Like, this is where I think most players are going to play. Still leave the headroom for people that are going to play on higher end hardware. But I would aim for like 20 series cards and lower, get closer to the bottom limit, because it's much easier to make games like look better. It's way more difficult to make games run well. And in the PC market, if you're targeting like 20 series stuff, you're going to cover the most amount of people possible. 4060 is still not that expensive. And that's kind of the point that I'm making, though, is that like, if you aim low, you're still going to get plenty of work out of the people that are higher than that, right? Like, those guys are like, I don't care about the game playing in 4K. Most PC players could give a fuck less about a game playing in 4K. Most PC players care far more about getting 144 hertz or 240 hertz or 360 hertz. They're worried about their frame rate. They want the highest frame rate possible because that's when the games look the best and play the best. So, like, that's what you really need to be focusing on. The fidelity of the game can come second. Like, I'm speaking from, like, this is my personal taste, right? Like, I would much rather, like, I still, to this day, have no interest whatsoever in owning a 4K display. I just want a 2K display with as much frame rate as possible. Like, my good monitor, the latest one that I upgraded, which was, I think, last year that I upgraded it, if I'm not mistaken, Asus ROG something or other, this one's like a 360 hertz 2K monitor. 4K, you always got to upgrade to not play games at 30. Yeah, no, I have no interest in doing that. So for these guys, I would focus on that. Focus on your performance more than anything else. But I think this is a good move for them. And plus, on top of that, I mean, like, it's smart for them because it's obviously where their players are. I think that's the other thing, too, is that I think, like, historically, Capcom's players have been on console, but that's changed over the years. And now their audience, because they're, like, one of the few publishers that are still making, like, games for dudes, their audience is on PC. Like Monster Hunter Wilds. This fucking game, like, while it's not in the best position right now, it got shot up to 1.3 million players on Steam. Like, dude. Every publisher in this industry would murder you for this number. They would do anything. They would do anything to get this. Are you kidding me? 40K is fine. Yeah, especially because there's not any new content. I would guarantee, and they've done a really good job at getting, like, the performance back on track, or at least the best that they possibly can, right? The update, I don't see the update bringing back 1.3 million people. I don't see it bringing back 1.3 million people. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I could see it probably bringing like 700,000. I could see that. I mean, not even Elden Ring hit this peak. I know. Well, yeah, I know. Monster Hunter has a bigger audience than, like, I think that Monster Hunter has a wider activatable audience than Elden Ring. Like, even though Elden Ring is like I would say, like, culturally more popular, I think that, like, Capcom is, like, just, or Monster Hunter is just, like, popular, period. Agreed they shit the bed and they refuse at launch and just refused to optimize it. I've actually come to the belief that I don't think that I originally held the position that they refused to optimize it. I don't think that's actually the case. I don't think they knew how to. I just don't think they have the people there that they just could not figure it out. And it took modders to be the ones that found out, like, what, 6 months later, that it was DLC checks and, like, DRM effectively that was doing it. And it was also their upscaler as well. There was, like, a bunch of different stuff. There was, like, all these different things, but these modders were the ones that found it eventually. They were like, hey, this is the problem. And then Capcom's like, oh, fuck. And then they fixed it. And now the game runs really well. It's not perfect, but they're still working to improve that. That was, like, part of their announcement for Dragon's Dogma 2 as well, right? So they're doing effectively now that they figured out how to fix Wilds, they're going back and fixing Dragon's Dogma 2 as well. Monster Hunter World wasn't optimized either at launch. By the time Iceborne came out, everybody had better GPUs, and Monster Hunter World was performing was memory hold. Yeah, I know it had problems as well. I don't know. We'll see where things are at. I'll be interested to see, but I still think that Wilds is going to do really well. That's another game I need to go back to. I really need to catch up with content with that game, because I played it, like, super hard for, like, the first month that it was out, or first 2 months that it was out, and then I kind of, like, tapered off at the end because I mean, I had basically everything that I wanted. It was also like, oh, I just didn't want to do the gem grind. I'm just gonna be straight with you. The melding, I'm like, oh fuck, I didn't get what I want. I didn't get what I want. And I didn't do the cheese strat that everybody did at the very beginning, where they had like an infinite number of fucking shit, right? Still doing World to this day. Monster Hunter World was fucking peak, dude. I love that game so much. That was my first Monster Hunter. I had played another one before that, like way back, but then I kind of like fell off it because I was playing it on DS, and I was like, this shit sucks. Like, because it was so hard. I got stuck on a mission where I had to fucking like walk around with this Kulu Yaku egg, and I kept breaking it, and I didn't understand why. And then I just gave up on playing it because I just didn't understand the games or the series or anything, and I was just like, fuck this game. This game is stupid. And then I never played it again until Monster Hunter World. I may be a part of the minority, but Monster Hunter Rise was peak. Monster Hunter... No, you're not in the minority. Monster Hunter Rise is really good. I liked it a lot. It's just that the thing is that it was a lot more arcadey, and I kind of like the open world stuff and the traveling stuff and all that. I'm a sucker for some of that stuff sometimes. It has to be done right, but if it's done right, then, you know, I'm kind of in it to win it. Kind of in it to win it. All right, so my sources, not Bungie, Sony. Oh, there's like a Sony revenge plot, apparently, where the impression is that it was reported that it probably came from PlayStation employee observers, not anybody high up or from any significant knowledge or leadership mindset. Some at PlayStation have publicly wondered why Destiny 2 is ending support, but keep in mind that there are like 12,000 people that are working there. This is almost entirely financial. Simply, Destiny 2 cost more than it made. Math, cruel math, but math. No one at Bungie has any belief that this is some revenge idea. So I guess there was like somebody had posted that they'd heard from some insiders that like effectively shutting down Destiny 2 was like revenge on Bungie for not making enough money or something. I forgot how the hell it went. But the one thing that I'll say is this. If they're shutting it down because Destiny 2 simply just, like, they're not making enough money to justify the team, good. You don't have to do the shutdown part, though. The fact of the matter is that they need to learn how to do more with less. And I think the best way to be able to do that is to take a smaller group of developers, a more focused team, and have them make content longer rather than faster. We talked about this the last time we were talking about Destiny. I think the best thing that they could do for Destiny is try to mimic similar to like already existing MMOs, rather than trying to do this like highly aggressive, fast-paced, constantly new seasons pumping all the time, new expansions every single year. I don't think you need to do any of that stuff. If these guys were pushing expansions every 2 years, or every year and a half. No, 2 years. I'd say 2 years. Every 2 years. And then, you know, and then you just had some like decent major updates with some content, and also maybe made it where like raids weren't just this like one thing that you went in and just would farm once a week just to see if you could get your stuff, and that's the only raid that you have. Like I almost feel like Destiny would probably benefit from having raids that were built to a similar style as like Final Fantasy 14 or World of Warcraft, where sections of the raid open up over time and new tiers of like items and gear and stuff like that slowly are introduced into the ecosystem and to the players themselves. So then that way players are trying to build up the gear through that first tier to be able to like have the stuff to take on the next tier when it releases. And then what I would do is I would also like, I would steal from Final Fantasy 14 and I would make some like ultimate raid shit on top of that. Some more like pinnacle content that's optional and fully cosmetic that you go and do just to show that, like, I'm that motherfucker. I did the hardest content in this game. And it's like the most like intricate and complex and challenging thing that they've ever made. And you make one of those like every 2 years or every, you know, yeah, like or every other year or so or something like that. I don't know. Oh yeah, every 2 years, something like that would probably be fine. Where it's like, oh, here's this, and it's just like, holy shit. And it's like something that's like really cool. Like, yeah, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. That makes too much sense. They have to promote the world's first caster to promote world first to cater to the top 1% sweats. World of Warcraft fucking sucks. That game is so cooked. So cooked. Good lord. I used to love World of Warcraft, man. I fucking loved that game. I sunk so much of my life into that game. Like entire years just evaporated. And I had so much love for it. I mean, Wrath of the Lich King was like one of the best times of my life. I had so much fun. So much fun. And I didn't play in Cataclysm because I just didn't like where the update was going at the time, or like there's like something they were doing with the talent trees, and it looked like they were trying to effectively just like neuter challenge or like player expression, and I just didn't like that. So I took a step away and I did other shit. I joined a band and whatnot. And then I came back during Miss for a little while. And then Warlords of Draenor came out and I was like, fuck this game. That expansion was such ass. Good God, that was so bad. I was like, these guys are fucking done. Pandaria was actually cool. I kind of liked Pandaria. It's not kind of. I did like Pandaria. Like, thematically, I liked it. I think the panda class is like, or the panda race is like goobery or whatever, but like, outside of like, but the fucking raids and the fights and shit like that and the world bosses and stuff were really cool. I did the most PvP in Pandaria. Pandaria PvP was fucking insane. That shit was fucking so good. Monk class is pretty peak. Oh, Monk was sick. I really enjoyed Monk. The funny thing is, I think, because I tried to go back to World of Warcraft for Dragonflight, I think, or something like that. More or less just because I was playing more games at the time, making YouTube videos and shit, and I'm like, I need to have more experience in some of these games so I can talk on them if they ever come up into conversation. And I played Monk when I played that, and I did like the first raid tier when it came out for Dragonflight, and then I just fell off of the game because I was just like, this still sucks. It was mostly just like, the funny thing is for a game like World of Warcraft, the reason why I fell out when I played Dragonflight, like I still had fun doing mythics, like Mythic dungeons and stuff were fun. I played it with like my cousin and a couple other friends and stuff like that, and like that stuff was fun. I enjoyed doing challenging dungeons and stuff like that. It's cool. But like I have to be like narratively involved in those kind of worlds for me to want to continue to play them. And I am so utterly not interested in. Sorry. I am so utterly just not interested in anything going on in World of Warcraft. And this like weird mamby-pamby, let's all be friendship fucking My Little Pony bullshit that they have going on. Like, I'm just like, what is this? We used to be enemies and now we're friends. And I'm just like, no, all you all should be at each other's throats. All of you. There's no war in Warcraft anymore. No, instead it's always these like, there's always a greater threat that's not actually just the people on the world or in the world. Femboy agenda, that's what it feels like, yeah. On a separate note, Legendary drops. Are you interested in starting Warhammer 40K? I'm going to after I move. I don't have the space where I am right now, so I can't like paint figurines and shit like that. So I probably will after I move. I might get into it. I also have, there's a place that's like nearby where I'm moving that like a lot of people play Warhammer in. Not a lot of people play Magic where I'm going. I mean, there's some places that I can go for sure, which, you know, I'll figure it out either way. If I got to travel to do it, then I will. It's clear that it's clear as ever that Asha's first 100 days are being centered around putting fans first, invoking nostalgia, and building loyalty towards customers at Xbox as a brand was deliberate and deceitful. What a move! Pandering and aligning themselves with the most fanatical before pulling this. Fucking so true. This shit was the most calculated, well-executed PR campaign I have ever seen. I have to respect it. Xbox played these fans like a fiddle. I'd never seen people dance to their tune so quickly before. I think it goes to show just how much like people really want Xbox to be back on top again. They want them to be good again. But the funny thing is that it's just like I'm gonna be real with you, man. Like I actually do kind of like Asha Sharma now. Like I've kind of warmed up to her a little bit more as time has gone on. She knows her shit. She knows what she's doing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to do half of the stuff that they've already done, right? Which really isn't much, but like I still recognize, I see where her head is, right? Like her business lingo and stuff like that. I understand. I'm lost. What did they do? They didn't do shit, is what they didn't do. They did PR. They pumped everybody up with nostalgia, made them feel like Xbox is turning a new leaf. Everybody thought that, you know, Xbox is on their side, but I'm going to tell you right now, it's just not going to happen. We all knew the layoffs were coming. I mean, layoffs were always going to come regardless. Layoffs are always going to come regardless. I just don't have a lot of faith in their games, and I don't know what they're going to do about that. Asha Sharma is not somebody that's going to be able to fix that. She doesn't have the vision for that. She doesn't understand what they need to be. She understands that the business needs to be ran well, so she understands like the realities of like where they should be spending money and where they shouldn't. But the problem is that their solution that they've proposed, which is to close these studios and forward that funding over to their AAA studios, doesn't make any fucking sense. They're already spending way too much money on those games. They already have way too many people that are working on them. And the fact that they have that much money and the fact that they have that many people is one of the reasons why those games suck to begin with. They need to figure out how to do more with less. We have seen this shit proven across the entire games industry time and time and time and time again. It is getting exhausting at this point to look at these companies that have these massive teams that are spending $300 or $400 fucking million to make games that are getting outcompeted by dudes sitting in their basement making a game for $15. Come on, man. Get it the fuck together. They're figuring out the less part now? No, they're not, Destin. No, they're not. Listen to the language that they have used this entire time. I don't understand how people are actually looking at what they're doing right now and somehow thinking that Xbox is actually making a smart strategic move. They're not doing shit. They're closing these studios and then they're going to hand that money over to their AAA studios, or these fucking retards are going to go buy more AAA studios. I mean, by firing people, that's not less. That's less studios. The only difference between Xbox today and Xbox tomorrow is that Xbox will be releasing less shit games, but still the same shit games. So instead of releasing 10 shit games, they're going to release 7, but they've still just released 7 shit games. It's not making anything better. Destin's being sarcastic, LD? No, he's not. He's not being fully sarcastic. Destin has faith in Xbox, or at least some modicum of it at the very least. No, I get the joke that there's less people, but I'm just sitting here and it's just like Xbox as a company just like frustrates me to no fucking end because it should be so fucking goddamn easy for these guys to make good games. But for whatever reason, they just cannot get their shit together. I thought this is like the funniest shit, and I was just sitting here laughing in my chair like a fucking idiot, and I couldn't stop. It's so cursed. I know, but I love and his companion, 50 Gil. It's so good. Will the real Cloud Strife please stand up? Oh man, it's so good. I love the internet. E3 2018, Phil Spencer acquires 5 new studios, including Ninja Theory and Compulsion Games.
And for the 4th new studio, it's my personal honor to welcome Ninja Theory to Microsoft Studios. I met Nina and Tamim when we collaborated on Kung Fu Chaos back on the original Xbox. And a minute into playing Hellblade, you know you're in the hands of master storytellers who are fearless about telling bold cinematic stories. This is a team gifted in creating new franchises. And yes, we've got a 5th studio to announce. Compulsion Games. 2 years ago, we premiered a game we couldn't get out of our heads. A game that captivated.
You can hear the fucking fans in the fucking back. Oh God! They're like busting their fucking nut.
With its strong, fresh, and intense storytelling. We Happy Few is nearing its full release to gamers everywhere. So please help me in welcoming all of our new studios.
And then these guys absolutely decimated them. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. No, it's a good move for these guys to get rid of this stuff because I don't see a point. These studios are just not going to be able to do what these guys want. I'm pretty sure that was the year they closed with Cyberpunk. Yeah, I think it was. I was running capture at this for IGN. Oh, no shit. Bro, I'm so fucking mad. I saw today that my fucking homies were all at a event for Blood of the Dawnwalker, and I didn't even know it happened. Nobody gets a hold of me for this shit. I could get in there. I'm the kind of guy that, like, they're not going to invite me, but if I fucking get a hold of somebody, they'll fucking let me in. Or else. You know what I do? You know what I tell these guys? No bullshit. Where they're like, oh, sorry, the event's full up. And I'm like, I'll make a video about you. So we got a free spot. we got a spot just freed up. A spot just freed up. Don't make me talk about you. Don't make me talk about you. Easy access. Ain't that the truth? Anything else? Anything else? No, not really. Was there anybody? I think some people wanted to post some shit in the fucking Discord. Let me go peek. Let me take a peek. Probably not. Big bet. Oh, I should have posted that in there. Doobie doobie doop boo. Doobie doobie doop boo. GTA 6. 20 things that you missed in a GTA 6 new gameplay and cover art. Are you fucking... Is this real? What? These are tough times. I've been watching your videos lately. My wife just got died. Oh, man. Holy shit. That's so sad, man. So sad. I get those messages sometimes from people. I mean, it's really nice when you actually hear from people that like feel that, I don't know, you bring them some entertainment or something like that. Reading into stuff too much? Yes. Yeah, that's essentially what this is. This is like some dumb slop shit that I'd probably watch in my off time, not necessarily as like a reaction video. What? Story of Grim Dawn? Who the fuck did this? Did somebody post their own channel video in there? You did, didn't you? You did, didn't you? Did you really try to hit me with the React video self-promotion? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hey, LD, react to my 1 hour and 17-minute long fucking vid. No, motherfucker, what do you think this is? At least he tried, I guess. Make him unsubscribe or ban. I don't think I can make somebody like clocked him. Yeah, fuck a mile away. I could see it once I realized. I was like, wait a minute. Why is this only 200 subscribers? Oh, and not only that, motherfucker just joined the Discord today. I'm gonna catch your ass slipping, dog. Catch your ass slipping. Oh, they're interviews. I see. They're interviews. I mean, it's cool you got interviews, but I'm not watching an hour-long interview, my guy. What the fuck? Is there anything that I actually wanted to... Let me look. Let me look. Maybe there's something on my list. Probably not. I've been back on my Ewu crime story shit lately. Watching fucking murder mysteries and shit. I've actually more recently slightly-ish gotten back into watching like Asmongold but I always just catch the like last part of his stream, because the last part of his stream he watches Cop Slop, and that's my fucking jam. Like, if you guys know, if for the OGs here that have been here the entire time, you guys know 90% of my time on YouTube is me watching fucking like either me watching who I can't see who subbed. God damn it. Clown Sauce. Thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the tier 1. I either watch the like murder interrogations, but that's it actually. I watch the murder interrogations. I watch like the best ones are the like hour long or 55-minute long ones where it's just like these dudes straight up going and like first it's their body cam footage of them like, you know, finding somebody at the scene. Oh man, this dude's dead. And then after that, then they go do it, but then they're like actually like trying to solve the case, and they get the guy and they start doing the interrogations. It's so good. I remember when Ewu was were father and daughter exploration videos. Boy, did they change it up and make money. These guys bank insane money. It's because you got to keep in mind, these are like over an hour-long videos that they're posting that are getting like 17 million views. Ewu has to be like, these guys are making like, they're making like Mr. Beast money. Just because of the watch time. And also, it's not even just the watch time. It's also because of like the genre, because it's like targeting like the most like broad audience possible. Like who's going to watch that stuff? Like everybody, dude. I love Explore With Us. I watch their shit all the time. What was I looking for? Oh, what is this? All right, sure. We'll watch Bell. They got him. They got Gabe. It's fucking over.
Microsoft just got sued, but the weird thing is it's Valve's fault. And that might sound completely insane, but in a way it isn't. What's happened is a new case is claiming that these two tech giants have colluded to deny you better prices, and it's just the latest in a string of lawsuits. Valve are in court so much right now that every new revelation about, well, alleged bad behavior seems to spawn another case. But this new filing shows that I think this story may be far murkier than anyone really expected. And that's because Valve have been pushing developers and publishers, I think, in ways that no one's really seen coming.
It's actually kind of crazy now thinking about it that like I actually have lost count of how many people are suing Valve right now. I know that there's like there's the one in New York. There's another one that just popped up recently. There's another one that was in California. There's like a couple other ones. There's one in South America, I think maybe. Nothing is going to happen to Gabe, but this is a good video from Bell about what's going on. Okay.
Well, today, we have a lot to get into. It might feel like Valve have been getting into legal trouble a lot over the last few years. And that's because they have been. But each case is coming from a different source, right? So their most recent win was a countersuit against a patent troll, which of course was the notorious inventor and litigant Lee M. Rothschild over his malicious legal filings. Shortly after that, then, the state of New York took Valve on, arguing that their loot boxes and marketplace around them basically amounted to unregulated gambling. Valve have moved to dismiss that case, but it's unclear if they're going to have success with that move. But the biggest story is, of course, the one that's been rumbling on for years upon years in many parts of the world.
Isn't that the one that they like caught her as like she actually has some like crazy debt or something like that in the back, and then like and some other like they thought she had like some other motivations or something like that. I forgot exactly how the situation was working out. I know that they won the lawsuit against the fucking Rothschilds, which like that was like the most bullshit stuff that we had seen so far. It's actually crazy. Like the funny thing is like a lot of these larger companies and corporations, especially the ones that are doing very well, are almost always the ones that are under the most of litigation. So everybody's suing them. Everybody's trying to find a way to take a piece of their money. Tilla, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Or Coon. I think New York should look at EA and their sports games before Valve. That's the one that just makes absolutely no sense to me in this case, because it's just like, how are you going to sue Valve? Like, don't get me wrong, like Valve is just as bad. Like, keep in mind, there's one thing that there's one thing I will not defend Valve over. They are the progenitor of loot boxes. They are the ones that damned us to fucking gambling mechanics in video games, at least on the Western front. And these guys have absolutely made an absolute killing because of it. But I also will say that the money that these guys have made have gone back, have been invested back into making one of the best video game ecosystems that are out there. So I love the platform. I do. I love the platform. I love Steam. And that doesn't mean that I think that, you know, the loot boxes should be there, or, you know, I agree with their monetization. But if they got regulated over their loot boxes, to be honest, they fucking kind of deserve it. They do. They kind of deserve it on their loot boxes side. But the problem is that I know that that's not what this is about. Because if it was about that, it wouldn't just be Steam being sued. it would be every single other publisher in the entire industry that has been lobbying to keep loot boxes this entire time, calling them surprise mechanics. I mean, go knock on the door of EA or half these other companies. Right? Like, that's my position when it comes to these lawsuits. It would be a different story if I was like, oh, no, these guys actually are just trying to attack loot boxes. Oh, they are really just trying to attack this thing that is like 100% fully justifiable. But if that was the case, you guys would have active lawsuits against all these other companies that are doing it, but none of these guys are doing that because that's not what they're interested in. They're interested in getting a piece of Steam's money. They're interested in pressure, or they're being motivated by other companies to attack Steam to try to put Steam in a weaker position.
It's this: anti-competition legal action. The big question is, are Valve rigging game prices against you? That may seem a bit weird because surely you go onto Steam and you see loads of deals.
I could see Steam potentially rigging sales against us or rigging the price of games against us, but coincidentally, not on purpose. What I mean by that is because of the fact that Steam is such a massive, like, it's like, if I'm not mistaken, I think that Steam is the biggest library for games, period. Right? Like, I don't think that there's a single other platform that holds and houses as many games as Steam does, especially with their, indie games and everything like that. There's a really good chance that just because of the gravity of the platform and like how many users it has, how much, how many developers make games for the platform, because of its sheer gravity, anything that they do, which might seem small on their end, actually has a much wider impact across the industry that they don't even realize. It's like when you're walking on the sidewalk and you don't even realize that you stepped on an ant, right? It's like one of those kind of things. Like they're just so big that when they move, something might break.
But, well, there's deeper parts to this.
What about that Black? Is Black Desert any good? What's going on there?
Now, some of this comes from regulators like the Polish Office of Competition and Consumer Protection. Some of it's consumer-driven, like the case at the UK's Competition Appeal Tribunal, which threw out Valve's arguments earlier this year. That one's actually heading to a full hearing. But the longest running of these has been in the United States, and it's the 2021 Wolfire Games case.
Oh yeah,
Basically,
I remember this one.
Humble Bundle founder and indie dev David Rosen tried to take Valve on for threatening to delist games if they don't keep price parity between Steam and other stores. Now here's the thing. I can already see a few of the comments coming in saying that that rule only applies to Steam keys. Well, we actually have substantial evidence, actual Valve documents, actual Valve communication.
There was somebody from Valve that straight up told these guys that, I think this is it right here. It says, after making a statement to require parity, clearly not limited to Steam keys, Tom Giordano sent a screenshot of 3 commitments to Steam key requests, and the form it says we wouldn't be okay with selling games on Steam if they're available for better prices on other stores, even if you don't use Steam. Even if you didn't use Steam keys, if you want to sell a non-Steam version of your game for $10 at retail and $20 on Steam, we would ask that you lower the price or just stop selling the game on Steam if we couldn't treat our customers fairly. This is in the market of competition, or in the marketplace of competition for antitrust laws. This is against what regulations are. This is definitely against the law. The problem is it's motivated by putting their customers first. This is like the most based paragraph I've read. If you're going to go and you're going to offer your game for $10 on one platform, but you're not going to offer it for the same price on Steam, we would rather you either give us that same price or just not sell games on our platform if you can't treat our customers fairly. And it's true. I mean, he's right. Tell me what exactly is the point? Like, what is the the other thing is too, is there's another part of this email that's not, I don't know if he's going to actually show it on here or not. There's another part to this email, which is where Valve said that they would be willing to work with them to figure out how to get their customers a better price. Like Valve very clearly was like, if we got to pay some money, if we got to do something to help you out or whatever it is, if we got to, lower your rate for whatever this, for whatever this sale is or something like that, we're willing to do that. They're willing to meet these guys halfway. They just don't want to be in this position in which they're like, oh, yeah, these guys are selling games for cheaper on other platforms, but Steam players can't get access to that same sale. Steam didn't say keep selling it at $20. They said if it's going to be 10, make it 10 everywhere. Steam is right. Yeah, I personally, as a customer, this is exactly what I want my platforms trying to do. Especially if I'm a member of their platform and that is the preferred place I like to buy my games. I understand that that's not fair in the eyes of other platforms because this is Tim Sweeney's entire argument. This is what Tim Sweeney doesn't like. Tim Sweeney does not like the fact that if there's a game that is on Steam and it's also on Epic Game Store, that if he wants to offer to give that game like, hey, we're going to pay you guys some money and you guys are going to put that game, for like $15 on Steam or on Epic Game Store, that Steam would want to go do the exact same thing. Because he knows that means that what would end up happening is that the people would likely choose to buy that game on Steam, and then he would lose the competitive edge of being able to pay to effectively give discounts on their marketplace. Now, the funny thing is that this doesn't work exactly the way that that people have made it out to be. And the funny thing is that Steam, while there are emails of this happening, and there's an instance of them showing that something like this was either discussed or actually happened. The funny thing is that none of this stuff actually happens in practice. And that's been the point that I've been really contention about, is that like, while we've seen like an email showing that there has been pressure, in actual function, we never see it actually happen. Because anytime we see Epic put a game on the Epic Game Store for free, do you guys see that same game go for free on Steam? No. It's never happened. You'll see a deep discount typically on Steam, but that's because they're running a promotion at the time. Unless we're to believe that every single time somebody goes to put a game for free on Epic Game Store, that Steam immediately sends them an angry email and says you better put it on a deep discount on Steam. I don't think that's happening though.
Very much suggest that's not actually the case. But as for today's news, well, thanks to that Wolfire case, Microsoft are now also being sued. But first, a spot of privacy news. The FTC just settled with a data broker called Kochava over allegations that they sold precise location data from hundreds of millions of phones. It's absolutely mad. It's exactly, though, why I pay for
give us more of your personal information. Make more of your have less device privacy. Make sure to you guys shouldn't even have hardware. You should keep all of your files and everything that you do on our servers and that are totally secure.
Today's sponsor.
I'm gonna get
now,
water.
The sorts of data in that case are the kind the FTC alleged could actually reveal visits to sensitive places like, say, health facilities or maybe a place of worship. A grim part of the world we find ourselves in. Now, Incogni is a service that figures out which data brokers are sitting on your personal info and then sends removal requests on your behalf. And it keeps doing it. And that's important because brokers reacquire your data pretty much the second they can. You got a lovely dashboard showing who's been contacted, who's complied, and even how exposed you actually are. And they cover a wide range of data brokers, including the people search sites that quite literally list people's personal details publicly. It's insane. They've been independently verified by Deloitte as well, which does matter when the product is basically fighting paperwork goblins for you. Now look, my name's plastered all over the two YouTube channels. I really don't fancy, say, my home address sitting in some broker spreadsheet, and I certainly don't have the time to chase all that down manually. And to see how well they work, you just need to look at my dashboard. I can see here 298 completed, 310 takedowns sent. There's 23 scheduled. I'm on 20 suppression lists so that those brokers won't recollect my data. It's pretty damn awesome, especially because I don't have.
I need to actually. By the way, these guys actually do like a really good job. Incogni does, and there's another one as well that I did a sponsor for at one point in time, like way back. And these guys are like legit. There was a company that like kept calling me and had called me for years, and then once I used one of these services, like I not a single call back, no more. They just stopped doing it entirely. It's crazy.
That paperwork. I just don't. I reckon you don't either. That's why their service
I
is
think it was
great.
Delete Me.
And
Yeah.
the good news is you can get 60% off an annual plan.
I try to make sure that I do one of those every once in a while, because it's always good to try to But I told you guys before that like I at one point in time had tried to actually become a video game developer, and actually one of the first classes that they teach you is actually more about internet security and digital security, and then like we ended up doing this whole workshop that was based around like your digital footprint, and they would show like just how easy it is to be able to like find basically anything you wanted about any single person. And yeah, I've implemented much of that stuff using multiple names, using different emails, using certain emails for certain things and stuff like that. So I've always tried to make sure that I've like kept myself pretty spread thin, right? But it's always good to use something like this every once in a while just to kind of clear things up. I saw a video on one of these companies a while back and how it looked like it was kind of sussy. I don't know. I've never used it. I used it. It worked out well for me.
Syncogni.com/Bellular News, code Bellular News.
What kind of games did you want to develop? Erotic games.
Here's how the story begins, right? So Nicole Carpenter flagged this one up for Aftermath, and it grew straight out of those earlier cases. Two members of the public, Max Rockman, who I swear is not actually a Mega Man character, and Randall Mooring, are suing Microsoft in the state of Washington. It's a proposed class action, and the claim is that, quote, Microsoft and Valve have conspired with the specific goal of not competing in price. And of course, if two big corporations are not competing in price, what that means for you and I as consumers is, well, we pay more money. So that's not particularly great. I
have a really hard time believing that Valve and Microsoft are colluding together.
True. Now, to back this up, they cite two sources. First, there's an arbitration case that Valve are trying to overturn, which found that one clause of Valve's distribution agreement with Microsoft was illegal price fixing. That's obviously a bad look. Obviously, though, Valve also do deny it as a part of their wider issues with that arbitration. But here's a link you may not have known. That particular case is actually why you now have a different agreement with Valve, because that case is why Valve removed the arbitration clause in 2024, because it was ruled unenforceable. But the fight here is exactly what put the filings into the plaintiff's hands, and of course now it's evidence of harm to consumers. The second thing then, a report from the Wolfire case in 2024, where a Microsoft employee internally described the policy as, quote, product and price parity. When I looked at it pre-Age of Empires Definitive Edition a few years ago, I found that we could sell it at any price we wanted before the Steam release. But once we released in Steam, we needed to give Steam price parity to our other digital channels. In the case of a Gears of War 5 Steam/Windows Store sim ship, I'd assume Steam demands you don't undercut them once you release on Steam. Now here's what's key, right?
That's what I want. That's what I want, though. I understand that it's anti-competitive, and I understand that it can be seen as price fixing, but in this case, it's being used to our benefit, not to our detriment. So, it's a door that can technically swing both ways, though very often it does not swing both ways. And in most cases, it's used to keep prices higher rather than keep prices lower. But in this case, with Valve, it is very explicitly being used to keep prices lower, not higher. At least that's the way it looks to me.
That's a Microsoft employee internally treating Steam's...
Because, keep in mind, what was the language that was constantly used there? Oh, we're not allowed to do a deeper discount unless we do that deeper discount on Steam. Which means that now that game was not only given a discount, but it was given a discount in multiple places to making those discounts more available to customers.
Parity demands as just being a given. Right? So, overall, the evidence is
But I see how that's anti-competitive, because if those games also were releasing on other platforms, and those other platforms were not receiving those same discounts, then it would only directly benefit the companies that are taking the discounts and not the companies that aren't colluding in that case. So, it is anti-competitive, 100%. That's why it's like, it's one of those things where like, I understand that it's a problem, but it's a good problem for me because I'm on one of those platforms and it just so happens to be the platform I use the most.
Arbitration ruling plus Microsoft's own internal email. And all of this was stuff already sitting.
The problem that I have, though, is that what these lawyers are trying to do and what a lot of these companies are trying to do is they're trying to picture it as this is the reason, like, they're trying to explain to the audiences that this is the reason why Valve is as powerful as they are. This is the reason why Valve makes as much money as they do. This is the reason why Valve is a monopoly. But the fact is that it's actually not the discounts that keep me on Steam. It's never, I mean, the discounts have always been a nice bonus, but I don't know about you guys. It's always just, for me, just been the storefront. It's been the service. It's been all of the tools and all the different things that are all over, like, it's the whole platform itself. It's never just been the Steam sales. The Steam sales are just kind of a cherry on top for me.
In court records. The case says that Microsoft playing along with this is price collusion, basically cartel behavior, and that's because Microsoft also runs a store. Steam's dominance only holds if the companies big enough to challenge them choose not to challenge them. And the complaint's argument is that Microsoft, of course one of the biggest companies in gaming, made that exact choice. And that choice denies you the benefits of competition, meaning that you're effectively being overcharged. And that, they argue, is a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act.
Yeah,
this is actually serious business.
It is.
Of course, we don't know if the court will even let this case proceed, but more documents keep surfacing from the Wolfire case, and they do make one thing very clear. Microsoft are not the only major company that Steam have been demanding price parity from. And remember here, we are not talking about Steam keys. So, how deep does this rabbit hole go? Well, in March 2026, the court in the Wolfire case denied Valve's motion for summary judgment. That motion would have effectively ended the case, with the judge making a call based on everything they had seen so far. That was rejected, meaning that it's going to head to a jury trial. And as a result of that, new documents have surfaced. Bloomberg reviewed them, and they found that this goes way beyond just pressuring indie developers. Now, back in July of 2024, we told you about leaked, unredacted documents from the Wolfire case. Now, these were emails. They were from Valve staff,
I've talked about them in videos of my own.
They explained to indie devs that Valve expected price parity on Steam whether the game used Steam keys or not. So based on that email, whenever you see, say, a viral tweet going around saying that something's a load of bullshit and it only applies to Steam keys, well, we have direct Valve employee communications saying that that's not the case. So it was essentially...
Yeah, but you have Valve direct communications in one instance with one company. I'm not going to believe that this is some blanket thing when this is coming from one very specific employee and you're showing me one instance of it. I'm sorry for being like at least a little skeptical when it comes to something like this, because otherwise it wouldn't just be Wolfire Games that is suing Steam. It would likely be a class action lawsuit at this point, with multiple indie developers piling on and showing proof that Steam was pressuring them to keep their prices lower on their platform specifically. But we have never seen anything come up like that. We haven't seen anybody talk about anything like that. And I would totally eat my words and eat my hat if that ended up being the case. But I have a very strong feeling that that's not what the case is. Exactly. If there were a bunch of devs complaining about it, I'd give this issue more attention. That's the problem that I have, is that like we're trying to treat like, okay, so you're proving it for Wolfire Games. Good. They should win their case and that should be done. That's it. But that doesn't mean that like that's I don't know, man. I guess people are trying to take this as if there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Price parity, and if you don't do price parity, you stop selling in Steam. And obviously, you kind of need to sell your game in Steam if you're going to get meaningful cut-through in the PC gaming space. As much as the Epic Game Store is there, I think we all know it is a black hole of visibility. Now, devs have seemingly raised this with Valve so often that in their internal messages, one Valve staff member joked that he would get their policy, quote, tattooed on my back like it's the Declaration of Independence. Not a great look. But of course, bigger developers do get more of a personal touch. And on that note, emails suggest that Valve actively forced AAA developers to raise prices on games sold off Steam, or else lose access to Steam's market. This starts off with Ubisoft. They put out a $15 starter pack for Rainbow Six Siege on the Uplay store. So it's on the Uplay store. We are not talking about Steam keys here. This pack was not listed on Steam, and Valve's response was an email warning that they would delist every version of the game, quote, by end of day tomorrow, unless Ubisoft ensured parity. Then there's Warner Bros. There are emails showing that in 2017, Valve business development employee Cassidy Gerber warned Warner Bros. Executives that pre-orders for Middle-earth Shadow of War had been delisted. The reason why? Because Steam's pre-order price was higher than everywhere else. Because of this decision, Warner Bros. Interactive president David Haddad was calling her, quote, within hours to get them back in Steam. And that shows us just how important this was to WB Interactive. Now, these emails would show market manipulation. No one is allowed to undercut Valve's price and exist on their platform.
Is it? Hold on, I'm confused here. This is all from Bloomberg saying within hours, Ubisoft Warner Bros. Interactive president called them trying to get back on Steam. Okay, in 2017, Cassidy Gerber, who worked in the business development at Valve, wrote to Warner Brothers executives that pre-orders for its new Middle-earth Shadow of War game had been deleted from Steam because the price was significantly higher than what the game was at other retailers for the same version of the game. This is the same thing. Here, give me 1 second. I gotta grab my food. I ordered some food. Hello? Yeah, I come. 1 second. Let me grab my food real quick. Okay, all right, let's finish this. But this is the same thing again. This is not Valve. He said that this is Valve saying to increase prices on other platforms. I'm not seeing that. This right here is saying that the Middle-earth game was going to be deleted from Steam because the price was significantly higher than what was available at other retailers of the game. So, like, they were trying to sell the game for more on Steam. Or, sorry, yeah, they're trying to sell the game for higher on Steam. And this right here, emails indicate Valve employees once threatened to delist editions of Ubisoft's Rainbow Six Siege by end of tomorrow after they learned that the publisher was marketing a separate $15 starter pack exclusively on its own store. So again, this is them just trying to make sure that if you are offering it there, it should be offered here. Like, I'm look, again, I'm going to say it. This is fundamentally like 100% anti-competitive, but it's pro-consumer. Everything that they're doing, you have it backwards? What do you mean I have it backwards? I just read it. In 2017, Cassidy Gerber, who worked in business development at Valve, wrote to Warner Brothers executives that pre-orders for its new Middle-earth game had been deleted from Steam because the price was significantly higher than it was available at other retailers for the same version of the game. No, I got it right. I didn't read it backwards. This is saying, hey, this game is much more expensive on our platform than it is for everybody else. So we're taking the game down until you fix that price.
because Steam's pre-order price was higher than everywhere else. Because of this decision, Warner Bros. Interactive president David Haddad was calling her, quote, within exist on their platform. Now, in an equal world, that would be fair. Developers are not entitled access to Steam, and Valve's position is that you don't give Steam customers a worse deal than they can get in the rest of the market.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Valve's market position is not equal. They are the dominant PC store with a huge share of PC gaming sales. And for most customers,
This is literally what I said. This is literally what I said, where it's like Valve is trying to do the right thing by their customers. God damn it. Valve is trying to do the right thing by their customers, but the thing is that because they're so big and they have so much gravity, whatever they do ends up doing a lot more than they think it does. So if they move, the world shakes, essentially.
Of course, doesn't feel like any form of hostile monopoly. Certainly, when we think of hostile monopolies, we can think of things that feel way, way worse for us as customers. Steam has built a great store and a great platform, and they've made themselves the best place to sell games.
100%.
I think that is the case. I think Steam is the best place to sell games, almost bar none. I have many criticisms of it, but it is still the best.
He's saying this because he doesn't want his audience to attack him because he knows most people are fans of Steam.
But here's the thing that's really important, right? This is not some referendum on do you like Steam or not, right? It's not a trial about how good Steam is or how bad other stores are. It's about whether Valve are now taking their dominant position and using their dominant position to stop anyone else from offering lower prices.
But the problem with this entire narrative is that none of it makes sense because all of this whole story is happening, like the Wolfire lawsuit, the Warner Brothers part, everything that you're bringing up in 2017. The Wolfire lawsuit, where is it at? He had shown it. 2018. This is all like 8 years ago. Or 8 years ago, or maybe even 9 or 10 years ago in some cases with some of these instances. So it's like, is this it happened at one point. This stuff did happen at one point, but like, where is where is the thing at? Do you guys remember where it is? How do I look at Steam's full Steam peak concurrent play? I'm not gonna try spells. Here it is right here. So what if I wanted we're going back in time. What? Show me the concurrent chart. Where'd it go? Now all of a sudden it's not wanting to show it to me. Jesus Christ. Look at how much of a big fucking fall off that is. It's literally PUBG, Dota, Counter-Strike, and then nothing. But it broke. The tool broke for whatever reason. There it goes. Initializing chart. Okay. Show me. Okay, now it's just not working anymore. What I wanted to see is like how much Steam has grown over the past 8 years. It's not like Steam was like a tiny guy or anything like that 8 years ago, but like a lot of their like Steam's most recent years, the last like 10 probably have been like its most successful ones to date. So I just wanted to see. Anyway,
whether the game of dictating price respond to their request. Well, we have communications like that one saying, "I'll get this tattooed on choice, but it's a bit of a false choice because we should be able to have choice in pricing as well. Now, going back to Cassidy Gerber, that Valve employee, well, lawyers put her own emails about the policy in front of her, and she obfuscated as well. Gerber denied that it was a policy, claiming the entire concept was alien to a place like Valve. Quote, "I don't really know what you mean by policy. In general, I don't feel like we have a lot of policies. That sounds kind of bureaucratic to me." Now remember, this is the policy that her colleague joked about getting tattooed on his back. So I understand that she is being, let's just say, legally coached, right? I mean, look, her job is as a Valve employee. So yeah, I get it. She's going to be running defense for the company, she's going to be dodging awkward questions and not getting their legal team, well, not getting Valve into hot water by making life harder for Valve's legal team. That does make sense. In the system, that's how it works.
Yeah.
It just does feel a little bit off when we have communications like that one saying, "I'll get this tattooed on me."
I'll be honest with you guys. Like when you're coming up with like conversations like this and with this, like these guys are kind of caught red-handed with this. It's antitrust. Like it is like very cut and dry. Like as much as I would love to take Valve's side on this because I personally do like the outcomes of it, like their actions and the words that they took were like very loose and they shouldn't have gone about it the way that they did. That's for fucking sure. But if this actually led to games being influenced, we don't know what scale to which it happened, if this is like just a couple of instances or whatever it might be. But yeah.
Of independence. Now, after that deflection, a lawyer for the plaintiffs then read verbatim,
Steam blew up with COVID in China. The Steam integration with China, like when Steam China opened up, and COVID like hit the fast forward button on Valve pretty heavily. 40 million in 2026. Well, I know they have 40 million in 2026. I'm talking about Steam had 18 million in 2018. What? So they more than doubled their player base in that time. Because I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I think back in like 2017, 2016, like Valve was not like this like massive fucking company. Like they were profitable, they were making a lot of money, they were definitely fucking loaded, that's for sure. But like they were not like the lion's share of the games industry, or at least they didn't feel like it. That's crazy. Check the Discord. Check what in the Discord? General chat? Over the past 10 years, Steam has undergone explosive growth, transforming from the major PC hub in the games industry. The platform now commands over 74% of the PC gaming market. Concurrent users in January 2026, the peak concurrent count was around 8.5 million concurrent users. By early 2026, they surged up to 42 million users. Jesus Christ. That is crazy. The platform's annual results have skyrocketed. The game's sales passing $16.2 billion in 2025. So they were much smaller when this was going on. That was kind of like the problem that I'm having, is that like this is part and parcel with like Bellular's language here, where like Bell's talking about how like, oh, well, you know, is Valve using their massive size to be able to manipulate the games industry? And it's just like, well, contextually speaking, they were not the Valve they are today 7-8 years ago. A lot has changed for this company. And just now looking at it, seeing that the numbers grew so drastically from like 8 million people to fucking 42 million, that's a pretty massive difference. The company has like massively increased. They just flat out not this, like PlayStation and Xbox were so much bigger than Valve just 8 years ago. Even Xbox was like probably bigger than Valve 8 years ago.
From what Gerber herself told a developer in one of her emails. Quote, Steam's policy has always been to require material parity for things we sell on the Steam store. Gerber replied, simply saying that she didn't remember saying that. Of course, the good news is she doesn't need to remember. It's an email. And to follow up on her specifically, Business Week did
That's
request for
messy.
comment, and she did not respond to their request.
That's
so,
messy.
Valve's plan, as is presented here,
Yeah, you can't be
appears to
saying
be
shit like
this.
that. Oh, I don't
With
remember
so
that.
much
That didn't
obfuscation
happen.
and
Well, we have
so
the email.
little management structure, they can frame every emailed demand for price parity as a mistake or a misunderstanding.
Do an antitrust check to see if Valve is doing it now. The problem is that like the government and the lawyers will argue that Valve doing this back then is what led to their success today. It's not true though. And also, I fully disagree with Bellular where he's like, we should have more options when it comes to pricing. Talk to anybody on PC. When has pricing ever actually pushed you off the platform and to go anywhere else on at all? Ever? When? Epic Games post game for games for free. People still don't fucking use it.
How convenient, and the question is, will that be a good enough defense? If Willfire win at the jury trial, it probably won't destroy Valve, but it will sting. The suit is absolutely asking for damages. But
yeah, pay him. Pay him. Simple as that, pay him. No, these guys are right. Valve 100% pressured them to give them the same price. While we may say they did it for a valiant reason for their customers or whatever it is, sure, that's fine. It is what it is. But Valve should go ahead and pay them. Valve, I like looking at it. Like I even said this, I think in the video that I had made. These guys lost. Take the L on it. The problem is they don't want to take the full L. Sorry, I need water. The problem is they don't want to take the L on it because it'll set a precedent for other people to be able to sue them as well. And it also will set up the story that the only reason that Valve is in the position it's in right now is because they were able to keep prices lower to keep people on their platform. But I just don't see that being the case.
here's the thing. Valve were estimated to make $4 billion from Steam sales alone before Christmas 2025. So what it would likely mean, say things went through in this jury trial, is an injunction. And that would mean no more delisting developers and publishers for offering you a lower price on their platform. It would mean that, for example, an indie dev could say to their own community, here is a copy of our game, and you know what, it's actually a good bit cheaper because it's sold on our website, it's DRM free, there's no 30% cut from Valve, and because of that, we're going to give you a better deal and pass on some of the savings. It would mean that, which appears to currently not be possible, or at least, if it's done, to be extremely risky, it would mean that would actually be an okay thing the developers could do. Now, it would not mean the players would have to leave Steam. Steam is convenient. No one's going to force you out of Steam. Many people would probably keep buying on Steam even if they could get a technically cheaper price for a non-Steam key elsewhere. Just like they do literally right now, even when, say, a third-party store will sell keys for cheaper. But all those emails showing Valve pressuring developers and limiting their options, well,
Valve still lets you, if I'm not mistaken, I think Steam still lets you load games that are not Steam games. Like if you have other games that aren't on your launcher or aren't on Steam, I think you can still load them into Steam, and then that way you can still like just launch them through Steam if you want to.
Well, if this stuff goes through, then that could
GOG
not
is my
happen
second
again.
preferred.
And
I have actually I have a couple of games on GOG, but not many.
Let's be real. Who should we be advocating for here? Is it the big, many billion-dollar value
But keep in mind, I've only been playing on PC for 5 years, so.
corporations, ones that here appear to be engaging in some cartel-like behavior? Or ultimately, should we be advocating for developers and customers? Because at the end of the day, the whole thing exists so the developers can make games and customers can get games. Everything in the middle is essentially facilitating that. Of course, it's doing that in a way that I do believe is value added. That's fine. Valve can charge for the value that they add in the form of their fee. But the point of today isn't that them doing that is bad. It's that them engaging in price controls limits your options elsewhere, meaning that you lose out and meaning the developers lose out.
But see, okay, I'll give them that the developers lose out, but like the problem is that like using the pejorative you here in this case, right, is just like fucking weird, my guy. Like it's just because it's just like you're trying to say, oh well, hey, you're not gonna be able to get better deals in other places. I'm not going anywhere else. I like maybe that's just me being like I don't know, maybe too like narcissistic here, like where I'm just like fixated on myself and can't think past myself and think everybody else like on PC buys the way that I do, but I feel like most probably do.
I think that is quite obviously a bad thing. So for all the good that Valve does, this is a serious issue, and that's why we cover it. Because at the end of the day, as much as Gabe Newell is a meme, as much as Gabe is actually someone who I respect a hell of a lot, who I find to be fascinating, who I enjoy listening to whenever...
Yeah, no, like Gabe is a fucking visionary. The guy's an absolute legend, but also at the same time, like there's also a really good chance that like the things and the stuff that some of these other people were saying and whatever these other positions were not necessarily things that he told them to do by any means, right? And yeah, but either way, I mean, the company should still be held accountable. It's just fair business.
You know, we got the rare example
as much as I hate to say
him
it, but
speaking. Yeah. While I find, you know, he's got his yachts and his fleet of things that he's using for sea exploration. I'm like, you know what? That's kind of cool. There's some form of dream that this dude's living, and it seems he's been able to get to that place pretty much by video games being awesome. Look, that stuff's all dope. But at the end of the day, this is about big companies. It's not about whether Gabe's a cool meme lord. Now, there is another company who's big thinking about their strategies. They're also a company that have been sued in today's video. It's Microsoft. They're talking about a big reset, and if you heard all that talk of Xbox Project Helix being some north of $1,000 console that would be for the super fans, it seems that plan may be dead, and that a lot of things are changing, and you can learn about it all in this video next.
Should I do that? Should I do that at the end of my videos? Where I pretend like I'm continuing on, and then I go, but how about this instead? I'm going to have you guys watch my next video. That's a good video. I don't like it. Mostly just because I'm a fucking Steam stan. But it is one of those things where it's just like, these guys still have to be regulated. They still have to be put in their place. This is Valve out. Like Valve overstepped back then, and I think like the Wolfire one at the very least seems like it's a little bit cut and dry. But I mean, for them to go as far as like antitrust, Valve is like fucking manipulating the entire industry. I don't see that. I'm sorry. I want to see these guys actually like try to prove some like actual historic relevance here. At the end of the day, Steam is a store and doesn't decide the final product price. Yeah, but they decide the final product price on their Steam or on their store at the very least. It looks like. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, good video. Oh my god, and shitification. Man, I hate being that guy, but like the fucking Marvel set is just, or I hate being that guy. Like there's a few of my friends that are like really excited for like the Marvel set for fucking Magic the Gathering, and I'm just like, I don't want to have anything to do with this. But I can't really talk shit because as I'm like, I don't have anything to do with this. I like my Magic the Gathering to be gathering the magic. I like it to be in universe. I started playing it because I got into Final Fantasy. And also, I see that they have, like, The Hobbit coming, and I'm like, I'm so going to be getting into that shit. Like, come on, man. Lord of the Rings is fucking sick. Marvel fatigue, you say? Yeah, Marvel for fucking sure. It's just the most, like, forced product in all of entertainment. It's so fucking bad, dude. It is so, so bad. Let's see here. What's this? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, this is the game that Square Enix sent me today. It looks cute. I don't know. I'll probably check it out. It's very much a Steam Deck game. I think it looks pretty good. What is this? I fucking love the internet sometimes, man. Palworld 1.0. Sekhmet is working hard to prepare for Palworld 1.0. These guys so blatantly fucking gooner post. It is crazy. It's like you're dog whistling. Palworld dog whistling. What is this? Halo campaign evolved. Split screen on the PlayStation 5. Both accounts will have to be logged into PlayStation Plus and have a Microsoft. What? What? Wait a minute. Shut the fuck up. Halo campaign evolved split screen on the PlayStation 5. Both accounts need to have PlayStation Plus and be linked to a Microsoft account. Having these active PlayStation Plus subscriptions and also having online co-op play available.
He could only have gotten that idea from Benjamin Netanyahu.
That's so true. That's fucking diabolical. What? That is diabolical. Oh my god. Needing to buy online play to play local split screen is some next level insanity. Oh wow. That's dumb. Thanks, PlayStation. Gone are the couch co-op days when you don't have to lock your split screen. Dude, this is crazy. So imagine you're trying to play split screen on your PlayStation 5 and PlayStation's like, do you guys both have accounts? Because you guys both need to be signed into separate accounts to be able to play. Do you also have PlayStation Plus? You guys both need to be paying for a subscription service to sit on the same couch and play the same game. Do you guys also have those linked to Microsoft accounts? Because we don't allow people to... We need to make sure that we separate you guys. We know exactly who the Xbox gamers are on PlayStation. What the fuck? I hate it here. I hate it so fucking much. I hate it so fucking much.
He could only have gotten that idea from Benjamin Netanyahu.
Fucking true. Fucking true. Bro, it's just as bad as Xbox. I just read it. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Like, what the fuck is this? I have so many games that I play and I don't have... I don't even have PlayStation Plus. I have never, since owning a PlayStation 5, have ever owned PlayStation's online services. I never saw a reason to get it. It's so true. I fucking hate it, dude. I love my cat, and but it like fucking, it's not 2 o'clock in the morning for me. It's 7 a.m. on the dot. Every single day. Doesn't matter if both him and I will be up until like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm working on a video. He's chilling, doing his thing. 7 o'clock in the morning the next day. Jumping on me, getting on the bed, running on my head, coming back, and I'm like, I feed him, I give him water, I go back to bed, try to lay back down. No. Instead what he does is he will just sit at the foot of my bed and just go, meow, 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 until I get out. It has nothing for it. He doesn't even want anything. He doesn't even want anything. That's the crazy part. It'd be like, oh, maybe he wants food, maybe he wants this. No, he doesn't want anything. Nothing. It's literally just me being in my bed, not in the sleep time, not in the small time frame of sleep window. If I am in that bedroom at all, outside of the hours of like 10 o'clock to 7 a.m. in the morning, if I go in that room for any reason, he has a problem with it. I haven't, ever since I've had this cat, so for like 6 years, he's like 6, I think. Yeah, he's 6. I have not been able to have a single nap in 6 years. Fucking crazy. I own a Bengal and a Husky. They cancel each other out. That's funny. That is funny. What is this? Oh, Mushiko Tensei! Hell yeah, brother. I'm so... What the fuck? That's Amelia. Marvel Rivals. No, I don't care about any of this shit. I gotta be careful. Last time I was doom scrolling on fucking stream, I fucking scrolled right into some girl's tits. No bullshit. And I have like NSFW like stuff like blocked on this account. Tomboy supremacy. That's true. We're here. I'm here for it. Zenless Zone Zero. No, I don't really care about that. What is this? We did a graphical comparison 2 years ago. We know how it compares. Move on. You feel bad about not being excited like everyone else. You're allowed to. It's fine. You don't have to mentally abuse people on Twitter. What the fuck is going on? Dude, there's gonna be some crazy like Grand Theft Auto infighting that's gonna be happening.
Lucia, do you know why you're here?
Bad luck, I guess.
No shot, right? So this is actually... Yeah, no, this is GTA 5 on the left. Now they got fat bitches. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know if the trailers are actually... I'm sure knowing them, the trailers are actual gameplay. What is this? Stellar Blade Nick... Oh, this is like some just random poster. GTA 3, Dad, can I play? GTA 4, bro, guess what I got for Christmas? GTA 5, Bud, you need a parent to buy. Bud, you need a parent to buy this. GTA 6, cash or credit, sir. Fuck. Motherfucker. Actually, I think this is actually like out of order. GTA 6 should be like, Dad, can I get this? There ain't no fucking shot. Wait a minute, that doesn't even make any sense now that I read that. If you played GTA 6, GTA 3, and you were a kid, if you're saying, Dad, can I get this? You're like 7 or 8 years old, right? You're like 7 or 8 years old. So that's 2001. So that'd be 12 years later. You'd be like 20 years old. Ain't nobody stopping and saying that you need a fucking parent to buy GTA. But you are a grown-ass fucking adult by now. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah. Yeah. One Stellar Blade fan is making is taking the wait for Blood Rain very seriously. Reddit user someone new started a challenge to beat Elder Natiba every day until the site. Oh my god. People really fucking love they really fucking love their Stellar Blade, man. There are some people out there that Stellar Blade has straight up just become like their near. Or maybe their second near in this case or something like that. And we're getting new Chainsaw Man. Fuck, man. We're getting lit up. We're getting lit up. We're getting everything under the sun. I can't believe this dude read an entire fucking like 300 page or what more document yesterday. That's crazy. Fucking crazy, man. There's nothing. Okay, all right. Let's see here. I gotta figure out what I'm doing with my life now. What time is it? Where are we at? We've been streaming for 6.5 hours. Do I play Path of Exile? That's the question. Do I play Path of Exile? I don't care about this. I didn't get the other one. Former Destiny 2 developer says working at Bungie was toxic, dysfunctional. Was a toxic and dysfunctional experience. Describing leaders that forgot people play games for fun. Who would have fucking guessed? I didn't see that one coming. Good coverage. I enjoyed it. Well, I'm glad that you did. Former Bungie narrative lead that worked on Destiny 2 for a few years calls the experience the most toxic, dysfunctional of his professional life. Despite that, there's plenty of praise for the people that worked in the space and that worked on the MMO together. Praise that also comes from many of the other alumni. Since Bungie revealed the Destiny 2 is being sunset, we've seen plenty of reactions from developers of the past and present, as well as other creatives who have been impacted by the game. There's been a lot of other developers that have like reached out about Destiny 2 shutting down. I've seen like, you know, I've seen Rebecca from Digital Extremes and Warframe say that Warframe doesn't exist without Destiny. Stuff like that. Game means a lot to people. It really does. It's really difficult, and it's really sad to see the direction that the games industry has gone, that these guys can't recognize what they had or how to keep something like that together. And it doesn't bode well for the rest of the games that are out there. It just kind of goes to show just like how far off course some of these companies have gotten to this point. And the other thing is too, to keep in mind, like with everything that's been going on with Destiny, we're only at the tip of the iceberg. Just wait until they actually have layoffs, and you're going to start hearing about some of the horror stories that are going to come out of that studio, and I'm sure some of it's going to be bad. Bad. I think Bungie bouncing from corpo to corpo never really gave them the chance to compete independently. They couldn't handle competing independently. They tried it and then they failed. Freaking half. Destin, I'm gonna be real with you, bud. The minute that they lay that staff off, that company's already cooked. They're fucking done. I'm just gonna be straight with you guys. We're not gonna be since Sony is already committed to this idea, that studio is done. It's just fucking done. It is fucking done. Because we all know full well, while they might want to, for whatever reason, deny the reality in front of their face, Marathon is not coming back. It's not here to begin with. It never left the basement. They never broke over 100,000 players. Nobody is going to play that fucking game no matter what they try to do to it. There is something about it, visually and thematically, that makes people just allergic to the fucking game. I'm sorry to tell you. Well, I think the art is great and I think it's cool, and I know there's a lot of other people that think it's really interesting visually. People just do not fucking want to play that game. And the more that you fucking invest all of your money and all of your fucking time and interest into it, is the further that you sink this company. Them laying off the staff for Destiny 2 and reinvesting, or I guess giving more time to Marathon, is only ever going to lead to one outcome. And that outcome is, in 6 months, Marathon is dead, and then Bungie is dead with it. because there is no fucking shot that they're gonna say, okay, well, that last one failed. We shut down your other game. Go ahead and take 3 to 5 years to make another one. No. PlayStation will just kill the studio. It'll be done. They'll wash their hands. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. I do not see how this works out to like their benefit whatsoever. The only good option that this company had was to limit their staff. Layoffs are fine. Go ahead and lay off. I don't have a problem with that. You guys have way too many people. 800 people working at Marathon, or sorry, 800 people working at Bungie is it's too many. You're spending way too much money. If Destiny was not making that much money, cut the staff down, but then find a way to be able to continue to keep that game going, because you're going to be able to continue to make money off of that. But it's been an entire week. It's been over a week now, and it's still holding 100,000 players. It goes to prove that the game just actually needed some like fundamental changes to the game to fix things up. And also, it looks like the game also needed a little bit of a tension release of making the players not feel like they're constantly running on a fucking treadmill. They wanted some breathing room. Now they got the breathing room. They can play it all they want, right? They can chill. Like, that's what that's what Destiny needs. Destiny needs a little bit of extra time between their updates, a little bit more room for the players. It needed to be fixed. It needed to have some problems taken care of. And they got it out of this situation. I don't understand, like what the fuck are you thinking? It's like the most frustrating shit I've ever seen. I want to go into their offices and just like wring their fucking necks, because it's just like, this is the game that could still make you money right now. This is the game that keeps your studio open. But you guys are leaving it to go and focus your efforts on the game that's making you like $20 a week. What are you doing? Why? Like, it's self-sabotage. It's almost like they're doing it purposefully because they actually want the studio to fail and shut it down. That's the only way it makes sense to me. Imagine being Sony and losing $4 billion. Well, yeah, obviously. But it's just... it's so bad, dude. It does sound like spite. Part of me was like, when I first had seen that little like leak story or whatever broke, like immediately I looked at that and I was like, you know what? That actually kind of fucking lines up, because it's the only thing that makes sense to me when looking at this. Like, if I'm just thinking about this as like, I'm a video game publisher, my job is to run a video game business. I don't see the logic in shutting down Destiny entirely. Outside of like keeping it on maintenance mode. I just don't see the point at all. But I don't know. I don't know. There's no rationale behind that perspective at all. I don't think so. I don't see it. I'm like, it's like I said in the video that I had made. Fix Destiny, get it back on track. You can use that game to pivot and find other answers. Are you going to have the most popular live service game in the industry? No, but you're still going to have something that's going to be able to bring in some money. No tinfoil hat, but Sony was very public that they don't like Bungie as a company and the way they work. Well, I mean, I'd have to see some shit on that, but like, I can't. Why the fuck would they say that publicly? We actually don't like this company that we spent $4 billion on, and we don't like the way they work. I can't really see those guys saying that publicly, especially when you have fucking investors. They'd be like, "Oh, so you guys are just fucking morons then?" Because that's like a self-report more than it is an actual like dig at the company. Bungie has sadly never known what to do with Destiny. No, that's complete bullshit, and we already know that's the case. Otherwise, Monument to Triumph wouldn't be fucking sick. Otherwise, Monument to Triumph wouldn't quite literally fix like 90% of Bungie or 90% of Destiny's issues. They knew exactly what to do. The only reason that they haven't been able to is because their inept, fucking brain dead retard management wanted to keep everybody on a fucking, they wanted to keep the carrot on the stick, and they didn't want to fix everything with the game because then, well, we can't fix those things later and use it as bait to bring the players back in. Microtransactions. Fucking morons. Absolute goddamn garbage human beings that need to be ejected out of this industry faster than anything else. Justin Truman. Fire that motherfucker. God damn it. It's crazy to me. It actually, like, I am actually getting mad right now. I'm actually getting mad right now because I'm like sitting there and I'm just like, there's some things that it's just like me being like angry gamer. And then there's this other side of me that is just like, you know, I spent 4 years in college to get a goddamn business degree, and I look at this situation and I'm like, who the fuck did they hire? What are you doing? This is like, this is child's play. It's child's play. It's just like, I have no idea why is he still there? Why? I know why, because to their higher ups, to their executive staff, the guy that talks about profit and constant content and money. Oh my God, he sounds like a fucking cherub. He sounds like a fucking angel, the siren that's luring them to the shores before they crash their fucking ship into the rocks. Like, I've listened to this guy and his concepts, and I've watched his entire GDC thing, like, while trying to, like, remove my bias as a jaded fan, and I can do that to a point. I can listen to something logically, and nothing of what that guy said. It was all a string of bullshit. Snake oil. That's it. Garbage. And then, like, you also see his, like, general philosophy when it comes to, like, how to run a video game company, and his entire philosophy is something that was just like, if you stretch this out and see where this goes, it goes straight into the fucking garbage. Like, I don't understand how people didn't call this guy out. Black Ned Flanders, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Better, Sony can only blame themselves for getting swindled by Pete Parsons. Literally everyone and their mother was saying that Bungie was not worth $3.6 billion. Same for the 5. I don't actually think it has anything to do with Pete Parsons. I think it has a lot more to do with the fact that Sony was in a desperate position to try to make a sale because they felt like they were going to fall behind with Microsoft because Microsoft was buying Activision Blizzard. I think it had more to do with them being afraid than them actually, like, being swindled by one single guy. Sony flinched and panic bought Bungie. They did. I guarantee it. Nobody pays like $4 million a developer when everybody else is paying $1 million. Not unless they're desperate. And Sony in that moment was desperate. Sony wanted a live service game to stick it to Xbox. Stupid decision. I don't think it was a stupid decision. They just paid way too much for it. That's what the problem is. They paid way too much for it. If they didn't pay as much as they did, they wouldn't be in the position that they're in. Destiny 2 is a little bit too involved. I'll probably just do a couple of maps. I'd be happy with like 80K as a game dev if I work 30 hours a week. I don't know, man. Love your content, LD, but you cuss a lot live, so I can't put you on. God bless you, homie. Oh, yeah, I curse like a sailor. I can't do anything about it. I'm just built this way. I can do something about it, but the problem is that during live streams I'm like way more relaxed, so I'm just thinking, I'm just talking and kind of flowing naturally rather than like trying to be, hey, this is me making a video and talking to you directly, the audience. This is what I do, you know. No, I just go no filter because it's easier. I could be prim and proper, but yeah. I grew up with a lot of hood folk. I grew up with a lot of hood folk. I mean, like, one of my good friends, like, very good, close friends that I had from basically all through high school was, God damn it. Was, shot 7 times in Chicago and then later deported. So, I've lived a storied life. Not all game devs have these 100K salaries? No, actually, a lot of them do, especially the ones in the West, because the vast majority of the... Can I help? If we're talking about AAA specifically, most AAA companies are located in California or Seattle. Basically up and down the West Coast. So yes, almost nearly every single one of these developers that are working on the West Coast are making $100,000 plus a year, if not more, and $200,000 in some cases. As a fellow Chicagoan who grew up on the South Side during the 90s, your friend's story tracks. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah. 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 I made some money. Give me your money, bitch.
It's you.
Wait. Somebody buying my shit?
Oh, it's you.
Oh, it's the same guy. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Map device. Oh, we're getting to some juicers. So I only just recently, I'm a fucking idiot with this game, dude. It's because I don't look up shit. I don't look up anything on this game other than a build, right? Like, I look up a build, but outside of that, I don't actually like look up how to play the game. And my endgame progression has been slow. Admittedly, my endgame progression has been slow. What is time played on this character? Can I see that? Can I look at time played on this character? No, does that not work? Or is it TP? /TP? No, does that work? In the login screen? Played? You played 4 days, 17 hours, 47 minutes, and 58 seconds. My endgame progression on this character has been slow. Because... one, it's been a while since I played Path of Exile. I haven't played a couple leagues. And two, when I did play the first time, I didn't really get a full handle. They've changed the end game so much that like I don't even fucking recognize half of it anymore. So I didn't think about the fact that I should be like triple stacking the wait the fuck, I'm gonna that I should be triple stacking tablets. And I also haven't been paying attention to my item rarity and drop rates and stuff like that. Asmon was shitting on you because shitting on you and you know because you don't min-max. Yeah, I'm still learning the endgame. Also, at the exact same time, my build was kind of shit. because I had really fucking bad luck during the campaign when it came to drops. So when I finally got into like early mapping and I was taking on, I think he was watching me take on the like Arbiter of Ash the first time or something like that, and I was the Arbiter of Ass at that time. I mean, now my build, I don't know. You can tell me if my build. You can tell me. How about this? Now that you guys have seen Asmongold fucking flame me, tell me if my build looks like shit now. This is tier 15. Oh, Rogue Exile. Is he gonna get rezzed? Come back. Come back as a lich. You fucking bitch. Fucking shafted. So I didn't realize that you could stack I didn't realize you could stack tablets. I only learned that right now. I was like, oh wait, I can literally just stack this with all Abyss tablets and then I get like crazy sick of fucking Abyss maps, and the game's like, yes, that's how you're supposed to play. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm a fucking idiot then. I've been wasting my time. But I've made a lot of currency today because today was the day that I finally figured that out. And I was like, oh, fuck. Then once I figured that out, the next thing I knew, I was like, oh, wow, I'm actually making divines. Oh, wow, I'm actually getting a fuckload of exalts. Oh, wow, I'm actually fighting better gear. I was like, wow, okay, well, I guess I'm just a fucking idiot. The problem is that when I play a lot of these games, for the most part, I'm kind of like vibing and I'm not really like paying attention to them too much, I guess. I don't fucking know. You know what it is, man? Is that like when you're making videos about the dumb shit that I'm making videos about all the time, I'm not really taking a lot of time to like fully and completely like on like the deepest level possible understand the games that I'm playing. Like mechanically understand the games. I try to do my best to make sure that I'm like proficient and knowledgeable when I can be, but like when you're playing a game like Path of Exile that has as many like fucking winding turns and shit like that when it comes to content, it's pretty easy to get your head turned around. I'll tell you that right now. Nothing? Okay, fine. Faster than my grenades build, jealous. Yeah, it's actually pumping. Problem is that like I want to move into like specking into crit, but the problem is that I can't right now because my accessories are kind of fucking ass. So I need to either craft better accessories or get lucky and find them, or probably buy them. Buy them is probably what it's gonna do. Luckily the am I stupid? Yeah, I am. Luckily I guess like the necklace is actually pretty like I can craft the necklace. I just have to get a good base, but the base is so fucking expensive, man. I mean, I guess it's like contextually expensive. It's like I see like, you know, I don't know, man. I'm wondering what I'm gonna probably do. Like I can deterministically craft the necklace that I want, kind of, but it would be better if it was already fractured. If I fracture it myself, I'm gambling like fucking 35 divine, and I'm not rich like that. Not yet, at least. We're getting there though. And then that motherfucker was also talking shit about my, he was also talking shit about my Monster Hunter gameplay. Which, by the way, is absolute bullshit, because that asshole plays like the most brain-dead fucking class in Monster Hunter now. He doesn't even play Greatsword anymore. That motherfucker's always playing, Bowgun or whatever it is. absolute fucking like bitch ass class, and then plus on top of that, the footage that was on screen was like from like the first week of launch, dude. Like I didn't have the gems and shit yet. I didn't have a good weapon at that time. I was just grabbing footage to grab footage, not thinking that like some fucking, you know, Mr. fucking, you know, 2 million subscriber fucking Andy's gonna be over here hyper analyzing my gameplay with his bald ass head. Fucking bullshit. I was crashing out. I was watching that stream and I'm like, hey, shut the fuck up, asshole. No. It's fucking funny though. I was rolling. I was like, this motherfucker really sitting here like, I'm talking about serious business and this dude's just like getting autistic about my fucking build. The fucking path of exile. And also for the Monster Hunter stuff, I'll be straight up with you. I totally do the game developer thing with Monster Hunter. Like some games, depending on what I'm playing, if I know that I'm getting footage and like that's the whole point of like what I'm doing at the time, like you better fucking bet I'm trying to like be cinematic. I'm not trying to have like hyper optimized gameplay, because hyper optimized gameplay would be like the most dumb shit to watch. It'd be like just like, especially in a game like this, Jesus Christ. It'd be me running like the most like polluted maps possible where you can't see a fucking thing that's going on screen. Like that's not even gonna be worthwhile. That's why I always like using like early game PoE footage, either early game mapping or early game or early end game, or even just like early game leveling, where like the boss fights are slower and more deliberate and stuff like that. Like that makes for better like background footage than me like ass blasting fucking maps and making my fucking bit rate go to like 7. Where's this bitch at? Oh, there she is. Oh, I should have moved her in here. I fucking hate Rogue Exiles. I love them and I hate them at the same time. It's trying to get an Abyssal one, the fucking Corrupted or whatever the fuck they're called. Because you have to like bring them over to the area if they're not already in it. And if they move too far outside of it, then they won't get rezzed. Where the fuck is it? What? Oh, it's you guys? Yeah, there you are. Nice. It's actually crazy how fucking rare augmentation orbs are. Jesus Christ. Where's the boss at? Gotta be over here, right? Yeah. Ooh. Give me a fucking Abyss boss. You skimped out on giving me whatchamacallit. Holy shit. Chill out. Really? Still? Oh, I got Abyssal Depths. Okay, that's not bad. What is Deadeye? It's not even an option for me. Yeah, Ranger and then Deadeye. Deadeye is the subclass for Ranger. Or Ascendancy, sorry. You need to get them... What is this? You need to get them out of the Void Zone for the Omen of Light to drop. What does that mean? Need to get them out of the Void Zone for the Omen of Light to... I don't know what you mean by that. The black smoke? What black smoke? The circling cloud. Am I just not seeing this, or I'm not knowing what the fuck it was? What? The mod you are looking for is on the monster. It's called Amaramu's Void. Abyssal mod. Oh, you're talking about the one on the Abyssal, to get an Abyssal Lich? What are you eating? Pizza. Fucking absolute garbage. That was a late night PoE, always good. But you're saying you have to get them out of the void zone for the Omen of Light. I don't understand what the fuck that means. You have to get them out of their own smoke? What Abyss faction are you using? Ulaman. Or whatever it is, right? I think. The currency one. Yeah, because I think this one's currency, isn't it? Yeah. Get currency chests. Any faction will have basic and jewelry chests. I don't want that shit. Omen of Light is like 7 divs or so. Pick number 1. Why? What is number 1? Armor chest. Why would I want armor chests? Yeah, I want currency. I want omens. That's why I'm using... Oh, wait. You're saying Anamamu drops more omens? Why? It says it drops armor. I guess I don't understand what the differences between... I don't understand what the differences are between the factions. I just thought it was just talking about specifically the rewards. Does anybody know any good PS2 games they could recommend? Bouncer. Grandia 2. Grandia 3. Orphan. Shadow Hearts. Devil May Cry, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, I'll believe you. I'll try it. Amamamu? You know what you're saying? Try Amamamu. Amamama. Alright, get rid of this. Oh, I should probably change my fucking thing really quick. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm not in just chatting. Just chatting. Oni's also a very good one, yes. Yes. I agree with that. I need some fucking tunes, though. Where them tunes at? I don't know if I want to do that or not. Oh my gosh. What is his name? I would just play fucking attention shit in the background because it's like the easiest thing for me to pick for me not to get absolutely fucking wasted by YouTube's fucking copyright system. Also use the force, use the prism. What? What do you want me to do? Like, use the gem cutter's prism for what? I've already used it on my gems. What makes PoE 2 fun? I'm not a fan of 2D games. See if I can get anything off of these. No, I'll probably just stash them for now. I gotta do some crafting at some point. One day, maybe. One day, maybe. This isn't even a 2D game, it's 1D. 1D is all you need. Nice. Only problem with this build is I always get caught by my own mirages, and I stand there attacking my own mirage for a second, and I'm like, "You'll die." I feel like a dog that like attacked their own tail. I mean, if anybody's genuinely asking what makes a game like Path of Exile fun, it's the power fantasy. It's taking a class, building something out, and then eventually getting so powerful that you just start to break the game entirely. Like playing the game so much that eventually your character ascends and becomes God. Where you not only feel like God over the game and like over the monsters that you kill, but also like economically, financially inside of the game, you have so much currency and like so much fucking buying power that like you are the market. I really like this bug, by the way. It's like my favorite bug ever. It's super cool. Have they talked about how they're ever gonna fix this? I don't know if it's like a shader thing or what, but I think I did a fresh install of the game at some point. I don't remember. They're trying, yeah. Like a couple of people talked to me about it, but I didn't know if they actually got anywhere with it yet. I don't even think they've been able to diagnose exactly what's causing it. But it's like essentially causing like a full-on like disconnect of the game. Like it's something like almost client or server side. Why did I just stand there and eat that? Somebody's getting sleepy. And that's probably me.
The dark remembers.
Okay, so I guess there's there's one over here.
Another wellspring.
Come here, you can come here. I guess not. Never mind. Oh, is this what it is? Is this the thing you guys are talking about? This is the black swirl? I've never seen this before. You need to kite her out? Kite the monster I'm fighting? Get it out of there, okay. Is that right? That easy. It's just that easy. If you get an Omen of Liege, you did it wrong. Oh, okay. Okay. Good to know. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Does that mean have I been playing the wrong faction for me to be able to like get the like invitation to fight the boss again? I didn't even realize this shit. I don't know about any of this shit. Because I've been playing the end game and running all these maps and doing all these abysses for such a while that I haven't got another. I've not gotten a single other invitation to go fight the boss again. Invite is independent, so I just straight up have just not actually gotten a drop to go fight the boss again. Is that what you're saying? So it's actually like just fully luck based. I've just been getting fucked. Unfucking believable. Never mind. Everything I've ever said that's good about this game is wrong. I'm fucking delisting my interview with Jonathan, telling them to go fuck themselves. Your game sucks. I was convinced that I did something wrong. I'm like, oh, I'm probably just doing something wrong, and that's the reason why I haven't got one. Oh, my fucking God. Isn't this a great combination? Jonathan Rogers, isn't this a great combination? Proximity and mana draining? Wow. Wow. Unfucking believable. Oh, no, I fucked up. Okay, I really fucked up. I just fumbled my keys and somehow closed the game, I guess. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, there goes that map. Probably dead. Maybe? Live? How the fuck did I do that? Oh no, I think the game just crashed. Yeah, I think the game just crashed. Alt F4? I don't have Alt F4 on this. I can't F4 on this keyboard. There's no F4 on this. No F buttons. You clicked escape? Oh, because my cursor was probably here. Yeah, you got a good point. That's probably what happened. Oh, well. I mean, nothing I can do about it. Control Shift Escape? I don't do anything. I don't shoot shit. Well, that sucks. That was a really good map. Unfortunate. Unfortunate set of circumstances. Now I have to run a junk map on it instead. Oh, that really sucks, because this one's actually like Pinnacle Boss, or not Pinnacle Boss, but this is like like the Corrupted Nexus. That's upsetting. Unfucking fortunate. I don't really want to purge this one anyway now. I'd rather probably get value out of other shit instead. We'll just move on to something else. Fucking stupid.
Speak. Hello.
No. No. Oh, God. One more, and this might actually have been. Oh, no. I'm thinking the wrong thing. Necklace is what I need to find that has that.
What is it?
Those junk. That was also a good map that I fucking burned on that thing, too. Well, bro, I'll just run a junk map. I'm probably not going to do too much anyway. Alt-Tab Delete? I don't have delete on this keyboard either. It's a 90% keyboard, so I don't have a lot of that stuff. Probably. I do want to go get that key, though. So I'm going to move in that direction for now. Purge this later. This guy. If you want to juice your maps and get 5 mods and use 3 omens of chaotic rarity, chaotic quantity, and chaotic effectiveness, and have them all active by right-clicking them and then using an orb of chaos that changes the map to only have monster rarity, then exalt the last 6 mods. I might have to just like look that kind of stuff up on my own, man. As much as I wish I could, like some things, some tips I can take in chat. Other ones, like, for like my brain is not in the like learning information mode right now when I'm streaming. It doesn't work. It does not work.
Once I stood tall. Today.
Tukohama. Tukohama. Why have you abandoned me, Tukohama? For the Karuis. Beautiful.
Fancy seeing you here.
I like big keyboards as well. I'm not a small typer either. I actually, I got big old fingers. Not big old fingers, but I got decently sized mitts. I really should be using something like more appropriately sized. I'll be honest, I actually fuck up a lot with this keyboard. I like this. I really do like this keyboard for writing. It's really good for writing because it's like super comfortable to use for that. But playing games, I almost always run into problems where like I flub keys, hit the wrong thing, hit the escape button and pull myself out of a game like in mid-fight and shit. I've done it to myself with a few games quite a lot actually. More than I would like to admit, to be honest with you. Oh, sick. Dude, this always happens here. Did you see that motherfucker? He went all the way up there. He's out of... So I can't close this last hole. That's awesome. That's awesome. That was really cool. I really appreciate that. Sick. Dope. Is this better than Diablo 4? Nothing is better than Diablo 4. There's never going to be a game ever better than Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is so good that I haven't played it in 2 years. It was so good that all I needed to do was play it once and I'd never have to play it again. Like, it was that satisfying. Imagine playing a game that satisfying that you never feel the need to play it again. Is your build scaling with crit chance? No, it's hybrid right now. It needs to move into crit chance, but I can't get it to move into crit chance until I get a better necklace. I have to, it's not even just better necklace. I have to get a better necklace and I need to get better rings because I need to start moving some of my master or some of my like resistances around and like resistance stack on the rings and stuff like that and necklace and yeah, etc. Because I already have it on, I have it on the gloves. I have crit damage on the gloves, but my rings aren't very good at all actually. This one's okay. But this one I'm using because if I don't have it on, I can't use my shit. I also have a stat problem as well. Where I'm behind in stats. And moving my stats around or losing stats like the 31 dexterity would kind of fuck me, so. Yeah. Are you usually live this late? No. I should be going to bed, to be honest with you. I should be finishing my food and going to bed. I'm gonna finish this map first, though. Do you have a home base in this game? Yes, you do. Yeah, you get a hideout, and then after you get the hideout, hello? Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm so stupid.
getting stronger.
Okay, that's done. No, I do not normally stream this late. I just felt bad because, like, sometimes I put gaming in the title and I actually reached the point where I'm like, I'm actually kind of fucking done and I really ain't got that much more to talk about. I'm like, I could play a game or I could play a game and fucking degen out on my own and not have a bunch of people judging me for how late I'm staying up and playing video games while talking about video games. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, you got the currency to buy stuff? Are you solo self-bound? No, I'm not solo self-bound, but I try not to, like, solely rely on buying stuff because I don't really learn how to craft anything either. But I also don't want to craft everything because then I'll never have money to buy stuff if I need it. So essentially what I do is I don't do anything. And I just keep running maps and saving currency. Right now, at the very least, because I'm poor. I'm less poor than I was yesterday, that's for sure. I had a big come up today, to be honest with you. Once I figured out a couple of things and changed a couple of things I was doing, the next thing I knew, I started watching my profits increase and me actually have something like resembling currency laying around. Mind you, I'm only sitting at like 50 some odd divine or whatever like that, but something's better than nothing at this point. It's way more than I had before, which was like next to nothing. I thought I was a baller with like 15, and I was like, wait a minute, 15 actually doesn't do fucking fuck all for you in this game. 15 doesn't do shit, even 50 doesn't do shit. You need to be saving up like a motherfucker. Like, ideally what I would like is I'd like to get a good crafting base to be able to craft a good necklace. But the problem is that a good crafting base is going to fucking cost me like probably 75 div to begin with. Apparently, the eye shot fucking Deadeye is like the most expensive build in the game right now, so you know that's great. It's 7:43 p.m. here in the motherland of New Zealand right now, so I'm unaffected. Yeah, I figure you guys would probably be fine over there. If chat is so chill, I think chat would turn it around on the person complaining. I'm kidding. Nobody's actually going to complain about me staying up all night. Who gives a fuck? Grown ass man. If somebody actually complained, you shouldn't be staying up late. They're like, who the fuck are you? Mom? I remember this one time. Fuck, I couldn't even fucking tell you how long ago this has been at this point. It's been like not that long, but long enough. I think I also deleted the bot if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure I did. I do remember like one time my mom actually popped into the chat. And it was like a pretty big stream. Like it was actually, I think that the stream was actually kind of popping off that day or whatever like that. And like I saw her like say something in the chat, and it was like super sweet mom message. You know what I mean? Just like so proud of you, or something like that or whatever. And her fucking no shit, her username was straight up her government. Just like putting out her fucking government name right out in the middle of fucking live chat. And I'm like, woman, what the fuck are you doing? I banned her. I banned her ass. I was like, you're going to expose me and yourself. Get the fuck out of here. I unbanned her later, but I called her like after stream. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Got doxxed from mom? I know. I was like, Ma, what the fuck, dude? And she's just like, huh? And she didn't like think anything of it. And then I essentially had to kind of like, oh no, there's still one more. I had to kind of like educate her on like, you know, the realities of the of like the son that is a like entertainer or public figure on the internet or something like that. And I'm like, okay, so I need to educate you on some shit real quick. And I kind of like showed her like some shit, and she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh no, that's right. I can't open that portal anyway. I was like, I like pulled it up and I was like, show my mom. I was like, so here's this person saying they want to kill me. Here's this other post that I found in this other place where they've been trying to find my address. Oh, here's this one talking about how I am a pipeline to the alt-right and likely a neo-Nazi. Like, and my mom is like, oh my god. I was like, I don't think you understand. And I'm like, you gotta keep that shit on the low. On the low. Because there are some motherfucking psychopaths out there. It is actually kind of fucking crazy. The one problem that I've always had with this whole internet deal, like the whole like content creator, YouTube bullshit, yada yada yada, is that like correcting the story. Like if somebody says something and somebody lies about you, or somebody like fucking paints you to be an adversarial character or fucking whatever, right? Like if anybody does any of those things, you can't write the story. You never will. Like you might be able to for some people that want to believe, but for anybody else, even if you try to like defend your name or anything like that, you're still not winning because all you're doing is making content. Isn't that fucking dark? Isn't that so fucking dark? Like that shit fucking weirds me out, man. Like it's like the weirdest fucking thing in the entire world. Like some of these people that you see get into these spats of drama where it's like, oh, and somebody, I don't know, these like guys will like get accused of shit, and then they go and they make like a not even an apology video, I remember like I'm sure some of you guys have watched like Turkey Tom or something like that, right? Where it's like Turkey Tom got like accused like way back of like some chick said that he did a bunch of shit or whatever, and then he goes and he makes a video like correcting the story and reading out this chick's text and shit, and I'm like, this is fucking nuts, dog. Like I don't want to have anything to do with this business sometimes. You have to do videos with drama and be an apologist. Best to ignore fucking everything. That's why I don't want to ever get involved in that kind of shit, dude. Like, I don't want to have anything to do with it. Luckily for me, I'm a grown-ass fucking man, and I have no interest in making friends or fucking anybody on the internet. Like, the two things that cripple every content creator. Do not try to make friends. Don't try to fuck anybody. I'm not interested in doing either. I don't want to do either. Not at all. Turkey Tom stuff was wild. Yeah, but it all turned out to be fake. But that's the fucked up thing, though. That's the fucked up thing. That's the point that I'm trying to bring up. Is that, like, so Turkey Tom coming out and trying to, like, rewrite the story. Not rewrite the story, but correct the story in his case, right? That's it's not actual. It's not real to the people watching. It's just content. It's just drama. You're not actually involved. You're not actually invested. You could honestly give a fuck. It's just content. So like this dude's life and this dude's fucking name and like his reputation and honestly even kind of almost down to criminality is on the fucking line, and the whole thing is just content. Even though like he himself is like, I want people to believe like, hey guys, this isn't me. Doesn't matter. Everybody's like, oh, content. And it's just like, fuck, dude, that shit's so crazy dark. That shit is so crazy dark. And like, and honestly, the thing is that even when you go out and you like try to correct a story or whatever it is, like, 'cause you watch, you see this shit happen all the time. It always depends on like whether or not the people actually want to accept it, right? Like whether or not like you have an audience of people that are like, oh, I want to listen to what this guy has to say, or there's gonna be a ton of other people that are just gonna continue to go on to believe that shit. It's fucking crazy, dude. Internet is a fucking wild place. Wild. Like, it's just the nature of this work is very weird. I personally still have not fully adjusted to it. I do think that at like some point in time when I end up choosing to do it, I don't really know exactly when, but I'll wait until after this move and all this other shit that I have that's going on right now. But like at one point in time, like I think I gotta kind of figure my schedule out. Because I felt like lately, it's probably just because of the extra shit on my plate at the moment, but like lately it's kind of felt like I've been like, it's not burnout, because it's not like, burnout's like you don't like what you do, or you're like getting bored of doing what you're doing, or tired of doing what you're doing. I don't have any of that. I love what I do. But like lately I've kind of had this like, it's almost like manic, I think is probably the better way to say it. Where like I come out on the other side of a video where I'm like, is this even good? Because I don't even know what the fuck I just did. Like, I'll come out on the other side. I'll fucking research, write, record a video, and then like wait a good 10, 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden I'll go, what the fuck was that video about? Like, I was gonna bring up one of the videos I talked about today. I forgot what video I even posted today at one point. I was like, what did I tell you? Xbox. That's right. That's right. That's right. Xbox. Yeah, totally knew that. Totally knew that.
The rivers shall run red.
Tukohama. You ain't doing shit, bitch. You're gonna die. Keep going.
Might of Gitava. Plunder.
I should have tried to kill him. I was distracted.
An easy trophy.
By my own brain. Does that actually work? If I kite him over to the area where the breach is, will he get sucked in if I kill him before I like close the breach? I don't know how that works. I think they have to like spawn on it, don't they? Don't they have to like spawn in the area of the actual like necromancer, or of the breach to, or of the abyss to actually turn into a abyssal lich? Well, where are my fucking other spells at? Ice tipped arrows. He has to spawn in it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just try to kite them over there, doesn't matter. Because they'll already be like touched by the abyss, right? Like they'll already have like some little green juice on them. Ooh, there's some fine ass racers. There's some fine ass racers. Right here, anything good? Greater Og, sorry. Not really worth it to be honest.
Too slow.
You know, as you get older, one of the things that I realized, sleep hits differently. Like getting sleepy hits differently. I always felt like it used to be a lot more gradual, and then like every single year that passes, it's no longer gradual, and it's just like all of a sudden you just immediately hit this like sleepy wall. You're just like, well, fuck, I'm tired. Like, wait a minute, my eyes burn. After 25, it's like a switch, yeah. Well, 25 was like 35 years ago for me, so. Or at least it feels like it. Party this shit up. Hell yeah, baby. I might actually just be able to buy the crafting base. I mean, I can buy the crafting base. The problem is that like I don't want to buy it unfractured, because then I have to fracture it myself, and I don't know if I want to gamble that. I'm sure I have the luck for it, but also I'm not sure that I do, because I haven't found a key to go fight the fucking Abyss boss again. So like I'm kind of led to believe now that maybe I'm just having a real bad run, man. This character's bricked. It's luck bricked. I'm not running on the fucking streamer client. I'm not playing like fucking Darth or somebody like that. I need to call up fucking Jonathan Rogers and go, hey brother, I just want to say, do you remember how good that interview was? Yeah. And I go, okay, I'm actually going to tell everybody that you paid me to like have as much fun as I did. I'm going to tell them that it's all a psyop and that you guys are preparing to fill Path of Exile 2 with nothing but bisexual lighting. Also, give me a headhunter. I still haven't. Oh my god, dude! I'm gonna say it's like the most depressing thing in the world with this game is like the amount of heavy belts I have chance orbed, and not a single one of them has turned into anything. Not even like a glint of hope. Not even a like, hey, here's this like piece of shit belt you're not even gonna want to use. No, the game is just it broke every single fucking one. And I mean, like at this point in time, there's probably been like over. I've probably chance orbed like over 100 belts, 150 belts at this point. And it's just like every single time it's just pain, every single time. It's just like, holy fuck, this is so sad. I mean, what? How many do I have to chance orb to be able to get to be able to get the belt?
Nothing stays hidden forever.
Is it like one about 1,000 or something? Maybe. Do I got to bat 1,000 for it? Is it more than 1,000? Is it 10,000? Average cost for Mage Blood is around 500 div. I don't need a I mean, Mage Blood's cool, but Headhunter is what I would want. Headhunter is something that like would make sense build wise. Oh, you're not dead. I hate when they do that shit to me. Where I think they're dead, but they actually are just like, they fucking teleported into the shadow realm or something, I guess, for a minute.
Pain is the great equalizer.
Oh, I thought she was about to hit me with some fucking, what's the name of that fucking band? Why can't I think of it right now? I had a really funny whip, and I just absolutely sold. I'm too tired. I just immediately reminded of that stupid fucking song the minute that she walked over. She's like, pain! 3 Days Grace. There we go. I thought she was about to come out singing fucking 3 Days Grace.
Cool off. I shall overcome.
That was actually some dick move shit. You're telling me I come down here, I spawn, and these motherfuckers are like sneaking over my way. Like, what if we get them the minute they spawn into the room? What if I lagged? What if I fucking walked away to take a drink? And I was like, yeah, I should be safe at the entrance. No, GGG's like, you should never feel safe in our game. Not unless you're in the menu. And even then, maybe we might still get you. Oh, somebody asked me what level I was. I'm sorry. I forgot all about that. I'm 95. Somebody asked me that like literally an hour ago. And I'm like, ah, maybe you're still there.
Hate defines us all.
Nightman, first time watching the stream. Looking forward to more in the future. Keep up the good work. God bless. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Every Friday. Feel free to stop by. Fuck me, I missed the whole stream today. Unfucking believable. I don't even know what to say. Honestly, I shouldn't even respond. I'm not even gonna look in your direction. I need you to know your shame.
Barely broke a sweat.
Okay, if I've finished almost every single quest, like, you guys should just give me the show. Oh, it's right here. I was about to say, you should just, like, give me an arrow pointing me in the direction of the thing that I need to go do. Oh, I fucking hate this bitch. She's, like, resistant to frost for whatever reason. Because she's a snake, I guess. No, I guess she's not as resistant as she used to be. I mean, she's pretty resistant before. Not this time, though. Boomazer! Thank you for the 240. Appreciate that. Or 240. Thank you for the tier 1. I'm fucking tired. Holy shit. Holy fuck, I'm cooked. Oh, wait, this is Twitch. I already subbed to you on YouTube. Well, double the love. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I think Gnor have 75 cold res. Hey, actually, yeah, what the fuck's up with my... Oh, because I'm not overcapped enough. So in maps I have... That always fucks me up. That shit always fucks me up. In map, my resistances are lower because of the fucking map itself and all of a sudden all their modifiers and shit. It's really hard to keep track of. Really hard to keep track of. Goshnik, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Silent pause? What's silent pause? Hype trade? Yeah, I like how you're doing that right fucking now. Too bad I don't feel guilty about taking people's money. Oh, shit. You're not tired? Yeah, that's not how that works. I've been streaming for 8 hours. I'm fucking cooked, guys. I'm gonna eat the rest of my dinner. I'm gonna go to bed. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning here. This is way late for me. I shouldn't be up this late. But I had a really good time, and I had a lot of fun, and it was really good. I think we had a really good stream today. We talked a lot about stuff. We talked a lot about stuff. We talked a lot about stuff. We talked about a lot of stuff. We had a good time. I had a really good time. Thank you guys for all the gifted subs and donations and the super chats and everything that you guys do and all the support that you show me, and I don't know, just for being fucking cool, man. I will talk to you guys next week. Stream and everything like that should go as according to as business as usual. The next couple weeks though, I don't know, that shit's gonna be up in the air. I'm gonna be moving soon. Once I close on the house, I basically have to kind of figure out exactly when I'm gonna be leaving. I'm not gonna be in any rush. I have this apartment until fucking August, so it's like I don't have to leave immediately, but also it's like, you know, you get a house, you probably want to go live in that motherfucking house, right? Probably want to go live in that motherfucking house, so I will see. I'll see. I'll figure it out. It's a long fucking drive. I'm gonna take at least 3 days to be able to get back out that way, so yeah, it's gonna be a whole fucking thing. Whole thing. Surely don't want to pay 2 electric bills. I mean, I'm gonna pay it regardless, right? All the utilities for both places are gonna be in my name in that month, regardless of what I do, because I already paid for everything here preemptively. Cali man must have a Prius. Do I seem like the fucking type that would have a Prius? Come on. I drive a Ford F-150. I actually don't drive a Ford F-150. I would never. I mean, I like... Fords aren't bad trucks, but not very dependable. You look like a Mustang kind of guy. No. 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 I like my... I like Forerunners. I'm a Forerunner kind of guy. I'm not the Forerunner kind of guy that needs to, like, have the whole fucking, you know, like, the Reddit Forerunners. Have you ever seen those dudes? Like, the people, like, the Jeep people that, like, post about how much they're Jeep people? I fucking hate humans sometimes. I hate humans sometimes. I'm just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Every Temu accessory? True, yeah. With yeah, 1,000 ducks on their dashboard. That just tells me that I want to, like, I don't know, put salt in their fucking gas tank or something. Sugar. A bomb. My ex-best friend is a Jeep girl, too. Yikes. It's probably for the best. I'm just gonna tell you right now, it's probably for the best. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that. Waifu on the mirror. The funny thing is that, like, the one thing that is incredibly common out here in California is, like, the amount of people that you'll just be, like, driving down the highway and then some dude with, like, some, like, uwu faced or, like, a Hago faced fucking Gooner car just comes like ripping past you and you're like, was that Rias Gremory? Was that fucking was that fucking high school DxD that just ripped past me? Oh man, that shit is so fucking funny, man. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Or it's like Miku. They're all fucking Miku. Miku. Guargura. Yeah, well, it doesn't even a character anymore. Yeah. But anyway, all right, I'm going to go to bed. Thank you guys for everything. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed streaming. That is for sure. I will catch you guys next time. So stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace.